Chapter 1 of The Mountain Girl. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Marianne. The Mountain Girl by Payne Erskine. Chapter 1, in which David Thryng arrives at Carew's Crossing. The snow had ceased falling. No wind stirred among the trees that covered the hillsides, and every shrub, every leaf and twig, still bore its feathery white load. Slowly the train labored upward, with two engines to take it to the steepest part of the climb from the valley below. David Thryng gazed out into the quiet, white wilderness and was glad. He had hoped Carew's Crossing was not beyond all this, where the ragged edge of civilization, out of which the toiling train had so lately lifted them, would begin again. He glanced from time to time at the young woman near the door, who sat as the bishop had left her, one slight hand grasping the handle of her basket, and with an expression on her face as placid and fraught with mystery as the scene without. The train began to crawl more heavily, and, looking down, Thryng saw that they were crossing a trestle over a deep gorge before skirting the mountain on the other side. Suddenly it occurred to him that he might be carried beyond his station. He stopped the smiling young brakeman who was passing with his flag. "Let me know when we come to Carew's Crossing, will you?" "Next stop, suh. Are you full there, suh?" "Yes. How soon?" "Half an hour more, suh. I'll be back directly and help you off, suh. It's a flag station. We don't stop there in winter 'thout we're called to, suh. Hotel's closed now." "Hotel? Is there a hotel?" Thryng's voice betokened dismay. "Yes, suh. It's a right gay little place in summer, suh." He passed on, and Thryng gathered his scattered effects. Ill and weary, he was glad to find his long journey so nearly at an end. On either side of the track, as far as eye could see, was a snow-whitened wilderness, seemingly untouched by the hand of man, and he felt as if he had been carried back 200 years. The only hint that these fastnesses had been invaded by human beings was an occasional rough, deeply red wagon road, winding off among the hills. The long trestle crossed, the engines labored slowly upward for a time, then, turning a sharp curve, began to descend, tearing along the narrow track with a speed that caused the coaches to rock and sway, and thus they reached Carew's Crossing, dropping down to it like a rushing torrent. Immediately Thryng found himself deposited in the melting snow some distance from the station platform, and at the same instant, above the noise of the retreating train, he heard a cry. "Oh, suh, help him! Help him! It's poor little Hoyle!" The girl whom he had watched and about whom he had been wondering flashed by him and caught at the bridle of a fractious colt that was rearing and plunging near the corner of the station. "Poor little Hoyle! Help him, suh! Help him!" she cried, clinging desperately, while the frantic animal swung her off her feet, close to the flying heels of the kicking mule at his side. Under the heavy vehicle to which the ill-assorted animals were attached, a child lay unconscious, and David sprang forward, his weakness forgotten in the demand for action. In an instant he had drawn the little chap from his perilous position and, seizing the mule, succeeded in backing him to his place. The cause of its fright having by this time disappeared, the colt became tractable and stood quivering and snorting. David took the bridle from the girl's hand. "I'll quiet them now," he said, and she ran to the boy, who had recovered sufficiently to sit up and gaze in a dazed way about him. As she bent over him, murmuring soothing words, he threw his arm around her neck and burst into wild sobbing. "There, honey, there. No one is hurt. You are not, are you, honey son?" "I couldn't keep a holt of 'em," he sobbed. "You shouldn't have done it, honey. You should have let me get home as best I could." Her face was one which could express much, passive as it had been before. "Where was Frale?" "He took the other hoss and lit out. They was after him. Shh! There, hush. You can stand now. Try, Hoyle. You're a man now." The little fellow rose and, perceiving Thryng for the first time, stepped shyly behind his sister. David noticed that he had a deformity which caused him to carry his head twisted stiffly to one side, and also that he had great, beautiful brown eyes, so like those of a hunted fawn as he turned them upon the stranger with wide appeal, that he seemed a veritable creature of the wilderness by which they were surrounded. Then the girl stepped forward and thanked him with voice and eyes, but he scarcely understood the words she said, as her tones trailed lingering over the vowels and almost eliminated the R, so light was it touched, while her accent fell utterly strange upon his English ear. She looked to the harness with practised eye, and then laid her hand beside Thryng's on the bridle. It was a strong, shapely hand and wrist. "I can manage now," she said. "Hoyle, get my basket for me." But Thryng suggested that she climb in and take the reins first, although the animals stood quietly enough now. The mule looked even dejected, with hanging head and forward drooping ears. The girl spoke gently to the colt, stroking him along the side and murmuring to him in a cooing voice as she mounted to the high seat and gathered up the reins. Then the two beasts settled themselves to their places, with a wontedness that assured Thryng they would be perfectly manageable under her hand. David turned to the child, relieved him of the basket, which was heavy with unusual weight, and would have lifted him up, but Hoyle eluded his grasp and, scrambling over the wheel with cat-like agility, slipped shyly into his place close to the girl's side. Then, with more than childlike thoughtfulness, the boy looked up into her face and said in a low voice, "The gentleman's things is over yonder by the track, Cass. He can't tote 'em alone, I reckon. Whar is he goin'?" Then Thryng remembered himself and his needs. He looked at the line of track curving away up the mountainside in one direction, and in the other lost in a deep cut in the hills, at the steep red banks rising high on each side, arched over by leafy forest growth, with all the interlacing branches and smallest twigs bearing their delicate burden of white, feathery snow. He caught his breath as a sense of the strange, untamed beauty, marvelous and utterly lonely, struck upon him. Beyond the tracks, high up on the mountain slope, he thought he spied, well nigh hid from sight by the pines, the gambrel roof of a large building. Or was it a snow-covered rock? "Is that a house up there?" he asked, turning to the girl, who sat leaning forward and looking steadily down at him. "That is the hotel." "A road must lead to it, then. If I could get up there, I could send down for my things." "They is no one there," piped the boy, and Thryng remembered the brakeman's words, and how he had rebelled at the thought of a hotel incongruously set among this primeval beauty. But now he longed for the comfort of a warm room and tea at a hospitable table. He wished he had accepted the bishop's invitation. It was a predicament to be dropped in this wild spot, without a store, a cabin, or even a thread of blue smoke to be seen as indicating a human habitation, and no soul near save these two children. The sun was sinking toward the western hilltops, and a chillness began creeping about him as the shadows lengthened across the base of the mountain, leaving only the heights in the glowing light. "Really, you know, I can't say what I am to do. I am a stranger here." It seemed odd to him at the moment, but her face, framed in the huge sunbonnet, a delicate flower set in a rough calyx, suddenly lost all expression. She did not move nor open her lips. Thryng thought he detected a look of fear in the boy's eyes as he crept closer to her. In a flash came to him the realization of the difficulty. His friend had told him of these people, their occupations, their fear of the world outside and below their fastnesses, and how zealously they guarded their homes and their rights from outside intrusion, yet how hospitable and generous they were to all who could not be considered their hereditary enemies. He hastened to speak reassuring words, and bethinking himself that she had called the boy Hoyle, he explained how one Adam Hoyle had sent him. "The doctor is my friend, you know. He built a cabin somewhere within a day's walk. He told me of Carew's Crossing, on a mountain top. Maybe you knew him." A slight smile crept about the girl's lips, and her eyes brightened. "Yes, sir. We all know Dr. Hoyle." "I am to have the cabin, if I can find it. Live there, as he did, and see what your hills will do for me." He laughed a little as he spoke, deprecating his evident weakness, and, lifting his cap, wiped the cold moisture from his forehead. She noted his fatigue and hesitated. The boy's questioning eyes were fixed on her face, and she glanced down into them, an answering look. Her lips parted, and her eyes glowed as she turned them again on David, but she spoke still in the same passive monotone. "Oh, yes, my little brother was named for him, Adam Hoyle, but we only call him Hoyle. It's a right long spell since the doctor was here. His cabin is right nigh us, a little high up. There is no place where you could stop nigher than ours. Hoyle, jump up and help fetch his things over. You can put them in the back of the wagon, sir, and ride up with us. I have a sight of room for them." The child was out and across the tracks in an instant, seizing a valise much too heavy for him, and Thryng cut his thanks short to go to his relief. "I can tote it," said the boy shrilly. "No, no, I am the biggest, so I will take the big ones. You bring the bundle with the strap about it, so. Now we shall get on, shan't we? But you are pretty strong for a little chap." And the child's face radiated smiles at the praise. Then David tossed in valise and rug, without which last no Englishman ever goes on a journey, and with much effort they managed to pull the box along and hoist it also into the wagon, the body of which was filled with corn fodder, covered with an old patchwork quilt. The wagon was of the rudest, clumsiest construction, the heavy box set on axles without springs, but the young physician was thankful for any kind of conveyance. He had been used to life in the wild, taking things as he found them, bunking in a tent, a board shanty, or out under the open sky, with men brought heterogeneously together, some merely rough woodsmen from their natural environment, others the scum of the cities to whom crime was become first nature, decency second, and others, fleeing from justice and civilized law, hiding ofttimes a fine nature delicately reared. During this time he had seldom seen a woman other than an occasional camp follower of the most degraded sort. Inured thus, he did not find his ride, embedded with good corn fodder, much of a hardship, even in a springless wagon over mountain roads. Wrapped in his rug, he braced himself against his box, with his face toward the rear of the wagon, and gazed out from under its arching canvas hood at the wild way as it slowly unrolled behind them, and was pleased that he did not have to spend the night under the lee of the station. The lingering sunlight made flaming banners of the snow clouds now slowly drifting across the sky above the white world, and touched the highest peaks with rose and gold. The shadows, ever changing, deepened from faintest pink mauve through the heliotrope tints to the richest violet in the heart of the gorges. Over and through all was the witching mystery of fairy-like, snow-wreathed branches and twigs, interwoven and arching up and up in faint perspective to the heights above, and down, far down to the depths of the regions below them. And all the time, mingled with the murmur of the voices behind him, and the creaking of the vehicle in which they rode, and the tramp of the animals when they came to a hard roadbed with rock foundation, noises which were not loud, but which seemed to be covered and subdued by the soft snow even as it covered everything, could be heard in a light dropping and pattering as the overladen last year's leaves and twigs dropped their white burden to the ground. Sometimes the great hood of the wagon struck an overhanging bough and sent snow down in showers as they passed. Heavily they climbed up and warily made their descent of rocky steeps, passing through boggy places or splashing in clear streams which issued from springs in the mountain side or fell from some distant height, then climbing again only to wind about and again descend. Often the way was rough with boulders that had never been blasted out, sometimes steeply shelving where the gorge was deepest and the precipice sheerest. Past all dangers the girl drove with skillful hand, now encouraging her team with her low voice, now restraining them where their load crowded upon them over slippery shelving rocks with strong pulls and sharp command. David marveled at her serenity under the strain and at her courage and deftness. With the calmness of the boy nestling at her side, he resigned himself to the sweet witchery of the time and place. Glancing up at the high seat behind him, he saw the child's feet dangling and knew they must be cold. "Why can't your little brother sit back here with me?" he said. "I'll cover him with my rug and we'll keep each other warm." He saw the small hunched back stiffen and try to appear big and manly, but she checked the team at a level dip in the road. "Yes, sonny, get over there with the gentleman. It'll be some colder now the sun's gone." but the little man was shyly reluctant to move. "Come, honey, sister'd be a heap rather you would." Then David reached up and gently lifted the atom of manhood, of pride, sensitiveness and affection, over where he caused him to snuggle down into the fodder close to his side. For a while the child sat stiffly aloof, but gradually his little form relaxed and his head drooped sideways in the hollow of the stranger's shoulder, held comfortably by Thryng's kindly encircling arm. Soon, with his small feet wrapped in the warm, soft rug, he slept soundly and sweetly, rocked, albeit rather roughly, by the jolting wagon. Thryng also dreamed, but not in sleep. His mind was stirred to unusual depths by his strange surroundings, the silence, the mystery, the beauty of the night, and the suggestions of grandeur and power dimly revealed by the moonlight which bathed the world in a flood of glory. He was lifted up and drawn out of himself, and at the same time he was thrown back to review his life and to see his most inward self, and to marvel and question the wherefore of it all. Why was he here, away from the active, practical affairs which interest other men? Was he a creature of ideals only, or was he also a practical man, taking the wisest means of reaching and achieving results most worth while? He saw himself in his childhood, in his youth, in his young manhood, even to the present moment, jogging slowly along in a far country, rough and wild, utterly dependent on the courtesy of a slight girl who held, for the moment, his life in her hands. For often, as he gazed into the void of darkness over narrow ledges, he knew that only the skill of these two small hands kept them from sliding into eternity. Yet there was about her such an air of wontedness to the situation that he was stirred by no sense of anxiety for himself or for her. He took out his pipe and smoked, still dreaming, comparing and questioning. Of ancient family, yet the younger son of 3 generations of younger sons, all probability of great inheritance or title so far removed from him, it behooved him that he built for himself — what? Fortune? Name? Everything? Character? Ah, that was his heritage. All the heritage the laws of England allowed him, and that not by right of English law, but because fixed in the immutable eternal will some laws there are beyond the power of man to supersede. With an involuntary stiffening of his body, he disturbed for an instant the slumbering child, and quite as involuntarily he drew him closer and soothed him back to forgetfulness. And they both dreamed on, the child in his sleep and the man in his wide wakefulness and intense searching. His uncle, it is true, would have boosted him far toward creating both name and fame for himself, in either army or navy, but he would none of it. There was his older brother to be advanced, and the younger son of this same uncle to be placed in life, or married to wealth. This also he might have done. Well married he might have been ere now, and could be still, for she was waiting. Only, an ideal stood in his way. Whom he would marry he would love. Not merely respect or like, not even both, but love he must, and in order to hold to this ideal he must fly the country, or remain to be unduly urged to his own discomfiture and possibly to their mutual undoing. As for the alternatives, the army or the navy, again his ideals had formed for him impassable bars. He would found his career on the saving rather than the taking of life. Perhaps he might yet follow in the wake of armies to mend bodies they have torn and cut and maimed, and heal diseases they have engendered. Yes, perhaps. The ideals loomed big. But what had he done? Fled his country and deftly avoided the most heart-satisfying of human delights. Children to call him father, and a wife to make him a home. Peace and wealth. Thrust aside the helping hand of power and a career considered most worthy of a strong and resourceful man, and thrown personal ambition to the wind. Why? Because of his ideals, preferring to mend rather than to mar his neighbor. Surely he was right. And yet, what had he accomplished? Taken the making of his life into his own hands and lost all, if health were really gone. One thing remained to him, the last rag and remnant of his cherished ideals. To live long enough to triumph over his own disease and take up work again. Why should he succumb? Was it fate? Was there the guidance of a higher will? Might he reach out and partake of the divine power? But one thing he knew, but one thing could he do. As the glory of white light around him served to reveal a few feet only of the way, even as the density beyond seemed impenetrable, still it was but seeming. There was a beyond, vast, mysterious, which he must search out, slowly, painfully if need be, seeing a little way only, but seeing that little clearly, revealed by the white light of spirit. His own or God's? Into the infinite he must search, and at last surely find. End of chapter 1. Chapter 2 of The Mountain Girl. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Marianne. The Mountain Girl by Payne Erskine. Chapter 2, in which David Thryng experiences the hospitality of the mountain people. Suddenly the jolting ceased. The deep stillness of the night seemed only intensified by the low panting of the animals and the soft dropping of the wet snow from the trees. "What is it?" said Thryng, peering from under the canvas cover. "Anything the matter?" The beasts stood with low swung heads, the vapor rising white from their warm bodies, wet with the melting snow. His question fell unheard, and the girl who was climbing down over the front wheel began to unhitch the team in silence. He rolled the sleeping child in his rug and leaped out. "Let me help you. What's the trouble? Oh, are you at home?" "I can do this, suh. I've done it a heap of times. Don't go nigh Pete, suh. He's mighty quick and he's mean." The beast laid back his ears viciously as David approached. "You ought not go near him yourself," he said, taking a firm grip of the bridle. "Oh, he's safe enough with me, or Frale. Hold him tight, suh, now you have him, till I get round there. Keep his head toward you, suh. He certainly is mean." The colt walked off to a low stack of corn fodder as she turned him loose with a light slap on the flank, and the mule, impatient, stamping and sidling about, stretched forth his nose and let out his raucous and hideous cry. While he was thus occupied the girl slipped off his harness and, taking the bridle, led the beast away to a small railed enclosure on the far side of the stack, and David stood alone in the snow and looked about him. He saw a low, rambling house which, although one structure, appeared to be a series of houses, built of logs plastered with clay in the chinks. It stood in a tangle of wild growth, on what seemed to be a wide ledge jutting out from the side of the mountain, which loomed dark and high behind it. An incessant rushing sound pervaded the place, as it were a part of the silence or a breathing of the mountain itself. Was it wind among the trees, or the rushing of water? No wind stirred now, and yet the sound never ceased. It must be a torrent, swollen by the melting snow. He saw the girl moving in and out among the shadows, about the open log stable, like a wraith. The braying of the mule had disturbed the occupants of the house, for a candle was placed in the window, and its little ray streamed forth and was swallowed up in the moonlight and black shades. The child, awakened by the horrible noise of the beast, rustled in the corn fodder where Thryng had left him. Dazed and wondering, he peered out at the young man for some moments, too shy to descend until his sister should return. Now she came, and he scrambled down and stood close to her side, looking up weirdly, his twisted little form shivering and quaking. "Run in, Hoyle," she said, looking kindly down upon him. "Tell mother we're all right, son." A woman came to the door holding a candle, which she shaded with a gnarled and bony hand. "That you, Cass?" she quavered. "Who air you talkin' to?" "Yes, Aunt Sally. We'll be there directly. Don't let mother get cold." She turned again to David. "I reckon you'll have to stop with us to night. It's a right smart way to the cabin, and it'll be cold, and nothing to eat. We'll bring in your things now, and in the morning we can tote them up to your place with the mule, and Hoyle can go with you to show you the way." She turned toward the wagon as if all were settled, and Thryng could not be effusive in the face of her direct and conclusive manner. But he took the basket from her hand. "Let me — No, no, I will bring in everything. Thank you very much. I can do it quite easily, taking one at a time." Then she left him, but at the door she met him and helped him to lift his heavy belongings into the house. The room he entered was warm and brightly lighted by a pile of blazing logs in the great chimney place. He walked toward it and stretched his hands to the fire, a generous fire, the mountain home's luxury. Something was cooking in the ashes of the hearth, which sent up a savory odor most pleasant and appealing to the hungry man. The meager boy stood near, also warming his little body, on which his coarse garments hung limply. He kept his great eyes fixed on David's face in a manner disconcerting, even in a child, had Thryng given his attention to it, but at the moment he was interested in other things. Dropped thus suddenly into this utterly alien environment, he was observing the girl and the old woman as intently, though less openly, as the boy was watching him. Presently he felt himself uncannily the object of a scrutiny far distant from the child's wide-eyed gaze, and glancing over his shoulder toward the corner from which the sensation seemed to emanate, he saw in the depths of an old four-poster bed, set in their hollow sockets and roofed over by projecting light eyebrows, a pair of keen, glittering eyes. "Yes, you do see me now, do ye?" said a high, thin voice in a toothless speech. "Who be ye?" His physician's feeling instantly alert, he stepped to the bedside and bent over the wasted form, which seemed hardly to raise the clothing from its level smoothness, as if she had lain motionless since some careful hand had arranged it. "No, ye don't know me, I reckon. 'Tain't likely. Who be ye?" she iterated, still looking unflinchingly in his eyes. "Hit's a gentleman who knows Dr. Hoyle, mothah. He sent him. Don't fret yourself," the girl said soothingly. "I'm not one of the frettin' kind," retorted the mother, never taking her eyes from his face and again speaking in a weak monotone. "Who be ye?" "My name is David Thryng, and I am a doctor," he said quietly. "Where be ye from?" "I come from Canada, the country where Dr. Hoyle lives." "I reckon so. He used to tell it his home was thar." A pallid hand was reached slowly out to him. "I'm right glad to see ye. Take a cheer and sit. Bring a cheer, Sally." But the girl had already placed him a chair, which he drew close to the bedside. He took the feeble old hand and slipped his fingers along to rest lightly on the wrist. "You needn't stand watching me, Cass. You and Sally set suthin' for the doctor to eat. I reckon you're all about gone for hunger." "Yes, mother, right soon. Fry a little pork to go with that pone, Aunt Sally. Is any coffee left in the pot?" "I done put in a leetle more when I heard the mule holler. I knowed ye'd want it. Might throw in a mite more now the gentleman's come." The two women resumed their preparations for supper. The boy continued to stand and gaze, and the high voice of the frail occupant of the bed began again to talk and question. "When did you come down from that thar country whar Dr. Hoyle lives at?" she said in her monotonous wail. "4 days ago. I travelled slowly, for I have been ill myself." "Hit's right queer now. 'Pears like ef I was a doctor, I wouldn't 'low myself fer to get sick. An' you seed Dr. Hoyle 4 days back." "No, he has gone to England on a visit. I saw his wife, though, and his daughter. She is a young lady, is to be married soon." "They do grow up, the leetle ones. Hit don't seem more'n yest'day 'at Cass was like leetle Hoyle yondah, an' hit don't seem like that since Dr. Hoyle was here, an' leetle Hoyle came. We named him fer the doctor. Wall, I reckon ef the doctor was here now 'at he could help me some. Maybe ef he'd a stayed here I nevah would 'a' got down whar I be now. He was a right good doctor. Better'n a yarb doctor, most. I reckon so." David smiled. "I think so myself," he said. "Are there many herb doctors hereabout?" "Not rightly doctors, so to speak, but they is some 'at knows a heap about yarbs." "Good. Perhaps they can teach me something." The old face was feebly lifted a bit from the pillow, and the dark eyes grew suddenly sharp in their scrutiny. "Who be ye, anyhow? What air you here fer? Sech as you knows a heap a'ready, 'thout makin' out to larn o' we uns." David saw his mistake and hastened to allay the suspicion which gleamed out at him almost malignantly. "I am just what I said, a doctor like Adam Hoyle, only that I don't know as much as he, not yet. The wisest man in the world can learn more if he watches out to do so. Your herb doctors might be able to teach me a good many things." "I 'spect you're right there, only a heap o' folks thinks they know it all fust." There was a pause, and Thryng leaned back in his stiff, splint-bottomed chair and glanced around him. He saw that the girl, although moving about setting to rights and brushing here and there with a unique home-made broom, was at the same time intently listening. Presently the old woman spoke again, her thread-like voice penetrating far. "What do you 'low to do here in our mountains? They hain't no settlement nigh'bouts here, and them what sick hain't no money to pay doctors with. I reckon they'll hev to stay sick for all o' you uns." David looked into her eyes a moment quietly. Then he smiled. The way to her heart he saw was through the magic of one name. "What did Doctor Hoyle do when he was down here?" "Him? They hain't no one livin' like he was." Then David laughed outright, a gay, contagious laugh, and after an instant she laughed also. "I agree with you," he said. "But you see, I am a countryman of his, and he sent me here. He knows me well, and I mean to do as he did, if — I can." He drew in a deep breath of utter weariness and leaned forward, his elbows on his knees, his head in his hands, and gazed into the blazing fire. The memories which had taken possession of his soul during the long ride seemed to envelop him, so that in a moment the present was swept away into oblivion, and his spirit was, as it were, suddenly withdrawn from the body and projected into the past. He had been unable to touch any of the greasy cold stuff which had been offered him during the latter part of his journey, and the heat brought a drowsiness on him and a faintness from lack of food. "Cassandra, look to him," called the mother shrilly, but the girl had already noticed his strange abstraction, and the small Adam Hoyle had drawn back, in awe, to his mother. "Get some whiskey, Sally," said the girl, and David roused himself to see her bending over him. "I must have gone off in a doze," he said weakly. "The long ride, and then this warmth." Seeing the anxious faces around him, he laughed again. "It's nothing, I assure you. Only the comfort of the smell of something good to eat." He sniffed a little. "What is it?" he asked. Old Sally was tossing and shaking the frying salt pork in the skillet at the fireplace, and the odor aggravated his already too keen appetite. "You was more'n sleepy, I reckon," shrilled the woman from the bed. "Hain't that pone done, Sally? No, 'tain't liquor he needs. Hit's suthin' to eat." Then the girl hastened her slow gliding movements, drew splint chairs to a table of rough pine that stood against the side of the room, and, stooping between him and the fire, pulled something from among the hot ashes. The fire made the only light in the room, and David never forgot the supple grace of her as she bent thus silhouetted, the perfect line of chin and throat black against the blaze, contrasted with the weird, witch-like old woman, with roughly knotted hair, who still squatted in the heat and shook the skillet of frying pork. "Thar, now hit's done, I reckon," said old Sally, slowly rising and straightening her bent back, and the woman from the bed called her orders. "Not that cup," she cried as Sally began pouring black coffee into a cracked white cup. "Get the chaney one. I hid it yondah in the corner, hind the tin can, to keep 'em from usin' it every day. I had a hull set of that when I married Farwell. Give hit here." She took the precious relic in her work-worn hands and peered into it, then wiped it out with the corner of the sheet which covered her. This Thryng did not see. He was watching the girl as she broke open the hot, fragrant corn bread and placed it beside his plate. "Come," she said. "You sure must be right hungry. Sit here and eat." David felt like one drunken with weariness when he rose, and caught at the edge of the table to steady himself. "Aren't you hungry too?" he asked. "And Hoyle here?" "Sit beside me. We're going to have a feast, little chap." The girl placed an earthen crock on the table and took from it honey in the broken comb, rich and dark. "Have a little of this with your pone. It's right good," she said. "Frale, he found a bee tree," piped the child suddenly, gaining confidence as he saw the stranger engaged in the very normal act of eating with the relish of an ordinary man. He edged forward and sat himself gingerly on the outer corner of the next chair, and accepted a huge piece of the pone from David's hand. His sister gave him honey, and Sally dropped pieces of the sizzling hot pork on their plates from the skillet. David sipped his coffee from the flowered "chaney cup" contentedly. Served without milk or sugar, it was strong, hot, and reviving. The girl shyly offered more of the corn bread as she saw it rapidly disappearing, pleased to see him eat so eagerly, yet abashed at having nothing else to offer. "I'm sorry we can give you only such as this. We don't live like you do in the No'th. Have a little more of the honey." "Ah, but this is fine! Good, hey, little chap? You are doing a very beneficent thing, do you know, saving a man's life?" He glanced up at her flushed face and she smiled deprecatingly. He fancied her smiles were rare. "But it's quite true. Where would I be now but for you and Hoyle here? Lying under the lee side of the station coughing my life away, and all my own fault, too. I should have accepted the bishop's invitation." "You helped me when the colt was bad." Her soft voice, low and monotonous, fell musically on his ear when she spoke. "Naturally. But how about that, anyway? It's a wonder you weren't killed. How came a youngster like you there alone with these beasts?" Thryng had an abrupt manner of springing a question which startled the child, and he edged away, furtively watching his sister. "Did you hitch that kicking brute alone and drive all that distance?" "Aunt Sally, she helped me to tie him up. She gave him cawn, whilst I th'owed on the strops, and when he's oncet tied up, he goes all right." The Adam grinned. "Hit's his way. He's mean, but he nevah wu'ks both ends at oncet." "Good thing to know. But you're a hero, do you understand that?" The child continued to edge away, and David reached out and drew him to his side. Holding him by his two sharp little elbows, he gave him a playful shake. "I say, do you know what a hero is?" The little boy stopped grinning and looked wildly to his sister, but receiving only a smile of reassurance from her, he lifted his great eyes to Thryng's face. Then slowly the little form relaxed, and he was drawn within the doctor's encircling arm. "I don't reckon," was all his reply, which ambiguous remark caused David, in his turn, to look to the sister for elucidation. She held a long, lighted candle in her hand and paused to look back as she was leaving the room. "Yes, you do, honey son. You remembah the boy with the quare long name Sistah told you about, who stood there when the ship was all afire and wouldn't leave because his fathah told him to bide? He was a hero." But Hoyle was too shy to respond, and David could feel his little heart thumping against his arm as he held him. "Tell the gentleman, Hoyle. He don't bite, I reckon," called the mother from her corner. "His name begun like yourn, Cass, but I cyant remembah the hull of it." "Casabianca, was it?" said Thryng, smiling. "I reckon. Did you uns know him?" "When I was a small chap like you, I used to read about him." Then the Adam yielded entirely and leaned comfortably against David, and his sister left them, carrying the candle with her. Old Sally threw another log on the fire, and the flames leaped up the cavernous chimney, lighting the room with dramatic splendor. Thryng took note of its unique furnishing. In the corner opposite the one where the mother lay was another immense four-poster bed, and before it hung a coarse homespun curtain, half concealing it. At its foot was a huge box of dark wood, well made and strong, with a padlock. This, and the beds, seemed to belong to another time and place, in contrast to the other articles, which were evidently mountain-made, rude in construction and hewn out by hand, the chairs unstained and unpolished, and seated with splints. The walls were roughly dressed logs, of which the house was built, the chinks plastered with deep red-brown clay. Depending from nails driven in the logs were festoons of dried apple and strips of dried pumpkin, and hanging by their braided husks were bunches of Indian corn, not yellow like that of the North, but white or purple. There were bags also, containing Thryng knew not what, although he was to learn later, when his own larder came to be eked out by sundry gifts of dried fruit and sweet corn, together with the staple of beans and peas from the widow's store. Beside the window of small panes was a shelf, on which were a few worn books, and beneath hung an almanac. At the foot of the mother's bed stood a small spinning wheel, with the wool still hanging to the spindle. David wondered how long since it had been used. The scrupulous cleanliness of the place satisfied his fastidious nature, and gave him a sense of comfort in the homey interior. He liked the look of the bed in the corner, made up high and round, and covered with marvellous patchwork. As he sat thus, noting all his surroundings, Hoyle still nestled at his side, leaning his elbows on the doctor's knees, his chin in his hands and his soft eyes fixed steadily on the doctor's face. Thus they advanced rapidly toward an amicable acquaintance, each questioning and being questioned. "What is a bee-tree?" said David. "You said somebody found one." "Hit's a big holler log, an' hit's plumb full o' bees an' honey. Frale, he found this'n." "Tell me about it. Where was it?" "Hit war up yondah, high up the mountain. They's a hole thar whar the wild cats live in. Wildcat Hole. Frale, he war a huntin' fer a cat. Some men thar at the hotel, they war plumb mad to hunt wildcat with the dogs, an' Frale, he 'lowed to git the cat fer 'em." "And when was that?" "Las' summer, when the hotel war open. They war a heap o' men at the hotel. And now, about the bee-tree." "Frale, he never let on like he knowed thar war a bee-tree, an' then this fall he took me with him, an' we made a big fire, an' then we cut down the tree, an' we stayed thar the hull day, too, an' ate thar, an' had rosinniers by the fire, too." "I say, you know, there seem to be a lot of things you will have to enlighten me about. After you get through with the bee-tree you must tell me what rosinniers are. And then what did you do?" "Thar war a heap o' honey. That tree, hit war nigh 'bout plumb full o' honey, an' the bees war that mad you couldn't let 'em come nigh you, thought they would sting you. They stung me, an' I never hollered. Frale, he 'lowed if you hollered you weren't good fer nothin', goin' bee huntin'." "Is Frale your brother?" "Yas. He kin do a whole heap o' things, Frale can. They war a heap o' honey in that thar tree, 'bout a barrel full, er more'n that. We have a whole tub o' honey out thar in the loom shed yet, an' maw done sont all the rest to the neighbors, 'cause maw said they wa'n't no use in humans bein' fool hogs like the bees war, a keepin' more'n they could eat jest fer theirselves." "Yes," called the mother from her corner where she had been admiringly listening. "They's a heap like that, away, but hit ain't our way here in the mountains. Let the doctah tell you somethin' now, Hoyle. He mount larn a heap if you hark to him right smart, 'thout talkin' the whole time yourself." "I has to tell him 'bouts the rosinniers. He said so. Thar they be." He pointed to a bunch of Indian corn. "You wrop 'em up in thar shucks whilst they're green an' soft, an' kiver 'em up in the ashes whar hit's right hot, an' then when they're rosted, eat 'em so. Now, what do you know?" "Why, he knows a heap, son. Don't ax that a way." "In my country, away across the ocean," began David. "Tell 'bout the ocean. How hit look?" "In my country we don't have Indian corn, nor bee-trees, nor wild cat holes, but we have the ocean all around us, and we see the ships and —" "Like that thar one whar the boat stood whilst hit war on fire?" "Something like, yes." Then he told about the sea and the ships and the great fishes, and was interrupted with the query, "Reckon you done seed that thar fish what swallered up the man in the Bible an' then throwed him up agin?" "Why, no, son. You know that thar fish war dead long 'fore we was born. You mustn't ax fool questions, honey." Old Sally sat crouched by the hearth, intently listening, and asking as naive questions as the child, whose pallid face grew pink and animated, and whose eyes grew larger as he strove to see with inward vision the things Thryng described. It was a happy evening for little Hoyle. Leaning confidently against David, he sighed with repletion of joy. He was not eager for his sister to return, not he. He could lean forever against this wonderful man and listen to his tales. But the doctor's weariness was growing heavier, and he bethought himself that the girl had not eaten with them, and feared she was taking trouble to prepare quarters for him, when if she only knew how gladly he would bunk down anywhere, only to sleep while this blessed and delicious drowsiness was overpowering him. "Where is your sister, Hoyle? Don't you reckon it's time you and I were abed?" he said, adopting the child's vernacular. "She's makin' your bed ready in the loom shed, likely," said the mother, ever alert. With her pale, prematurely wrinkled face and uncannily bright and watchful eyes, she seemed the controlling, all-pervading spirit of the place. "Run, child, and see what's keepin' her so long." "Hit's dark out thar," said the boy, stirring himself slowly. "Run, honey. You hain't afeared. Kin drive a team all by yourself. Dark hain't nothin'. I been all over these here mountains, when thar wa'n't one star o' light. Maybe you kin help her." At that moment she entered, holding the candle high to light her way through what seemed to be a dark passage, her still sweet face a bit flushed, and stray trusses of white cotton clinging down her blue homespun dress. "The doctor's most laid for sleep, Cass. I'm right sorry to keep you so long, but we are obleeged—" She had lifted her troubled eyes as Thryng interrupted her. "Ah, no, no. I really beg your pardon — for coming in on you this way. It was not right, you know. It was a predicament, wasn't it? It certainly wasn't right to put you about so. If — you will just let me go anywhere, only to sleep, I shall be greatly obliged. I'm making you a lot of trouble, and I'm so sorry." His profusion of manner, of which he was entirely unaware, embarrassed her. Although not shy like her brother, she had never encountered any one who spoke with such rapid abruptness, and his swift, penetrating glance and pleasant ease of the world abashed her. For an instant she stood perfectly still before him, slowly comprehending his thought, then hastened with her inherited, inborn ladyhood to relieve him from any sense that his sudden descent upon their privacy was an intrusion. Her mind moved along direct lines from thought to expression, from impulse to action. She knew no conventional tricks of words or phrases for covering an awkward situation, and her only way of avoiding a self-betrayal was by silence and a mask-like impassivity. During this moment of stillness, while she waited to regain her poise, he, quick and intuitive as a woman, took in the situation, yet he failed to comprehend the character before him. To the one accustomed to the conventional, perfect simplicity seems to conceal something held back. It is hard to believe that all is being revealed, hence her slower thought, in reality, comprehended him the more truly. What he supposed to be pride and shame over their meagre accommodations was, in reality, genuine concern for his comfort, and embarrassment before his ease and ready phrases. As in a swift breeze her thoughts were caught up and borne away upon them, but after a moment they would sweep back to her, a flock of innocent, startled doves. Still holding her candle aloft, she raised her eyes to his and smiled. "We uns are right glad you came. If you can be comfortable where we are obliged to put you to sleep, you must bide a while." She did not say obliged this time. He had not pronounced it so, and he must know. "That is so good of you. And now you are very tired yourself and have eaten nothing. You must have your own supper. Hoyle can look after me." He took the candle from her and gave it to the boy, then turned his own chair back to the table and looked inquiringly at Sally squatted before the fire. "Not another thing shall you do for me until you are waited on. Take my place here." David's manner seemed like a command to her, and she slid into the chair with a weary, drooping movement. Hoyle stood holding the candle, his wry neck twisting his head to one side, a smile on his face, eyeing them sharply. He turned a questioning look to his sister as he stiffened himself to his newly acquired importance as host. Thryng walked over to the bedside. "In the morning, when we are all rested, I'll see what can be done for you," he said, taking the proffered old hand in his. "I am not Dr. Hoyle, but he has taught me a little. I studied and practised with him, you know." "Hev ye? Then ye must know a heap. Hit's right like the Lord sont ye. Ye see somethin' 'peared like to give way whilst I war a cuttin' light 'ud the other day, an' I went all in a heap 'crost a log, an' I reckon I hurt me some. I hain't been able to move a foot sence, an' I lay out thar nigh on a whole day whilst Hoyle here run clar down to Sally's place to git her. He couldn't a lift me hisself, he's that weak. He tried to haul me in, but when I hollered, sufferin' so I war jest 'bleeged to holler, he kivered me up whar I lay an' let out fer Sally, an' she an' her man they got me up here, an' I been here ever sence. I reckon I never will leave this bed ontwell I'm carried out in a box." "Oh, no, not that. You're too much alive for that. We'll see about it to-morrow. Good night." "Hoyle may show you the way," said the girl, rising. "Your bed is in the loom shed. I'm right sorry it's so cold. I put blankets there, and you can use all you like of them. I would have given you Frale's place up garret, only he might come in any time and—" "Now he won't. He's too scared at—" Hoyle's interruption stopped abruptly, checked by a glance of his sister's eye. "I hope you'll sleep well." "Sleep! I shall sleep like a log. I feel as if I could sleep for a week. It's awfully good of you. I hope we haven't eaten all the supper, Hoyle and I. Come, little chap. Good night." He took up his valise and followed the boy, leaving her standing by the uncleared table, gazing after him. "Now you eat, Cassandry. You are nigh about perished, you are that tired," said her mother. Then old Sally brought more pork and hot pone from the ashes, and they sat down together, eating and sipping their black coffee in silence. Presently Hoyle returned and began removing his clumsy shoes by the fire. "Did he ax ye a heap o' questions, Hoyle?" queried the old woman sharply. "Naw, didn't ax nothin'." "Wall, look out 'at you don't let nothin' on ef he does. Talkin' may hurt, an' hit may not." "He ain't no government man, maw." "Hit's all right, I reckon, but them 'at larns young to hold their tongues saves a heap o' trouble fer theirselves." After they had eaten, old Sally gathered the few dishes together and placed all the splint bottomed chairs back against the sides of the room and, only half disrobing, crawled into the far side of the bed opposite to the mother's, behind the homespun curtain. "To-morrow I reckon I can go home to my old man, now you've come, Cass." "Yes," said the girl in a low voice. "You have been right kind to we all, Aunt Sally." Then she bent over her mother, ministering to her few wants. Lifting her forward, she shook up the pillow and gently laid her back upon it, and lightly kissed her cheek. The child had quickly dropped to sleep, curled up like a ball on the farther side of his mother's bed, undisturbed by the low murmur of conversation. Cassandra drew her chair close to the fire and sat long gazing into the burning logs that were fast crumbling into a heap of glowing embers. She uncoiled her heavy bronze hair and combed it out slowly, until it fell a rippling mass to the floor as she sat. It shone in the firelight as if it had drawn its tint from the fire itself, and the cold night had so filled it with electricity that it flew out and followed the comb as if each hair were alive, and made a moving aureola of warm red amber about her drooping figure in the midst of the sombre shadows of the room. Her face grew sad and her hands moved listlessly, and at last she slipped from her chair to her knees and wept softly and prayed, her lips forming the words soundlessly. Once her mother awoke, lifted her head slightly from her pillow, and gazed an instant at her, then slowly subsided and again slept. End of chapter 2.
Chapter 3 of The Mountain Girl. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Haley Pereira. The Mountain Girl by Payne Erskine. Chapter 3. in which Aunt Sally takes her departure and meets Frale. The loom shed was one of the log cabins connected with the main building by a roofed passage, which Thryng had noticed the evening before as being an odd fashion of house architecture, giving the appearance of a small flock of cabins all nestling under the wings of the old building in the center. The shed was dark, having but one small window with glass panes near the loom, the other and larger opening being tightly closed by a wooden shutter. David slept late and awoke at last to find himself thousands of miles away from his dreams in this unique room, all in the deepest shadow, except for the one warm bar of sunlight which fell across his face. He drowsed off again, and his mind began piecing together fragments and scenes from the previous day and evening, and immediately he was surrounded by mystery, moonlit, fairy-like and white, a little crooked being at his side looking up at him like some gnome creature of the hills, revealed as a part of the enchantment. Then slowly resolving and melting away after the manner of dreams, the wide spaces of the mystery drew closer and warmer, and a great center of blazing logs threw grotesque dancing lights among them, and an old face peered out with bright, keen eyes, now seen, now lost in the fitful shadows, now pale and appealing or cautiously withdrawn, but always watching, watching while the little crooked being came and watched also. Then between him and the blazing light came a dark figure silhouetted blackly against it, moving, stooping, rising, going and coming, a sweet girl's head with heavily coiled hair through which the firelight played with flashes of its own color, and a delicate profile cut in pure, clean lines melting into throat and gently rounded breast. Like a spirit now here, now gone, again near and bending over him, a ministering spirit bringing him food, until gradually this half-wake, dreaming reminiscence concentrated upon her, and again he saw her standing, holding the candle high and looking up at him, a wondering, questioning spirit, then drooping wearily into the chair by the uncleared table, and again waiting with almost a smile on her parted lips as he said, "Good night." Good night? Ah, yes. It was morning. Again he heard the continuous rushing noise to which he had listened in the white mystery that had soothed him to slumber the night before, rising and falling, never ceasing. He roused himself with sudden energy and bounded from his couch. He would go out and investigate. His sleep had been sound, and he felt a rejuvenation he had not experienced in many months. When he threw open the shutter of the large unglazed window space and looked out on his strange surroundings, he found himself in a new world, sparkling, fresh, clear, shining with sunlight and glistening with wetness, as though the whole earth had been newly washed and varnished. The sunshine streamed in and warmed him, and the air, filled with wine-like fragrance, stirred his blood and set his pulses leaping. He had been too exhausted the previous evening to do more than fall into the bed which had been provided him and sleep his long, uninterrupted sleep. Now he saw why they had called this part of the house the loom shed, for between the two windows stood a cloth loom left just as it had been used, the warp like a tightly stretched veil of white threads, and the web of cloth begun. In one corner were a few bundles of cotton, one of which had been torn open and the contents placed in a thick layer over the long bench on which he had slept, and covered with a blue and white homespun counterpane. The head had been built high with it, and sheets spread over all. He noticed the blankets which had covered him, and saw that they were evidently of home manufacture, and that the white spread which covered them was also of coarse, clean homespun, ornamented in squares with rude, primitive needlework. He marveled at the industry here represented. As for his toilet, the preparation had been most simple. A shelf placed on pegs driven between the logs supported a piece of looking-glass. A splint chair set against the wall served as washstand and towel rack, the homespun cotton towels neatly folded and hung over the back. A wooden pail at one side was filled with clear water, over which hung a dipper of gourd. A white porcelain basin was placed on the chair, over which a clean towel had been spread, and to complete all, a square cut from the end of a bar of yellow soap lay beside the basin. David smiled as he bent himself to the refreshing task of bathing in water so cold as to be really icy. Indeed, ice had formed over the still pools without during the night, although now fast disappearing under the glowing morning sun. Above his head, laid upon crossbeams, were bundles of wool uncarded, and carding boards hung from nails in the logs. In one corner was a rudely constructed reel, and from the loom dangled the idle shuttle filled with fine blue yarn of wool. Thryng thought of the worn old hands which had so often thrown it, and thinking of them, he hastened to his toilet that he might go in and do what he could to help the patient. It was small enough return for the kindness shown him. He feared to offer money for his lodgment, at least until he could find a way. At last, full of new vigor and very hungry, he issued from his sleeping room, sadly in need of a shave, but biding his time, satisfied if only breakfast might be forthcoming. He had no need to knock, for the house door stood open, flooding the place with sunlight and frosty air. The huge pile of logs was blazing on the hearth as if it had never ceased since the night before, and the flames leaped hot and red up the great chimney. Old Sally no longer presided at the cookery. With a large cup of black coffee before her, she now sat at the table eating cornbread and bacon. A drooping black sunbonnet on her head covered her unkempt, grizzly hair, and a cob pipe and bag of tobacco lay at her hand. She was ready for departure. Cassandra had returned, and her gratuitous neighborly offices were at an end. The girl was stooping before the fire, arranging a cake of cornbread to cook in the ashes. A crane swung over the flames on which a fat iron kettle was hung, and the large coffee pot stood on the hearth. The odor of breakfast was savory and appetizing. As David's tall form cast a shadow across the sunlit space on the floor, the old mother's voice called to him from the corner. "Come right in, doctor. Take a chair and set. Your breakfast is ready, I reckon. How have you slept, sir?" The girl at the fire rose and greeted him, but he missed the boy. "Where's the little chap?" he asked. "Cassandry sent him out to wash up. First thing she do when she gets home is to begin on Hoyle and wash him up." "He do get dirty, poor little son," said the girl. "It's like I have to torment him some. Will you have breakfast now, sir? Just take your chair to the table and I'll fetch it directly." "Won't I, though? What air you have up here. It makes me hungry merely to breathe. Is it this way all the time?" "It's this way a good deal," said Sally from under her sunbonnet. "Oh, there's the days hit's some colder, like to make water freeze right hard, but most days it's a heap warmer than this." "That's so," said the invalid. "I've seen it so warm a heap o' winters that the trees gets fooled into thinkin' it's spring and blossoms all out, and then come along a late freezin' spell and gets their fruit all killed. Hit's queer how they does do that a way. We all hates it when the days come warm in Feb'uary." "Then you must have been glad to have snow yesterday. I was disappointed. I was running away from that sort of thing, you know." Thryng's breakfast was served to him as had been his supper of the evening before, directly from the fire. As he ate, he looked out upon the usual litter of corn fodder scattered about near the house, and a few implements of the simplest character for cultivating the small pocket of rich soil below, but beyond this and surrounding it was a scene of the wildest beauty. Giant forest trees, intertwined and almost overgrown by a tangle of wild grapevines, hid the fall from sight, and behind them the mountain rose abruptly. A continuous stream of clearest water, icy cold, fell from high above into a long trough made of a hollow log. There at the running water stood little Hoyle, his coarse cotton towel hung on an azalea shrub, giving himself a thorough scrubbing. In a moment he came in panting, shivering and shining, and still wet about the hair and ears. "Why, you're not half dry, son," said his sister. She took the towel from him and gave his head a vigorous rubbing. "Go and get warm, honey, and sister'll give you breakfast by the fire." She turned to David. "Likely you take milk in your coffee. I never thought to ask you." She left the room and returned with a cup of new milk, warm and sweet. He was glad to get it, finding his black coffee sweetened only with molasses unpalatable. "Don't you take milk in your coffee? How came you to think of it for me?" "I knew a lady at the hotel last summer. She said that up north most everybody does take milk or cream, one in their coffee." "I never seed such. It's clar waste to my thinkin'." Cassandra smiled. "That's because you never could abide milk. Mother thinks it's only fit to make butter and raise pigs on." Old Sally's horse, a thin, wiry beast, gray and speckled, stood saddled near the door, his bridle hanging from his neck, the bit dangling while he also made his repast. When he had finished his corn and she had finished her elaborate farewells at the bedside, and little Hoyle had with much effort succeeded in bridling her steed, she stepped quickly out and gained her seat on the high, narrow saddle with the ease of a young girl. Meager as a willow withe in her scant black cotton gown, perched on her bony gray beast, and only the bowl of her cob pipe projecting beyond the rim of her sunbonnet as indication that a face might be hidden in its depths, with a meal sack containing in either end sundry gifts, salt pork, chicken, cornbread, and meal, slung over the horse's back behind her, and with contentment in her heart, Aunt Sally rode slowly over the hills to rejoin her old man. Soon she left the main road and struck out into a steep, narrow trail, merely a mule track arched with hornbeam and dogwood and mulberry trees, and towered over by giant chestnuts and oaks and great white pines and deep green hemlocks. Through myriad leafless branches the wind soughed pleasantly overhead, unfelt by her, so completely was she protected by the thickly growing laurel and rhododendron on either side of her path. The snow of the day before was gone, leaving only the glistening wetness of it on stones and fallen leaves and twigs underfoot, while in open spaces the sun beat warmly down upon her. The trail led by many steep scrambles and sharp descents more directly to her home than the road, which wound and turned so frequently as to more than double the distance. At intervals it cut across the road or followed it a little way, only to diverge again. Here and there other trails crossed it or branched from it, leading higher up the mountain or off into some gorge following the course of a stream, so that, except to one accustomed to its intricacies, the path might easily be lost. Old Sally paid no heed to her course, apparently leaving the choice of trails to her horse. She sat easily on the beast and smoked her pipe until it was quite out, when she stowed it away in the black cloth bag which dangled from her elbow by its strings. Spying a small sassafras shrub leaning toward her from the bank above her head, she gave it a vigorous pull as she passed and drew it, root and all, from its hold in the soil, beat it against the mossy bank, and swished it upon her skirt to remove the earth clinging to it. Then, breaking off a bit of the root, she chewed it, while she thrust the rest in her bag and used the top for a switch with which to hasten the pace of her nag. The small stones, loosened when she tore the shrub from the bank, rattled down where the soil had been washed away, leaving the steep, shelving rock side of the mountain bare, and she heard them leap the smooth space and fall softly on the moss among the ferns and lodged leaves below. There, crouched in the sun, lay a man with a black felt hat covering his face. The stones falling about him caused him to raise himself stealthily and peer upward. Descrying only the lone woman and the gray horse, he gave a low, peculiar cry, almost like that of an animal in distress. She drew rein sharply and listened. The cry was repeated a little louder. "Come on up here, Frale. It's only me. How come you thar?" He climbed rapidly up through the dense undergrowth and stood at her side, breathing quickly. For a moment they waited thus, regarding each other, neither speaking. The boy, he seemed little more than a youth, looked up at her with a singularly innocent and appealing expression, but gradually, as he saw her impassive and unrelenting face, his own resumed a hard and sullen look, which made him appear years older. His forehead was damp and cold, and a lock of silken black hair, slightly curling over it, increased its whiteness. Dark, heavy rings were under his eyes, which gleamed blue as the sky between long, dark lashes. His arms dropped listlessly at his side, and he stood before her as before a dread judge, bareheaded and silent. He bore her look only for a minute, then dropped his eyes, and his hand clinched more tightly the rim of his old felt hat. When he ceased looking at her, her eyes softened. "I 'low you must have somethin' to say fer yourself," she said. "I reckon." The corners of his mouth drooped, and he did not look up. He made as if to speak further, but only swallowed and was silent. "You reckon? Why, what you say?" "They ain't nothin' to say. He were mean an' he's dead. I reckon he's dead." "Yes, he's dead, an' they done had the buryin'." Her voice was monotonous and plaintive. A pallor swept over his face, and he drew the back of his hand across his mouth. "He knowed he hadn't ought to rile me like he done. I been tryin' to make his hoss go home, but I can't. It just hangs round thar. I done brung him down and lef him in your shed, and I 'lowed p'r'aps Uncle Jerry'd take him over to his pa." Again he swallowed and turned his face away. "The critter'd starve up yonder. Anyhow, I ain't hoss stealin'. It war more'n a hoss 'twixt me and him." From the low, quiet tones of the two, no one would have dreamed that a tragedy lay beneath their words. "Look a hyah, Frale. That warn't nothin' 'twixt him and you. You war both on you full o' mean corn whiskey, and you war quarrelin' 'bout Cass." A faint red stole into the boy's cheeks, and the blue gleam of his eyes between the dark lashes narrowed to a mere line as he looked an instant in her face and then off up the trail. "Hain't you seed nobody?" he asked. "You knows I ain't seed nobody to hurt you uns 'thout I'd tell you. Look a here, son. You're hungerin'. Come home with me and I'll get you somethin' to eat. If you don't, you'll go back and fill up on whiskey again, and thar'll be the end of you." He walked on a few steps at her side, then stopped suddenly. "I 'low I'd better bide whar I be. You uns ain't been yonder to the fall, have you?" "I have. You done a heap more'n you reckoned on. When Marthy heerd o' the killin', she jest dropped whar she stood. She war out doin' work 'at you ought 'a been doin' fer her, and she ain't moved since. She like to 'a perished lyin' out thar. Pore little Hoyle, he run all the way to our place, he war that scared, and 'lowed she war dead, and me and the old man went over, and thar we found her lyin' in the yard, and the cow war lowin' to be milk, and the pig squealin' like hit war struck fer hunger. It do make me clar plumb mad when I think how you've acted, jest like your pa. If he'd never 'a started that thar still, you'd never 'a been what you be now, a drinkin' your own whiskey at that. Come on home with me." "I reckon I'm bettah hyah. They mount be thar huntin' me." "I know you're hungerin'. I got somethin' you can eat, but I 'lowed if you'd come, I'd get you and the ol' man a good chicken fry." She took from her stores slung over the nag a piece of corn bread and a large chunk of salt pork and gave them into his hand. "Thar, eat. It's heartenin'." He was suffering, as she thought, and reached eagerly for the food, but before tasting it he looked up again into her face, and the infantile appeal had returned to his eyes. "Tell me more 'bouts maw," he said. "You eat and I'll talk," she replied. He broke a large piece from the corn cake and crowded the rest into his pocket. Then he drew forth a huge clasp knife and cut a thick slice from the raw salt pork, and pulling a red cotton handkerchief from his belt, he wrapped it around the remainder and held it under his arm as he ate. "She ain't able to move 'thout hollerin'. She's that bad hurted. Pa and I, we got her to bed, and I been thar ever since with all to do untwell Cass come. Likely she done broke her hip." "Is Cass thar now? Who come she thar?" Again the blood sought his cheeks. "Pa rode down to the settlement and telegrafted fer her. Pore thing, you don't reckon what all you've done. I wish you'd 'a' took after your maw. She war my own sister, and she war that good she must 'a' went straight to glory when she died. Your pa, he like to 'a' died too that time, and when he married Marthy Merlin, I reckon he war cured o' his ways, but it didn't last long. Marthy, she done well by him, and she done well by you too. They ain't nothin' agin Marthy. She been a good stepmaw to you. She have, and now see how you done her, and Cass givin' up her school and comin' home thar to tend beasts and do your work like she war a man. Her family wa'n't brought up that a way, nor mine wa'n't either. Big fool Marthy war to marry your pa. It's that a way with all the Farwells. They been that quarrelin' and bad, makin' mean whiskey and drinkin' it raw, killin' here and thar, and now you go doin' the same, and my own nephew too." Her face remained impassive, and her voice droned on monotonously, but two tears stole down her wrinkled cheeks. His face settled into its harder lines as she talked, but he made no reply, and she continued querulously. "Why'n't you pay heed to me long ago when I tol' you not to open that thar still again? You are a heap too young to go that a way. My own kin like to be hung fer man killin'." "When did Cass come?" he interrupted sullenly. "Las' evenin'." "I'll drap round thar this evenin' er late night, I reckon. I have to get feed fer my own hoss and tote hit up er take him back one. All I fetched up last week he done et. He turned to walk away, but stood with averted head as she began speaking again. "Don't you do no such fool thing. You keep clar there. Bring the hoss to me and I'll ride him home. What you want of beasts of the mountain, anyhow? It's only like to give you away what you're at. All you want is to get to see Cass, but it won't do you no good, leastways not now. You done so bad she won't look at you no more, I reckon. They's a man there, too, now." He started back, his hands clenched, his head lifted, and his whole air an animal-like ferocity. "Thar now, look at you. 'Tain't you he's after." "'Tain't me I'm feared he's after. How come he thar?" "He come with her last evenin'." A sound of horses' hoofs on the road far below arrested her. They both waited, listening intently. "Thar they be. Git," she whispered. "Cass told me if I met up with you to say 'at she'd leave suthin' fer you to eat on the big rock 'hind the holly tree at the head of the fall." She leaned down to him and held him by the coat an instant. "Son, leave whiskey alone. It's the only way you can do to git her." "Yes, Aunt Sally," he murmured. His eyes thanked her with one look for the tone or the hope her words held out. Again the laugh, nearer this time, and again the wild look of haunting fear in his face. He dropped where he stood and slipped stealthily as a cat back to the place where he had lain, and crawling on his belly toward a heap of dead leaves caught by the brush and old fallen pine, he crept beneath them and lay still. His aunt did not stir. Patting her horse's neck, she sat and waited until the voices drew nearer, came close beneath her as the road wound, and passed on. Then she once more moved along toward her cabin. End of chapter 3. Chapter 4 of The Mountain Girl. David spends his first day at his cabin, and Frale makes his confession. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Haley Pereira. The Mountain Girl by Payne Erskine. Chapter 4. Dr. Hoyle had built his cabin on one of the pinnacles of the earth, and David, looking down on blue, billowing mountain tops, with only the spaces of the air between him and heaven, between him and the ocean, between him and his fair English home, felt that he knew why the old doctor had chosen it. Seated on a splint-bottomed chair in the doorway, pondering, he thought first of his mother, with a little secret sorrow that he could not have taken to his heart the bride she had selected for him, and settled in his own home to the comfortable ease the wife's wealth would have secured for him. It was not that the money had been made in commerce. He was neither a snob nor a cad. Although his own connections entitled him to honor, what more could he expect than to marry wealth and be happy, if happiness could come to either of them in that way? No, his heart did not lean toward her. It was better that he should bend to his profession in a strange land. But not this, to live a hermit's life in a cabin on a wild hilltop. How long must it be? How long? Brooding thus, he gazed at the distance of ever paling blue, and mechanically counted the ranges and peaks below him. An inaccessible tangle of laurel and rhododendron closed the rough and precipitous wall of the mountainside, which fell sheer down until lost in purple shadow, with a mantle of green, deep and rich, varied by the gray of the lichen-covered rocks, the browns and reds of the bare branches of deciduous trees, and the paler tints of feathery pines. Here and there, from damp, springy places, dark hemlocks rose out of the mass, tall and majestic, wavering their plumy tops, giant sentinels of the wilderness. Gradually his mood of brooding retrospect changed, and he knew himself to be glad to his heart's core. He could understand why, out of the turmoil of the Middle Ages, men chose to go to sequestered places and become hermits. No tragedies could be in this primeval spot, and here he would rest and build again for the future. He was pleased to sit thus musing, for the climb had taken more strength than he could well spare. His cabin was not yet habitable, for the simple things Dr. Hoyle had accumulated to serve his needs were still locked in well-built cupboards as he had left them. Thring meant soon to go to work, to take out the bed covers and air them, and to find the canvas and nail it over the framework beside the cabin which was to serve as a sleeping apartment. All should be done in time. That was a good framework, strongly built, with a corner post set deep in the ground to keep it firm on this wind-swept height, and with a door in the side of the cabin opening into the canvas room. Ah, yes, all that the old doctor did was well and thoroughly done. His appetite sharpened by the climb and the bracing air, David investigated the contents of one of those melon-shaped baskets which Cassandra had given him when he started for his new home that morning, with little Hoyle as his guide. Ah, what hospitable kindness they had shown to him, a stranger! Here were delicate bits of fried chicken, sweet and white, corn bread, a glass of honey, and a bottle of milk. Nothing better need a man ask. And what animals men are, after all, he thought, taking delight in the mere acts of eating and breathing and sleeping. Utterly weary, he would not trouble to open the cot which lay in the cabin, but rolled himself in his blanket on the wide, flat rock at the verge of the mountain. Here, warmed by the sun, he lay with his face toward the blue distance and slept dreamlessly and soundly, very soundly, for he was not awakened by a crackling of the brush and scrambling of feet struggling up the mountain wall below his hard resting place. Yet the sound kept on, and soon a head appeared above the rock, and two hands were placed upon it. Then a strong, cat-like spring landed the lithe young owner of the head only a few feet away from the sleeper. It was Frale, his soft felt hat on the back of his head and the curl of dark hair falling upon his forehead. For an instant, as he gazed on the sleeping figure, the wild look of fear was in his eyes. Then, as he bethought himself of the words of Aunt Sally, "They is a man thar," the expression changed to one more malevolent and repulsive, transforming and aging the boyish face. Cautiously he crept nearer and peered into the face of the unconscious Englishman. His hands clenched and his lips tightened, and he made a movement with his foot as if he would spurn him over the cliff. As suddenly the movement passed. He drew back in shame and looked down at his hands, blood-guilty hands as he knew them to be, and, with lowered head, he moved swiftly away. He was a youth again, hungry and sad, stumbling along the untrodden way, avoiding the beaten path, yet unerringly taking his course toward the cleft rock at the head of the fall behind the great holly tree. It was not the food Cassandra had promised him that he wanted now, but to look into the eyes of one who would pity and love him. Heartsick and weary as he never had been in all his young life, lonely beyond bearing, he hurried along. As he forced a path through the undergrowth, he heard the sound of a mountain stream, and, seeking it, he followed along its rocky bed, leaping from one huge block of stone to another, and swinging himself across by great overhanging sycamore boughs, drawing by its many windings nearer and nearer to the spot where it precipitated itself over the mountain wall. Ever the noise of the water grew louder, until at last, making a slight detour, he came upon the very edge of the descent, where he could look down and see his home nestled in the cove at the foot of the fall, the blue smoke curling upward from its great chimney. He seated himself upon a jutting rock well screened by laurel shrubs on all sides but the one toward the fall. There, his knees clasped about with his arms and his chin resting upon them, he sat and watched. Behind the leafage and tangle of bare stems and twigs, he was so far above and so directly over the spot on which his gaze was fixed as to be out of the usual range of sight from below, thus enabling him to see plainly what was transpiring about the house and sheds, without himself being seen. Long and patiently he waited. Once a dog barked, his own dog, Nig. Some one must be approaching. What if the little creature should seek him out and betray him? He quivered with the thought. The day before he had driven him down the mountain, beating him off whenever he returned. Should the animal persist in tracking him, he would kill him. He peered more eagerly down and saw little Hoyle run out of the cowshed and twist himself this way and that to see up and down the road. Both the child and the dog seemed excited. Yes, there they were, three horsemen coming along the highway. Now they were dismounting and questioning the boy. Now they disappeared in the house. He did not move. Why were they so long within? Hours it seemed to Frale, but in reality it was only a short search they were making there. They were longer looking about the sheds and yard. Hoyle accompanied them everywhere, his hands in his pockets, standing about, shivering with excitement. All around they went, peering and searching, thrusting their arms as far as they could reach into the stacks of fodder, looking into troughs and corn sacks, setting the fowls to cackling wildly, even hauling out the long corn stalks from the wagon which had served to make Thryng's ride the night before comfortable. No spot was overlooked. Frequently they stood and parleyed. Then Frale's heart would sink within him. What if they should set Nig to track him? Ah, he would strangle the beast and pitch him over the fall. He would spring over after him before he would let himself be taken and hanged. Oh, he could feel the strangling rope around his neck already. He could not bear it. He could not. Thus cowering, he waited, starting at every sound from below as if to run, then sinking back in fear, breathless with the pounding of his heart in his breast. Now the voices came up to him painfully clear. They were talking to little Hoyle angrily. What they were saying he could not make out, but he again cautiously lifted his head and looked below. Suddenly the child drew back and lifted his arm as if to ward off a blow, but the blow came. Frale saw one of the men turn as he mounted his horse to ride away, and cut the boy cruelly across his face and arm with his rawhide whip. The little one's shriek of fright and pain pierced his big brother to the heart and caused him to forget for the moment his own abject fear. He made as if he would leap the intervening space to punish the brute, but a cry of anger died in his throat as he realized his situation. The selfishness of his fear, however, was dispelled, and he no longer cringed as before, but had the courage again to watch, awake and alert to all that passed beneath him. Hoyle's cry brought Cassandra out of the house flying. She walked up to the man like an angry tigress. Frale rose to his knees and strained eagerly forward. "If you are such a coward you must hit something small and weak. You can strike a woman. Hit me," she panted, putting the child behind her. Muttering, the man rode sullenly away. "He no business hangin' round we uns, listenin' to all we say." Frale could not make out the words, but his face burned red with rage. Had he been in hiding down below, he would have wreaked vengeance on the man. As it was, he stood up and boldly watched them ride away in the opposite direction from which they had come. He sank back and waited, and again the hours passed. All was still but the rushing water and the gentle soughing of the wind in the tops of the towering pines. At last he heard a rustling and sniffing here and there. His heart stood still, then pounded again in terror. They had, they had set Nig to track him. Of course the dog would seek for his old friend and comrade, and they would wait until they heard his bark of joy, and then they would seize him. He crept close to the rock where the water rushed, not a foot away, and clinging to the tough laurel behind him, leaned far over. To drop down there would mean instant death on the rocks below. It would be terrible, almost as horrible as the strangling rope. He would wait until they were on him, and then nearer and nearer came the erratic trotting and scratching of the dog among leaves, and then, if only he could grapple with the man who had struck his little brother, he would drag him over with him. A look of fierce joy leaped in his eyes, which were drawn to a narrow blue gleam as he waited. Suddenly Nig burst through the undergrowth and sprang to his side, but before the dog could give his first bark of delight the yelp was crushed in his throat, and he was hurled with the mighty force of frenzy, a black, writhing streak of animate nature, into the rushing water, and there swept down, tossed on the rocks, taken up and swirled about and thrown again upon the rocks, no longer animate, but a part of nature's own, to return to his primal elements. It was done, and Frale looked at his hands helplessly, feeling himself a second time a murderer. Yet he was in no way more to blame for the first than for this. As yet a boy untaught by life, he had not learned what to do with the forces within him. They rose up madly and mastered him. With a man's power to love and hate, a man's instincts, his untamed nature ready to assert itself for tenderness or cruelty, without a man's knowledge of the necessity for self-control, where some of his kind would have been inert and listless, his inheritance had made him intense and fierce. Loving and gentle and kind he could be, yet when stirred by liquor or anger or fear, most terrible. His deed had been accomplished with such savage deftness that none pursuing could have guessed the tragedy. They might have waited long in the open spaces for the dog's return or the sound of his joyous yelp of recognition, but the sacrifice was needless. The affectionate creature had been searching on his own behalf, careless of the blows with which his master had driven him from his side the day before. Trembling, Frale crouched again. The silence was filled with pain for him. The moments swept on, even as the water rushed on, and the sun began to drop behind the hills, leaving the hollows in deepening purple gloom. At last, deeming that the search for the time must have been given up, he crept cautiously toward the great holly tree, not for food, but for hope. There, back in the shadow, he sat on a huge log, his head bowed between his hands, and listened. Presently the silence was broken by a gentle stirring of the fallen leaves, not erratically this time, only a steady moving forward of human feet. Again Frale's heart bounded and the red sought his cheeks, but now with a new emotion. He knew of but one footstep which would advance toward his ambush in that way. Peering out from among the deepest shadows, he watched the spot where Cassandra had promised food should be placed for him, his eyes no longer a narrow slit of blue, but wide and glad, his face transformed from the strain of fear with eager joy. Soon she emerged, walking wearily. She carried a bundle of food tied in a cloth, and an old overcoat of rough material trailed over one arm. These she deposited on the flat stone, then stood a moment leaning against the smooth gray bole of the holly tree, breathing quickly from the exertion of the steep climb. Her eyes followed the undulating line of the mountain above them, rising tree fringed against the sky, to where the highest peak cut across the setting sun, haloed by its long rays of gold. No cloud was there, but sweeping down the mountainside were the earth mists, glowing with iridescent tints, draping the crags and floating over the purple hollows, the verdure of the pines showing through it all, gilded and glorified. Cassandra waiting there might have been the dryad of the tree come out to worship in the evening light and grow beautiful. So Thryng would have thought, could he have seen her with the glow on her face, and in her eyes, and lighting up the fires in her hair. But no such classic dream came to the youth lingering among the shadows, ashamed to appear before her, bestowing on her a dumb adoration, unformed and wordless. Because his friend had maudlinly boasted that he was the better man in her eyes, and could any day win her for himself, he had killed him. Despite all the anguish the deed had wrought in his soul, he felt unrepentant now as his eyes rested on her. He would do it again, and yet it was that very boast that had first awakened in his heart such thought of her. For years Cassandra had been as his sister, although no tie of blood existed between them. But suddenly the idea of possession had sprung to life in him when another had assumed the right as his. Frale had not looked on her since that moment of revelation, of which she was so ignorant and so innocent. Now, filled with the shame of his deed and his desires, he stood in a torment of longing, not daring to move. His knees shook and his arms ached at his sides, and his eyes filled with hot tears. Quickly the sun dropped below the edge of the mountain. Cassandra drew a long sigh, and the glow left her face. She looked an instant lingeringly at the articles she had brought, and turned sadly away. Then he took a step toward her with hands outstretched, forgetful of his shame and all except that she was slipping away from him. Arrested by the sound of his feet among the leaves, she spoke. "Frale, are you there?" Her voice was low as if she feared other ears than his might hear. He did not move again, and speak he could not, for remembrance rushed back stiflingly and overwhelmed him. Descrying his white face in the shadow, a pity as deep as his shame filled her heart and drew her nearer. "Why, Frale, come out here. No one can see you, only me." Still tongue-tied by his emotion, he came into the light and stood near her. In dismay she looked up in his face. The big boy brother who had taken her to the little Carew crossing station only 2 months before, rough and prankish as the colt he drove, but gentle withal, was gone. He who stood at her side was older. anger had left its mark about his mouth, and fear had put a strange wildness in his eyes. But there was something else in his reckless, set lips that hurt her. She shrank from him, and he took a step closer. Then she placed a soothing hand on his arm and perceived he was quivering. She thought she understood, and the soft pity moistened her eyes and deepened in her heart. "Don't be afraid, Frale. They're gone long ago, and won't come back. Not for a while, I reckon." He smiled faintly, never taking his eyes from her face. "I ain't feared of them. I have been, but—" He shook her hand from his arm and made as if he would push her away. Then suddenly he leaned toward her and caught her in his arms, clasping her so closely that she could feel his wildly beating heart. "Frale! Frale, don't, Frale! You never used to do me this way." "No, I never done you this a way. I wisht I had. I been a big fool." He kissed her, the first kisses of his young manhood, on brow and cheeks and lips, in spite of her useless writhings. He continued muttering as he held her. "I sinned fer you. I killed a man. He said he'd have you. He 'lowed he'd go down yonder to the school whar you war at and marry you and fetch you back. I war a fool to 'low you to go thar fer him to foller and get you. I killed him. He's dead." "Oh, Frale," she moaned, "if you had only told me, I could have given you my promise, and you would have known he was lying and spared him and saved your own soul." He little knew the strength of his arms as he held her. "Frale, I'm like to perish, you're hurting me so." He loosed her, and she sank, a weary, frightened heap at his feet. Then very tenderly he gathered her in his arms and carried her to the great flat rock and placed her on the old coat she had brought him. "You know I wouldn't hurt you for the whole world, Cass." He knelt beside her, and throwing his arms across her lap buried his face in her dress, still trembling with his unmastered emotion. She thought him sobbing. "Can you give me your promise now, Cass?" "Now? Now, Frale, your hands are blood guilty," she said, slow and hopelessly. He grew cold and still, waiting in the silence. His hands clutched her clothing, but he did not lift his head. He had shed blood and had lost her. They might take him and hang him. At last he told her so, brokenly, and she knew not what to do. Gently she placed her hand on his head and drew the thick silken hair through her fingers, and the touch to his stricken soul was a benediction. The pity of her cooled the fever in his blood and swept over his spirit the breath of healing. For the first time, after the sin and the horror of it, after the passion and its anguish, came tears. He wept and wiped his tears with her dress. Then she told him how her mother had been hurt, how Hoyle had driven the half broken colt and the mule all the way to Carew's alone to bring her home, and how he had come nigh being killed, how a gentleman had helped her when the colt tried to run and the mule was mean, and how she had brought him home with her. Then he lifted his head and looked at her, his haggard face drawn with suffering, and the calmness of her eyes still further soothed and comforted him. They were filled with big tears, and he knew the tears were for him, for the change which had come upon him, lonely and wretched, doomed to hide out on the mountain, his clothes torn by the brambles and soiled by the red clay of the holes into which he had crawled to hide himself. He rose and sat at her side and held her head on his shoulder with gentle hand. "Poor little sister, poor little Cass, I been awful mean and bad," he murmured. "It's a badness I can't 'count fer no ways. When I seed that there doctor man, I reckon it war him I seed lyin' asleep up yonder on Hangin' Rock, a big, tall man, right thin and white in the face." He paused and swallowed as if loath to continue. "Frale!" she cried, and would have drawn away but that he held her. "I didn't hurt him, Cass. I mount hev. I lef him lie thar and never woke him nor touched him, but — I felt hit here — the badness." He struck his chest with his fist. "I lef thar fast and come here. Ever since I killed Ferd, it's been follerin' me that a way. I reckon I'm cursed to hell fire fer it now. If they take me, er if they don't, it's all one. It's thar whar I'm goin' at the las'." "Frale, there is a way." "Yes, they is one way — only one. If you'll give me your promise, Cass, I'll get away down these mountains, and I'll work. I'll work hard and get you a house like one I seed to the settlement. Cass, I will.
It's you, Cass. Ever since Ferd said that word, I been plumb out of my head. Last night I slept in Wildcat Hole, and I were that hungered and lone. I tried to pray like your ma done teached me, and I couldn't think of nothin' to say. Only just, oh Lord, Cass. That-a-way, only your name, Cass. Cass, all night long. I reckon Satan put my name in your heart, Frale. 'Pears to me like it is sin. Naw, Satan never put your name thar. He don't meddle with such as you. He were a tryin' to get your name out'n my heart. That's what he were tryin', fer he knowed I'd go bad right quick if he could. It were your name kept my hands off'n that doctor man, thar on the rock. Give me your promise now, Cass. It'll save me." "Then why didn't it save you from killing Ferd?" she asked. "Oh, God!" he moaned, and was silent. "Listen, Frale," she said at last. "Can't you see it's sin for you and me to sit here like this? Like we dared to be sweethearts when you have shed blood for this? Take your hands off me and let me go down to mother." Slowly his hold relaxed and his head drooped, but he did not move his arms. She pushed them gently from her and stood a moment looking down at him. His arms drooped upon the stone at his side, listless and empty, and again her pitying soul reached out to him and enveloped him. "Frale, there is only one way that I can give you my promise," she said. He held out his arms to her. "No, I can't sit that way. You can see that. The good book says, 'Ye must repent and be born again.'" He groaned and covered his face with his hands. "Then you would be a new man, without sin. I reckon you have suffered a heap and repented a heap since you did that, Frale." "I'm feared. I'm feared if he were here and riled me again like he done that time, I'm feared I'd do it again, like he were talkin' 'bout to you, Cass." He rose and stood close to her. The soft dusk was wrapping them about, and she began to fear lest she lose her control over him. She took up the bundle of food and placed it in his hand. "Here, take this and the coat too, Frale. Come down and have supper with mother and me to night, and sleep in your own bed. They won't search here for one while, I reckon, and you'll be safer than hidin' in Wildcat Hole. Hoyle heard them say they reckon you'd lit off down the mountain and were hidin' in some near by town. They'll hunt you there first. Come." She walked on, and he obediently followed. "When we get nigh the house, I'll go first and see if the way is clear. You wait back. If I want you to run, I'll call twice, quick and sharp, but if I want you to come right in, I'll call once, low and long." After that, no word was spoken. They clambered down the steep, winding path, and not far from the house she left him. She wondered Nig did not bound out to greet her, but supposed he must be curled up near the hearth in comfort. Frale also thought of the dog as he sat cowering under the laurel shrubs, and set his teeth in anguish and sorrow. "Cass'll hate it when she finds out," he muttered. After a moment, waiting and listening, he heard her long, low call float out to him. Falling on his hurt spirit, it sounded heavenly sweet. End of chapter 4. Chapter 5 of The Mountain Girl. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Haley Pereira. The Mountain Girl by Payne Erskine. Chapter 5, in which Cassandra goes to David with her trouble and gives Frale her promise. After his sleep on Hanging Rock, David, allured by the sunset, remained long in his doorway idly smoking his pipe and ruminating, until a normal and delightful hunger sent him striding down the winding path toward the blazing hearth where he had found such kindly welcome the evening before. There, seated tilted back against the chimney side, he found a huge youth, innocent of face and gentle of mien, who rose as he entered and offered him his chair, and smiled and tossed back a falling lock from his forehead as he gave him greeting. "This heah is Doctah Thryng, Frale, who done me up this a way. He 'lows he's goin' to git me well so I can walk again. How air you, suh? You cert'nly do look a heap better'n when you come las' evenin'." "So I am indeed. And you?" David's voice rang out gladly. He went to the bed and bent above the old woman, looking her over carefully. "Are you comfortable? Do the weights hurt you?" he asked. "I can't say as they're right comfortable, but if they'll help me to get round again, I reckon I can bear it." Early that morning, with but the simplest means, David had arranged bandages and weights of wood to hold her in position. She was so slight, he hoped the broken hip might right itself with patience and care, more especially as he learned that her age was not so advanced as her appearance had led him to suppose. Now all suspicion of him seemed to have vanished from the household. Hoyle, happy when the fascinating doctor noticed him, leaned against his chair, drinking in his words eagerly. But when Thryng drew him to his knee and discovered the cruel mark across his face and asked how it had happened, a curious change crept over them all. Every face became as expressionless as a mask. Only the boy's eyes sought his brother's, then turned with a frightened look toward Cassandra as if seeking help. Thryng persisted in his examination and lifted the boy's face toward the light. If the big brother had done this deed, he should be made to feel shame for it. The welt barely escaped the eye, which was swollen and discolored, and altogether the face presented a pitiable appearance. As David talked, the hard look which had been exorcised for a time by the gentle influence of that home, had more than all by the sight of Cassandra performing the gracious services of the household, settled again upon the youth's face. His lips were drawn and his eyes ceased following Cassandra, and became fixed and narrowed on one spot. "You have come near losing that splendid eye of yours. Do you know that, little chap?" Hoyle grinned. "It's a shame, you know. I have something up at the cabin would help to heal this, but—" He glanced about the room. "What are those dried herbs up there?" "Thar's witch hazel yondah in the cupboard. Cass, you mount bile up some fer the doctor," said the mother. "Tell the doctor how come it happened, son. You ain't afeared of him, be ye?" A trampling of horses' hoofs was heard outside. "Go up garret to your own place, Frale. What you be biding here fer?" she added in a hushed voice. But the youth sat doggedly still. Cassandra went out and quickly returned. "It's your own horse, Frale. Poor beast! He's limping like he's been hurt. He's loose out there. You better look to him." "Uncle Carew rode him down and left him, I reckon." Frale rose and went out, and David continued his care of the child. "How was it? Did your brother hurt you?" "Naw, he never hurted me all his life. It war my own self." Cassandra patted the child on his shoulder. "He can't be to tell how come he's hurted this way, he's that proud. It was a mean, bad, coward man fetched him such a blow across the face. He asked little son something, and when Hoyle never said a word he just lifted his arm and hit him, and then rode off like he had pleased himself." A flush of anger kindled in her cheeks. "Never mind, son. Doctor can fix you up all right."
A sigh of relief trembled through the boy's lips, and David asked no more questions.
"You ain't goin' to tie me up that a way, be you?" He pointed to the bed whereon his mother lay, and they all laughed, relieving the tension. "Naw," shrilled the mother's voice. "But I reckon doctor mount take off your head and set it on straight again." "I wisht he could," cried the child, no whit troubled by the suggestion. "I'd bar a heap fer to git my head straight like Frale's." Just then his brother entered the room. "You reckon doctor can take off my head and set it straight like you carry yours, Frale?" Again they all laughed, and the big youth smiled such a sweet infantile smile as he looked down on his little brother, that David's heart warmed toward him. He tousled the boy's hair as he passed and drew him along to the chimney side, away from the doctor. "Hit's a right good head, I'm thinkin', if it be set to fer round. They is a heap in it, too, more'n they say is in mine, I reckon." "He's gettin' too big to set that a way on your knee, Frale. You make a baby of him," said the mother. The child made an effort to slip down, but Frale's arm closed more tightly about him, and he nestled back contentedly. So the evening passed, and Thryng retired early to the bed in the loom shed. He knew something serious was amiss, but of what nature he could not conjecture, unless it were that Frale had been making illicit whiskey. Whatever it was, he chose to manifest no curiosity. In the morning he saw nothing of the young man, and as a warm rain was steadily falling, he was glad to get the use of the horse, and rode away happily in the rain, with food provided for both himself and the beast sufficient for the day slung in a sack behind him. "Reckon you'll come back here this evening?" queried the old mother as he adjusted her bandages before leaving. "I'll see how the cabin feels after I have had a fire in the chimney all day." As he left, he paused by Cassandra's side. She was standing by the spout of running water, waiting for her pail to fill. "If it happens that you need for me, anything at all, send Hoyle and I'll come immediately. Will you?" She lifted her eyes to his gratefully. "Thank you," was all she said, but his look impelled more. "You are right kind," she added. Hardly satisfied, he departed, but turned in his saddle to glance back at her. She was swaying sideways with the weight of the full pail, straining one slender arm as she bore it into the house. Who did all the work there, he wondered. That great youth ought to relieve her of such tasks. Where was he? Little did he dream that the eyes of the great youth were at that moment fixed darkly upon him from the small pane of glass set in under the cabin roof, which lighted Frale's garret room. David stabled the horse in the log shed built by Dr. Hoyle for his own beast. For what is life in the mountains without a horse? Then lingered a while in his doorway, looking out over the billows of ranges seen dimly through the fine veil of the falling rain. Ah, wonderful, perfect world it seemed to him, seen through the veil of the rain. The fireplace in the cabin was built of rough stone, wide and high, and there he made him a brisk fire with fat pine and brushwood. He drew in great logs which he heaped on the broad stone hearth to dry. He piled them on the fire until the flames leaped and roared up the chimney, so long unused. He sat before it, delighting in it like a boy with a bonfire, and blessed his friend for sending him there, smoking a pipe in his honor. Among the doctor's few cooking utensils he found a stout iron tea kettle, and sallied out again in the wet to rinse it and fill it with fresh water from the spring. He had had only coffee since leaving Canada. Now he would have a good cup of decent tea, so he hung the kettle on the crane and swung it over the fire. In his search for his tea, most of his belongings were unpacked and tossed about the room in wild disorder, and a copy of Marius the Epicurean was brought to light. His kettle boiled over into the fire, and immediately the small articles on his pine table were shoved back in confusion to make room for his tea things, his bottle of milk, his corn pone, and his book. Being by this time weary, he threw himself on his couch, and contentment began. His hot tea within reach, his door wide open to the sweetness of the day, his fire dancing and crackling with good cheer, and his book in his hand. Ah, the delicious idleness and rest! No disorders to heal, no bones to mend, no problems to solve. A little sipping of his tea, a little reading of his book, a little luxuriating in the warmth and the pleasant odor of pine boughs burning. A little dreamy reverie, watching through the open door the changing lights on the hills, and listening to an occasional bird note, liquid and sweet. The hour drew near to noon, and the sky lightened, and a rift of deep blue stretched across the open space before him. Lazily he speculated as to how he was to get his provisions brought up to him, and when and how he might get his mail, but laughed to think how little he cared for 101 things which had filled his life and dogged his days ere this. Had he reached nirvana? Nay, he could still hunger and thirst. A footstep was heard without, and a figure appeared in his doorway, quietly standing, making no move to enter. It was Cassandra, and he was pleased. "My first visitor!" he exclaimed. "Come in, come in. I'll make a place for you to sit in a minute." He shoved the couch away from before the fire, and removing a pair of trousers and a heap of hose from one of his splint bottomed chairs, he threw them in a corner and placed it before the hearth. "You walked, didn't you? And your feet are wet, of course. Sit here and dry them." She pushed back her sunbonnet and held out to him a quaint little basket made of willow withes, which she carried, but she took no step forward. Although her lips smiled a fleeting wraith of a smile that came and went in an instant, He thought her eyes looked troubled as she lifted them to his face. He took the basket and lifted the cover. "I brought you some partridges," she said simply. There lay 3 quail, and a large sweet potato, roasted in the ashes on their hearth as he had seen the corn pone baked the evening before, and a few round white cakes which he afterwards learned were beaten biscuit, all warm from the fire. "How am I ever to repay you people for your kindness to me?" he said. "Come in and dry your feet. Never mind the mud. See how I've tracked it in all the morning. Come." He led her to the fire and replenished it, while she sat passively looking down on the hearth as if she scarcely heeded him. Not knowing how to talk to her or what to do with her, he busied himself trying to bring a semblance of order to the cabin, occasionally dropping a remark to which she made no response. Then he also relapsed into silence, and the minutes dragged, age-long minutes they seemed to him. In his efforts at order, he spread his rug over the couch, tossed a crimson cushion on it and sundry articles beneath it to get them out of his way, then occupied himself with his book, while vainly trying to solve the riddle which his enigmatical caller presented to his imagination. All at once she rose, sought out a few dishes from the cupboard, and, taking a neatly smoothed coarse cloth from the basket, spread it over one end of the table and arranged thereon his dinner. Quietly David watched her, following her example of silence until forced to speak. Finally he decided to question her, if only he could think of questions which would not trespass on her private affairs, when at last she broke the stillness. "I can't find any coffee. I ought to have brought some. I'll go fetch some if you'll eat now. Your dinner'll get cold." He showed her how he had made tea and was in no need of coffee. "We'll throw this out and make fresh," he said gaily. "Then you must have a cup with me. Why, you have enough to eat here for 3 people." She seemed weary and sad, and he determined to probe far enough to elicit some confidence, but the more fluent he became, the more effectively she withdrew from him. "See here," he said at last. "Sit by the table with me, and I will eat to your heart's content. I'll prepare you a cup of tea as I do my own, and then I want you to drink it. Come." She yielded. His way of saying "come" seemed like a command to be obeyed. "Now, that is more like." He began his dinner with a relish. "Won't you share this game with me? It is fine, you know." He could not think her silent from embarrassment, for her poise seemed undisturbed except for the anxious look in her eyes. He determined to fathom the cause, and since no finesse availed, there remained but one way, the direct question. "What is it?" he said kindly. "Tell me the trouble, and let me help you." She looked full into his eyes then, and her lips quivered. Something rose in her throat, and she swallowed helplessly. It was so hard for her to speak. The trouble had struck deeper than he dreamed. "It is a trouble, isn't it? Can't you tell it to me?" "Yes. I reckon there isn't any trouble worse than ours. No, I reckon there's nothing worse." "Why, Miss Cassandra!" "Because it's sin, and the wages of sin is death." Her tone was hopeless, and the sadness of it went to his heart. "Is it whiskey?" he asked. "Yes, it's whiskey stilling, and worse, it's—" She turned deathly white. Too sad to weep, she still held control of her voice. "It's a heap worse." "Don't try to tell me what it is," he cried. "Only tell me how I may help you. It's not your sin, surely, so you don't have to bear it." "It's not mine, but I do have to bear it. I wish my bearing it was all. Tell me, if a man has done such a sin, is it right to help him get away?" "If it is that big brother of yours whom I saw last night, I can't believe he has done anything so very wicked. You say it is not the whiskey?" "Maybe it was the whiskey first. Then I don't know exactly how came it. I reckon he doesn't himself. I He's not my brother, not rightly, but he has been the same as such. They telegraphed me to come home quick. Bishop Towers told me a little, all he knew, but he didn't know what all was it, only some wrong to call the officers and set them after Frale. Poor Frale. He told me himself last evening." She paused again, and the pallor slowly left her face, and the red surged into her cheeks and mounted to the waves of her heavy hair. "It is Frale, then, who is in trouble, and you wish me to help him get away?" She looked down and was silent. "But I am a stranger and know nothing about the country." He pushed his chair away from the table and leaned back, regarding her intently. "Oh, I am afraid for him." She put her hand to her throat and turned away her face from his searching eyes in shame. "I prefer not to know what he has done. Just explain to me your plan and how I can help. You know better than I." "I can't understand how comes that I can tell you. You're a stranger to all of us, and yet it seems like it is right. If I could get some clothes nobody has ever seen Frale wear, if I could make him look different from a mountain boy, maybe he could get to some town down the mountain and find work. But now they would meet up with him before he was halfway there." Thryng rose and began pacing the room. "Is there any hurry?" he demanded, stopping suddenly before her. "Yes." "Then why have you waited all this time to tell me?" She lifted her eyes to his in silence, and he knew well that she had not spoken because she could not, and that had he not ventured with his direct questions, she would have left him, carrying her burden with her, as hopelessly silent as when she came. He sat beside her again and gently urged her to tell him without further delay all she had in her mind. "You feel quite sure that if he could get down the mountain side without being seen he would be safe. Where do you mean to send him? You don't think he would try to return?" "Why, no, I reckon not. If I—" Her face flamed and she drew on her bonnet, hiding the crimson flush in its deep shadow. She knew that without the promise he had asked, the boy would as surely return as that the sun would continue to rise and set. "He must stay," she spoke desperately and hurriedly. "If he can just make out to stay long enough to learn a little how to live, and will keep away from bad men. He knows enough to make mean corn liquor now, but he never was bad. He has always been different, and he's awful smart. I can't think how he came to change so." Taking the empty basket with her, she walked toward the door, and David followed her. "Thank you for that good dinner," he said. "Aunt Sally fetched the partridges. Her old man got them for mother, and she said you sure ought to have half. Sally said the sheriff had gone back up the mountain, and I'm afraid he'll come to our place again this evening. Likely they're breaking up Frale's still now."
"Well, that will be a good deed, won't it?"
The huge bonnet had hid her face from him, but now she lifted her eyes frankly to his, with a flash of radiance through her tears. "I reckon," was all she said.
"Are they likely to come up here, do you think, those men?"
"Not hardly. They would have to search on foot here. It's out of their way. Only no place on the mountain is safe for Frale now."
"Send him to me quickly, then. I have cast my lot with you mountain people for some time to come, and your cause shall be mine."
She paused at the door with grateful words on her lips unuttered.
"Don't stop for thanks, Miss Cassandra. They are wasted between us. You have opened your doors to me, a stranger, and that is enough. Hurry, don't grieve, and see here. I may not be able to do anything, but I'll try. And if I can't get down tonight, won't you come again in the morning and tell me all about it?"
Instantly he thought better of his request. Yet who was here to criticize? He laughed as he thought how firmly the world and its conventions held him. Sweet, simple-hearted child that she was, why, indeed, should she not come? Still he called after her.
"If you are too busy, send Hoyle. I may be down to see your mother, anyway."
She paused an instant in her hurried walk. "I'll be right glad to come if I can help you any way." He stood watching her until she passed below his view, as her long, easy steps took her rapidly on, although she seemed to move slowly. Then he went back to his fire, and her words repeated themselves insistently in his mind. "I'll be right glad to come if I can help you any way." Aunt Sally was seated in the chimney corner smoking when Cassandra returned. "Where is he?" she cried. "He couldn't set a minute, he was that restless. He 'lowed he'd go back up to the rock where you found him las' evenin'." Without a word, Cassandra turned and fled up the steep toward the head of the fall. Every moment she knew was precious. Frale met her halfway down and took her hand, leading her as he had been used to do when she was his little sister, and listened to her plans docilely enough. "I mean you to go down to Farington, to Bishop Towers. He will give you work." She had not mentioned Thryng. Frale laughed. "Don't, Frale. How can you laugh?" "I really ain't laughing, Cass. Seems like you forget how can I get down the mountain, but I reckon I'll try if you say so." Then she explained how the doctor had sent for him to come up there quickly, and how he would help him. "You must go now, Frale. You hear? Now." Again he laughed, bitterly this time. "Yes, I reckon he'll be right glad to help me get away from you. I'll go myself in my own way." Under the holly tree they had paused, and suddenly she feared lest the boy at her side return to his mood of the evening before. She seized his hand again and hurried him farther up the steep. "Come, come," she cried. "I'll go with you, Frale." "Naw, you won't go with me neither," he said stubbornly, drawing back. "Frale," she pleaded, "hear to me." "I'm a listenin'." "Frale, I'm afraid. They may be on their way now. For all we know, they may be right nigh." "I've done got used to farin' now. It don't hurt none. On'y one thing hurts now." "I've been up to see Doctor Thryng, and he's promised he'll fix you up some way so that if anybody does see you, they'll think you belong somewhere else and never guess who you be. Frale, go." He held her, with his arm about her waist, half carrying her with him, instead of allowing her to move her own free gait, and she tried vainly with her fingers to pull his hands away, but his muscles were like iron under her touch. He felt her helplessness and liked it. Her voice shook as she pleaded with him. "Oh, Frale, hear to me," she wailed. "I'll hear to you if you'll hear to me. Seems like I've lost my fear now. I ain't carin' no more. If I should see the sheriff this minute, and he were a puttin' his rope round my neck right now, I wouldn't care 'thout one thing — just one thing. I'd walk straight down to hell fer it. I reckon I've done that, but I'd walk till I drapped, and work till I died fer it." He stood still a moment, and again she essayed to move his hands, but he only held her closer. "Oh, hurry, Frale. I'm afraid. Oh, Frale, don't." "Be you feared o' me, Cass?" "You know that, Frale. Leave go and hear to me." "Be you feared enough to give me your promise, Cass?" "Take your hand off me, Frale." "We'll go back. I 'low they might as well take me first as last. I ain't no heart lef in me. I don't care fer that there doctor man helpin' me nohow." He choked. "Leave me go, and I'll give you promise for promise, Frale. I can't make out is it sin or not, but if God can forgive and love, when you turn and seek Him — the Bible do say so, Frale, but seem like you don't repent your deed whilst you look at me like that way." She paused, trembling. "If you could be sorry like you ought to be, Frale, and turn your heart, I could die for that." He still held her, but lifted one shaking hand above his head. "Before God, I promise." "What, Frale? Say what you promise." He still held his hand high. "All you ask of me, Cass. Tell me word by word, and I'll promise fair." "Will you repent, Frale?" "Yes." "You will not drink?" "I will not drink." "You will heed when your own heart tells you the right way?" "I will heed when my heart tells me the way. It will be the way to you, Cass." "Oh, don't say it that way, Frale. Now say, 'So help me God,' and don't think of me whilst you say it." "Put your hand on mine, Cass. Lift it up and say with me that word." She placed her palm on his uplifted palm. "So help me God," they said together. Then, with streaming tears, she put her arms about his neck and gently drew his face down to her own. "I'll go back now, Frale, and you do all I've said. Go quick. I'll write Bishop Towers, and he'll watch out for you and find you work. Let Doctor Thryng help you. He sure is a good man. Oh, if you only could write." "I'll learn." "You'll have a heap more to learn than you guess. I've been there, and I know. Don't give up, Frale, and And stay. I ain't going to give up with your promise here, Cass. Kiss me." She did so, and he slowly released her, looking back as he walked away. "Oh, hurry, Frale. Don't look back. It's a bad omen." She turned, and without one backward glance descended the mountain. End of chapter 5. Recording by Haley Pereira.
Chapter 6 of The Mountain Girl. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mary Herndon Bell. The Mountain Girl by Payne Erskine. Chapter 6, in which David aids Frale to make his escape. Elated by his talk with Cassandra, Frale walked eagerly forward, but as he neared Thryng's cabin he moved more slowly. Why should he let that doctor help him? He could reach Farington some way, traveling by night and hiding in the daytime. But David was watching for him and strolled down to meet him. "Good morning. Your sister says there is no time to lose. Come in here, and we'll see if we can find a way out of this trouble." Having learned not to expect any response to remarks not absolutely demanding one, and not wishing the silence to dominate, David talked on as he led Frale into the cabin and carefully closed the door behind them. Thryng's intuition was subtle and his nature intense and strong. He had been used to dealing with men, and knew that when he wished to, he usually gained his point. Feeling the antagonism in Frale's heart toward himself, he determined to overcome it. Be it pride, jealousy, or what not, it must give way. He had learned only that morning that circumlocution or pretense of any sort would only drive the youth further into his fortress of silence, and close his nature a sealed well of turbid feeling against him. Therefore he chose a manner pleasantly frank, taking much for granted, and giving the boy no chance to refuse his help by assuming it to have been already accepted. "We are about the same size, I think. Yes, here are some things I laid out for you. You must look as much like me as possible, and as unlike yourself, you know. Sit here, and we'll see what can be done for your head." "You're right fair, and I'm dark." "Oh, that makes very little difference. It's the general appearance we must get at. Suppose I try to trim your hair a little, so that lock on your forehead won't give you away." "I reckon I can do it. Hit's making you a heap of trouble." David was pleased to note the boy's mood softening, and helped him on. "I'm no hand as a barber, but I'll try it a little. It's easier for me to get at than for you." He quickly and deftly cut away the falling curl, and even shaved the corners of the forehead a bit, and clipped the eyebrows to give them a different angle. "All this will grow again, you know. You only want it to last until the storm blows over." The youth surveyed himself in the mirror and smiled, but grimly. "I do look a heap different." "That's right. We want you to look like quite another man. And now for your chin. You can use a razor. Here is warm water and soap. This suit of clothes is such as we tramp about in at home, different from anything you see up here, you know. I'll take my pipe and book and sit there on the rock and keep an eye out, lest any one climb up here to look around, and you can have the cabin all to yourself. You see what to do. Make yourself look as if you came from my part of the world." Thryng glanced at his watch. "Work fast, but take time enough to do it well. Say half an hour. Will that do?" "Yes, I reckon." Then David left him, and the moments passed until an hour had slipped away, but still the youth did not appear, and he was on the point of calling out to him when he saw the twisted form of little Hoyle scrambling up through the underbrush. "They're coming!" he panted, with wild and frightened eyes fixed on David's face. "I see 'em up the road, and I heerd 'em say they was going to hunt round the house good, and then search the cabin over Hanging Rock." The poor child burst into tears. "Do you 'low they'll shoot Frale, suh?" "They'd not reached the house when you saw them?" "They'll be there by now, suh," sobbed the boy. "Then run and hide yourself. Crawl under the rock, into the smallest hole you can. They mustn't see that you have been here. And don't be frightened, little man. We'll look after Frale." The child disappeared like a squirrel in a hole, and Thryng went to the cabin door and knocked imperatively. It was opened instantly, and Frale stood transformed, his old soiled garments lying in a heap at his side, as if he had crept out of his chrysalis. A full half hour he had been lingering, abashed at himself and dreading to appear. The slight growth of adolescence was gone from lip and chin, and Thryng was amazed and satisfied. "Good!" he cried. "You've done well." The youth smiled shamefacedly, yet held his head high. With the heavy golf stockings, knee breeches, and belted jacket, even to himself he seemed another man, and an older man he looked by 5 years. "Now keep your nerve, and square your shoulders, and face the world with a straight look in the eye. You've thrown off the old man with these." David touched the heap of clothing on the floor with his foot. "Hoyle is here. He says the men are on their way here and have stopped at the house." Instead of turning pale, as Thryng had expected, a dark flush came into Frale's face, and his hand clenched. It was the ferocity of fear, and not the deadliness of it, which seized him with a sort of terrible anger that David felt through his silence. "Don't lose control of yourself, boy," he said, placing his hand gently on his shoulder and making his touch felt by the intimate closing of his slender fingers upon the firmly rounded, lean muscles beneath them. "Follow my directions and be quick. Put your own clothes in this bag." He hastily tossed a few things out of his pigskin valise. "Cram them in. That's right. Don't leave a trace of yourself here for them to find. Pull this cap over your eyes and walk straight down that path and pass them by as if they were nothing to you. If they speak to you, of course nod to them and pass on. But if they ask you a question, say politely, 'Beg pardon?' just like that, as though you did not understand, and wait. Don't hurry away from them as if you are afraid of them. They won't recognize you unless you give yourself away by your manner. See? Now say it over after me. Good. Take these cigars." He placed his own case in the boy's vest pocket. "Better leave 'em free, suh. I don't like to take all your things this a way." He handed back the case and put them loose in his pocket. "Very well. If you smoke, just light this and walk on, and if they ask you anything about yourself, if you have seen a chap of the sort, understand, offer them each a cigar and tell them no. Don't say 'I reckon not,' for that will give you away, and don't lift your cap or they will see how roughly your hair is cut. Touch it as if you were going to lift it, only so. I would take care not to arrive at the house while they are there. It will be easier for you to meet them on the path. It will be the sooner over." Thryng held out his hand, and Frale took it awkwardly, then turned away, swallowing the thanks he did not know how to utter. For the time being, David had conquered. The lad took a few steps and then turned back. "I'd like to thank you, suh, and I'd like to pay for these here. I 'low to get work and send the money for 'em." "Don't be troubled about that. We'll see later. Only remember one thing. I don't know what you've done, nor why you must run away like this. I haven't asked. I may be breaking the laws of the land as much as you in helping you off. I am doing it because until I know of some downright evil in you, I'm bound to help you, and the best way to repay me will be for you to, you know, do right." "Are you doing this for her?" He looked off at the hills as he spoke, and not at the doctor. "Yes, for her and for you. Don't linger now, and don't forget my directions." The youth turned on the doctor a quick look. Thryng could not determine, as he thought it over afterward, if there was in it a trace of malevolence. It was like a flash of steel between them, even as they smiled and again bade each other good bye. For a time all was silent around Hanging Rock. Thryng sat reading and pondering, expecting each moment to hear voices from the direction Frale had taken. He could not help smiling as he thought over his attempt to make this mountain boy into the typical English tourist, and how unique an imitation was the result. He called out to comfort Hoyle's fearful little heart. "Your brother's all safe now. Come out here until we hear men's voices." "I better stay whar I be, I reckon. They won't talk none when they get nigh here." "Are you comfortable down there?" "Yes, suh." Hoyle was right. The two men detailed for this climb walked in silence, to give no warning of their approach until they appeared in the rear of the cabin and entered the shed where Frale's horse was stabled. Sure were they then that its owner was trapped at last. They were greatly surprised at finding the premises occupied. David continued his reading, unconcerned until addressed. "Good evening, sir." He greeted them genially and invited them into his cabin, determined to treat them with as royal hospitality as was in his power. To offer them tea was hardly the thing, he reasoned, so he stirred up the fire while descanting on the beauty of the location and the health-giving quality of the air, and when his kettle was boiling he brought out from his limited stores whiskey, lemons, and sugar, and proceeded to brew them so fine a quality of English toddy as to warm the cockles of their hearts. Questioning them on his own account, he learned how best to get his supplies brought up the mountains, and many things about the region interesting to him. At last one of them ventured a remark about the horse and how he came by him, at which he explained very frankly that the widow down below had allowed him the use of the animal for his keep until her son returned. They 'lowed he weren't coming back to these parts very soon, and David expressed satisfaction. His evident ignorance of mountain affairs convinced them that nothing was to be gained from him, and they asked no direct questions, and finally took their departure with a high opinion of their host and quite content. Then David called his little accomplice from his hiding place, took him into his cabin, and taught him to drink tea with milk and sugar in it, gave him crisp biscuits from his small remainder in store, and still further to comfort his heart, searched out a card on which was a picture of an ocean liner on an open sea, with flags flying, great rolls of vapor and smoke trailing across the sky, with white-capped waves beneath and white clouds above. The boy's eyes shone with delight. He twisted himself about to look up in Thryng's face as he questioned him concerning it, and almost forgot Frale in his happiness as he trudged home hugging the precious card to his bosom. Contentedly, Thryng proceeded to set his abode in order after the disarray of the morning, undisturbed by any question as to the equity of his deed. His mind was in a state of rebellion against the usual workings of the criminal courts, and, biased by his observation of the youth, he felt that his act might lead as surely toward absolute justice, perhaps more surely, than the opposite course would have done. Ere long he found a few tools carefully packed away, as was the habit of his old friend, and the labor of preparing his canvas room began. But first a ladder hanging under the eaves of the cabin must be repaired, and long before the slant rays of the setting sun fell across his hilltop he found himself too weary to descend to the fall place, even with the aid of his horse. With a measure of discouragement at his undeniable weakness, he led the animal to water where a spring bubbled sweet and clear in an embowered hollow quite near his cabin, then stretched himself on the couch before the fire with no other light than its cheerful blaze, too exhausted for his book and disinclined even to prepare his supper. After a time David's weariness gave place to a pleasant drowsiness, and he rose, arranged his bed, and replenished the fire, drank a little hot milk, and dropped into a wholesome slumber as dreamless and sweet as that of a tired child. Such a sense of peace and retirement closed around him, there alone on his mountain, that he slept with his cabin door open to the sweet air, crisp and cold, lulled by the murmuring of the swaying pine tops without, and the crackling and crumbling of burning logs within. Rolled in his warm Scotch rug, he did not feel the chill that came as his fire burned lower, but slept until daybreak, when the clear note of a Carolina wren, thrice repeated close to his open door, sounded his reveille. Deeply inhaling the cold air, he lay and mused over the events of the previous day. How quickly and naturally he had been drawn into the interest of his neighbors below him, and had absorbed the peculiar atmosphere of their isolation, making a place for himself, shutting out, almost as if they never existed, the harassments and questionings of his previous life. Was it a buoyancy he had received from his mountain height and the morning air? Whatever the cause, he seems to have settled with them all, and arrived at last where his spirit needed but to rest open and receptive before its Creator, to be swept clear of the dross of the world's estimates of values and exalted with aspiration. Every long breath he drew seemed to make his mental vision clearer. God and his own soul, was that all? Not quite. God and the souls of men and of women, of all who came within his environment, a world made beautiful, made sweet and health-giving for these, and with them to know God, to feel him near. So Christ came to be close to humanity. A mist of skepticism that had hung over him and clouded the later years of his young manhood suddenly rolled away, dispelled by the splendor of this triumphant thought, even as the rays of the rising sun came at the same moment to dispel the earth mists and flood the hills with light. Light! That was it. In him is no darkness at all. Joyously he set himself to the preparation for the day. The true meaning of life was revealed to him. The discouragement of the evening before was gone. Yet now should he sit down in ecstatic dreaming? It must be joy in life, movement, in whatever was to be done, whether in satisfying a wholesome hunger, in creating warmth for his body, or in conquering the seeds of decay and disease therein, and keeping it strong and full of reactive power for his soul's sake. It was a revelation to him of the eternal God, wonder-working and all-pervading. Now no longer with a haunting sense of fear would he search and learn, but with a glad perception of the beautiful orderliness of the universe, so planned and arranged for the souls of men when only they should learn how to use their own lives, and attune themselves to give forth music to the touch of the God of love. A cold bath, the pure air, and his abstemiousness of the previous evening gave him a compelling hunger, and it was with satisfaction he discovered so large a portion of his dinner of yesterday remaining to be warmed for his morning meal. What he should do later, when dinner time arrived, he knew not, and he laughed to think how he was living from hour to hour, content as the small wren fluting beside his door his carefree note. Ah, yes, God's in his heaven, all's right with the world. The wren's note reminded him of a slender box which always accompanied his wanderings, and which had come to light rolled in the jacket which he had given Frale as part of his disguise. He opened it and took therefrom the joints of a silver flute. How long it had lain untouched! He fitted the parts and strolled out to the rock, and there, as he gazed at the shifting, subtle beauty spread all before him and around him, he lifted the wand-like instrument to his lips and began to play. At first he only imitated the wren, a few short notes joyously uttered. Then, as the springs of his own happiness welled up within him, he poured forth a tumultuous flood of trills, a dancing staccato of mounting notes, shifting and falling, rising, floating away, and then returning in silvery echoes, bringing their own gladness with them. The paean of praise ended, the work of the day began, and he set himself with all the nervous energy of his nature to the finishing of his canvas room. Again, ere the completion of the task, he found he had been expending his strength too lavishly, but this time he accepted his weariness more philosophically, glad if only he might labor and rest as the need came. Nearly the whole of the glorious day was still left him. In moving his couch nearer the door, he found his efforts impeded by some heavy object underneath it, and discovered, to his surprise and almost dismay, the identical pigskin valise which Frale had taken away with him the day before. How came it there? No one, he was certain, had been near his cabin since Hoyle had trotted home yesterday, hugging his picture to his breast. David drew it out into the light and opened it. There on the top lay the cigars he had placed in the youth's pocket, and there also every article of wearing apparel he had seen disappear down the laurel-grown path on Frale's lithe body 12 hours or more ago. He cast the articles out upon the floor and turned them over wonderingly, then shoved them aside and lay down for his quiet siesta. He would learn from Cassandra the meaning of this. He hoped the young man had got off safely, yet the fact of finding his kindly efforts thus thrust back upon him disturbed him. Why had it been done? As he pondered thereon, he saw again the steel-blue flash in the young man's eyes as he turned away, and resolved to ask no questions, even of Cassandra. End of chapter 6.
Chapter 7 of The Mountain Girl by Payne Erskine. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Brendan Stallard. The Mountain Girl by Payne Erskine. Chapter 7, in which Frale goes down to Farrington in his own way. Frale felt himself exalted by the oath he had sworn to Cassandra, as if those words had lifted the burden from his heart and taken away the stain. As he walked away in his disguise, it seemed to him that he had acted under an irresistible spell cast upon him by this Englishman, who was to bide so near Cassandra, to be seen by her every day, to be admired by her, while he who had the first right must hide himself away from her, shielding himself in that man's clothes. Fine as they seemed to him, they only abashed him and filled him with a sense of obligation to a man he dreaded. Like a child, realizing his danger only when it was close upon him, his old recklessness returned, and he moved down the path with his head held high, looking neither to the right nor to the left, planning how he might be rid of these clothes and evade his pursuers unaided. The men climbing toward him as he descended, hearing his footsteps above them, parted and stood watching, only half screened by the thick leaved shrubs, not 10 feet from him on either side. But so elated was he, and eager in his plans, that he passed them by unseeing, and thus Thryng's efforts saved him in spite of himself, for so amazed were they at the presence of such a traveller in such a place, that they allowed him to pass unchallenged until he was too far below them to make speech possible. Later, when they found David seated on his rock, they assumed the young man to be a friend, and thought no further of it. Frale soon left the path and followed the stream to the head of the fall, where he lingered, tormented by his own thoughts and filled with conflicting emotions, in sight of his home. To go down to the settlement and see the world had its allurements, but to go in this way, never to return, never to feel again the excitement of his mountain life, evading the law and conquering its harassments, was bitter. It had been his joy and delight in life to be masterfully triumphant over those set to take him, too cunning to be found, too daring and strong to be overcome, to take desperate chances to win out. All these he considered his right and part of the game of life, but to slink away like a hunted fox, followed by the dogs of the law, because in a blind frenzy he had slain his own friend? What if he had promised to repent? There was the law after him still. If only his fate were a tangible thing, to be grappled with, to meet a foe and fight hand to the death, was not so hard as to yield himself to the inevitable. Sullenly he sat with his head in his hands, and life seemed to stretch out before him, leading to a black chasm. But one ray of light was there to follow. Cass! Cass! If only he would accept the help offered him and go to the station, take his seat in the train, and find himself in Farrington while his pursuers were scouring the mountains for him. He might win out. Moodily and stubbornly he resisted the thought. At last, screened by the darkness, he turned out his soiled and torn garments, and divesting himself of every article Thryng had given him, he placed them carefully in the valise. Then, relieved of one humiliation, he set himself again on the path toward Hanging Rock Cabin. As he passed the great holly tree where Cassandra had sat beside him, he placed his hand on the stone and paused. His heart leaned toward her. He wanted her. Should he go down to her now and refuse to leave her? But no, he had promised. Something warm splashed down upon his hand as he bent over the rock. He sprang up, ashamed to weep, and seizing the doctor's valise, plunged on through the shadows up the steep ascent. He had no definite idea of how he would explain his act, for he did not comprehend his own motives. It was only a wordless repugnance that possessed him, vague and sullen, against this man's offered friendship, and his relief was great when he found David asleep before his open door. Stealthily he entered and placed his burden beneath the couch, gazed a moment at the sleeping face whereon the firelight still played, and softly crept away. Cassandra should know that she had no need to thank the Englishman for his freedom. Then came the weary tramp down the mountain, skulking and hiding by day, and struggling on again by night, taking bypaths and unused trails, finding his uncertain way by moonlight and starlight, barked at by dogs, and followed by hounds baying loudly whenever he came near a human habitation, wading icy streams and plunging through gorges to avoid cabins or settlements, keeping life in him by gnawing raw turnips, which had been left in the fields ungathered, until at last, pallid, weary, dirty, and utterly forlorn, he found himself in the half-light of the dawn of the fourth day, near Farrington. Shivering with cold, he stole along the village street and hid himself in the bishop's grounds until he should see someone astir in the house. The bishop had sat late the night before, half expecting him, for he had received Cassandra's letter, also one from Thring. Neither letter threw light on Frale's deed, although Cassandra gave him to understand that something more serious than illicit distilling had necessitated his flight. David's was a joyous letter, craving his companionship whenever his affairs might bring him near, but expressing the greatest contentment. When Black Carrie went out to unlock the chicken-house door and fetch wood for her morning fire, she screamed with fright as the young man in his wretched plight stepped before her. "Go long, yo poor white trash!" she cried. "I'm no poor white trash," he murmured. "Be Bishop Towa in the house?" "Course he in de house. What yar s'poses he be dis time de morning?" She made with all haste towards her kitchen, bearing her armful of wood, muttering as she went. "I reckon I'll sit here while he can see me," he said, dropping to the doorstep in sheer exhaustion, and there he was allowed to sit while she prepared breakfast in her own leisurely way, having no intention of disturbing her white folkses for no such tresh. The odour of coffee and hot cakes was maddening to the starving boy as he watched her through the open door, yet he passively sat, withdrawn into himself, seeking in no way either to secure a portion of the food or to make himself known. After a time he heard faintly voices behind the kitchen and knew the family must be there at breakfast, but still he sat, saying nothing. At last the door of the inner room was burst open, and a child ran out, demanding scraps for her puppy. I may too feed him in the dining room. Mamma says I may, after we're through." "Go off, honey chile. Mustn't de floor like dat away for me to clean up again. No, honey, go out on de stoop wif your fool hound dog." And the tiny, fair girl, with her plate of scraps and her small black dog leaping and dancing at her heels, tumbled themselves out where Frale sat. Scattering her crusts as she ran, she darted back, calling, "Papa, papa, a man's come. He's here." The small dog further emphasized the fact by barking fiercely at the intruder, albeit from a safe distance. "Yas," said Carrie, as the bishop came out, led by his little daughter. "He been hyar sence long fo' sunup." "Why didn't you call me?" he said sternly. "Sho! How I know anybody want see you, hanging round de back door? He ain't say nothin'. Jes' set there." She continued muttering her crusty dislike of tramps, as the bishop led his caller through her kitchen and sent his little daughter to look after her puppy. He took Frale into his private study, and presently returned and himself carried him food, placing it before him on a small table where many a hungry caller had been fed before. Then he occupied himself at his desk while he quietly observed the boy. He saw that the youth was too worn and weak to be dealt with rationally at first, and he felt it difficult to affix the thought of a desperate crime upon one so gentle of mien and innocent of face. But he knew his people well, and what masterful passions often slept beneath a mild and harmless exterior. Nor was it the first time he had been called upon to adjust a conflict between his own conscience and the law. Often in his office of priest he had been the recipient of confidences which no human pressure of law could ever wrest from him. So now he proceeded to draw from Frale his full and free confession. Very carefully and lovingly he trespassed in the secret chambers of this troubled soul, until at last the boy laid bare his heart. He told the cause of his anger and his drunken quarrel, of his evasion of his pursuers, and his vow with Cassandra before God, of his rejection of Dr. Thring's help, and his flight by night, of his suffering and hunger. All was told without fervour, a simple, passive narration of events. No one could believe, while listening to him, that storms of passion and hatred and fear had torn him, or the overwhelming longing he had suffered at the thought of Cassandra. But when the bishop touched on the subject of repentance, the hidden force was revealed. It was as if the tormenting spirit within him had cried out loudly, instead of the low, monotonous tone in which he said, "Yes, I can repent now he's dead, but if he were living and riled me again in that way like he done, I reckon God don't want no repentin' like I repents." It was steel against flint. The spark in the narrow blue line of his eyes as he said the words, and the bishop understood. But what to do with this man of the mountains, this force of nature in the wild? How guard him from a more pernicious element in the civilized town life than any he would find in his rugged solitudes? And Cassandra? The bishop bowed his head and sat with the tips of his fingers pressed together. The thought of Cassandra weighed heavy upon him. She had given her promise with the devotion of her kind to save, had truly offered herself a living sacrifice. All hopes for her growth into the gracious womanhood her inheritance impelled her toward, her sweet ambitions for study, gone to the winds, scattered like the fragrant wild rose petals on her own hillside, doomed by that promise to live as her mother had lived, and like other women of her kin to age before her time, with the bearing of children in the midst of toil too heavy for her, dispirited by privation and the sorrow of relinquished hopes. Oh, well the bishop knew. He dreaded most to see the beautiful light of aspiration die out of her eyes, and her spirit grew sordid in the life to which this untamed savage would inevitably bring her. What a waste! And again he repeated the words, "What a waste!" The youth looked up, thinking himself addressed, but the bishop saw only the girl. It was as if she rose and stood there, dominant in the sweet power of her girlish self-sacrifice, appealing to him to help save this soul. Somehow at the moment he failed to appreciate the beauty of such giving. Almost it seemed to him a pity Frale had thus far succeeded in evading his pursuers. It would have saved her in spite of herself had he been taken. But now the situation was forced upon the bishop, either to give him up, which seemed an arbitrary taking into his own hands of power which belonged only to the Almighty, or to shield him as best he might, giving heed to the thought that even if in his eyes the value of the girl was immeasurably the greater, yet the youth also was valued. Or why was he here? He lifted his head and saw Frale's eyes fixed upon him sadly, almost as if he knew the bishop's thoughts. Yes, here was a soul worth while. Plainly, there was but one course to pursue, and but one thread left to hold the young man to steadfast purpose. Using that thread he would try. If he could be made to sacrifice for Cassandra some of his physical joy of life, seeking to give more than to appropriate it to himself for his own satisfaction. If he could teach him the value of what she had done, could he rise to such a height and learn self-control? The argument for repentance having come back to him void, the bishop began again. "You tell me Cassandra has given you her promise? What are you going to do about it?" "It's twixt her and me," said the youth proudly. "No!" thundered the bishop, all the man in him roused to beat into this crude, triumphant animal some sense of what Cassandra had really done. "No, it's betwixt you and the God who made you. You have to answer to God for what you do." He towered above him, and bending down, looked into Frale's eyes until the boy cowered and looked down, with lowered head, and there was silence. Then the bishop straightened himself and began pacing the room. At last he came to a stand and spoke quietly. "You have Cassandra's promise. What are you going to do about it?" Frale did not move or speak, and the bishop felt baffled. What was going on under that passive mask he dared not think. To talk seemed futile, like hammering on a flint wall. But hammer he must, and again he tried. "You have taken a man's life. Do you know what that means?" "Hanging, I reckon." "If it were only to hang, boy, it might be better for Cassandra. Think about it. If I help you and shield you here, what are you going to do? What do you care most for in all this world? You who can kill a man and then not repent?" He had not to have riled me like he done. "I keer for her." "More than for Frale Farwell?" The boy looked vaguely before him. "I reckon," was all he said. Again the bishop paced the floor and waited. "I hain't afeared to work. Right hard." "Good. What kind of work can you do?" Frale flushed a dark red and was silent. "Yes, I know you can make corn whiskey, but that is the devil's work. You're not to work for him any more." Again silence. At last, in a low voice, he ventured, "I'll do any kind of work you all gin me to do, if only the officers will leave me be. And I told Cass I'd learn writing." "Good. Very good. Can you drive a horse?" "Yes, of course." Frale's eyes shone. "I reckon." The bishop grew more hopeful. The holy greed for souls fell upon him. This young man must be guarded and watched. He must be washed and clothed as well as fed. And right here the little wife must be consulted. He went out, leaving the youth to himself, and sought his brown-eyed, sweet-faced little wisp of a woman where she sat writing his most pressing business letters for him. "Dearest, may I interrupt you?" "In a minute, James, in a minute. I'll just address these." He dropped into a deep chair and waited, with troubled eyes regarding her. "There," she rubbed vigorously on the blotter. "These are all done, every blessed one, James. Now what?" In an instant she was curled up, feet and all, like a kitten in his lap, her small brown head, its wisps of fine straight hair straying over temples and rounded cheeks, tucked comfortably under his chin, and thus every point was carefully talked over. With many exclamations of anxiety and doubt, and much discreet suggestion from the small adviser, It was at last all settled. Frale was to be properly clothed from the missionary boxes sent every year from the north. He should stay with them for a while until a suitable place could be found for him. Above all things he must be kept out of bad company. Oh dear, poor Cassandra, after all her hopes, and she might have done so much for her people, if only. Tears stood in the brown eyes, and even ran over and dropped on the bishop's coat, and had to be carefully wiped off, for, as he feelingly remarked, I can't go about wearing my wife's tears in plain view now, can I? And then Dr. Hoyle's young friend. She must hear his letter. How interesting he must be. Couldn't they have him down? And when the bishop next went up the mountain, might she accompany him? Oh no, the trip was not too rough. It was quite possible for her. She would go to see Cassandra and the old mother. Poor Cassandra! But the self-respecting old stepmother and her daughter did not allow these kind friends to trespass on any missionary supplies, for Uncle Jerry was dispatched down the mountain with a bundle on the back of his saddle, which was quietly left at the bishop's door, and Frale next appeared in a neat suit of home-spun, home-woven and dyed, and home-made clothing. End of chapter 7.
Chapter 8 of The Mountain Girl. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Lars Rolander. The Mountain Girl by Payne Erskine, Chapter 8, in which David Thryng makes a discovery. Standing on the great hanging rock before his cabin, Thryng imagined himself absolutely solitary in the center of a wild wilderness. Even the fault place where lived the widow Farwell, although so near, was not visible from this point. But when he began exploring the region about him, now on foot and now on horseback, he discovered it to be really a country of homes. Every mule path branching off into what seemed an inaccessible wild led to some cabin, often set in a hollow on a few acres of rich soil, watered by a never-failing spring, where the forest growth had been cut away to make cultivation possible. Sometimes the little log house would be perched like a lonely eagle's nest on a mere shelf-like ledge jutting out from the mountain wall, but always below it or above it, or off at one side, he found the inevitable pocket of rich soil accumulated by the wash of years, where enough corn and cowpeas could be raised for cattle, and cotton and a few sheep to provide material for clothing the family, with a few fowls and pigs to provide their food. Here they lived, those isolated people, in quiet independence and contented poverty, craving little and often having less, caring nothing for the great world outside their own environment, looking after each other in times of sickness and trouble, keeping alive the traditions of their forefathers, and clinging to the ancient family feuds and friendships from generation to generation. David soon learned that they had among themselves their class distinctions, certain among them holding their heads high in the knowledge of having a self-respecting ancestry, and training their children to reckon themselves no common thrash, however much they deprecated showing the pride that was in them. Many days passed after Frale's departure before David learned more of the young man's unhappy deed. He had gone down to give the old mother some necessary care, and finding her alone, remained to talk with her. Pleased with her quaint expressions and virile intellect, he led her on to speak of her youth, and one morning, weary of the solitude and silence, she poured out tales of Cassandra's father, and how, after his death, she came to Mary Farwell. She told of her own mother, and the hard times that fell upon them during the bitter days of the Civil War. The traditions of her family were dear to her, and she was well pleased to show this young doctor, who had found the key to her warm yet reserved heart, that she wa'n't no common trash, and her chillen wa'n't like the Runnu chillen. "Seems like I'm talking a heap too much of we uns," she said at last. "No, no, go on. You say you had no school. How did you learn? You were reading your Bible when I came in." "No, there weren't no schools in my day, not nigh enough fer me to go to. Maw, she could read an' write too, but after paw jined the army, she had to work right hard and had nothin' to do with. Pa, he had to jine one side or the other. Some went with the North and some went with the South. They didn't keer much. They weren't no niggers up here to fight over. But them war cruel times when the bushwhackers come searching round and raiding our homes. They were a bad lot. Most of 'em were deserters from both armies. We uns were obliged to hide in the brish or up the branch, anywhere we could find a place to creep into. Them were bad times for the women and children left at home. Maw used to save every scrap of paper she could find with printin' on it to learn we uns our letters often. One time come 'long a right decent captain and asked Maw could she get he and his men suthin' to eat. He had nigh about a dozen sogers with him, and Maw she done the best she could. Cooked corn bread and chicken and sich. Can remember how he sot right on the hearth where you're sittin' now and tossed flapjacks for the whole crowd. He were right civil when he left and said he'd like to give Maw suthin', but they hadn't nothin' but Confederate money and it wa'n't worth nothin' up here. And Maw said would he give her the newspaper he had. She seed the end of it standin' out of his pocket, and he laughed and give it out quick, and asked her what did she want with it, and she 'lowed she could teach me a heap o' readin' out o' that paper, and he laughed again and said likely, fer that hit were worth more'n money. All the schoolin' I had war just that thar paper, and that old spellin' book you see on the shelf. I can remember how Maw come by that too." "Tell me how she came by the spelling book, will you?" "It war about that time paw he never come home again. I can't remember much 'bouts my paw. Maw used to say a heap o' times if she only had a spellin' book like she used to larn out'n, 'at she could larn we uns right smart. Well, one day one o' the neighbors told her 'at he'd seed one at the garrets over to other side Lone Pine Creek, nigh about 8 mile, I reckon, and she 'lowed she'd get it. So she sont we uns over to Teasley's mill. She war that scared o' the gorillas she didn't like leavin' we uns home alone, and she walked there and axed could she do suthin' to earn that there book, and ol' Miss Garrett she allowed if Maw'd come Monday follerin' an' wash fer her, 'at she mount have it. Them days we uns and the Teasleys war right friendly. There wa'n't no feud 'twixt we uns and Teasleys then, but now I reckon there's bound to be blood feud." She spoke very sadly and waited, leaving the tale of the spelling book half told. "Why must there be blood feud now? Why can't you go on in the old way?" "It's Frale done it. He and Ferdinand Teasley, they set up stillin' over in dark cornder yonder. Hit to work a heap o' trouble, that there. I reckon you uns don't have nothin' sich whar you come from." "We have things quite as bad. So they quarreled, did they?" "Yas, they quarreled and they fit." "No doubt they had been drinking." "Yas, I reckon." "But just a drunken quarrel between those two ought not to affect all the rest. Couldn't you patch it up among you and keep the boy at home? You must need his help on the place." "We need him bad here, but he is no way for to make up and right a blood feud. Frale done them mean. He lifted his hand and killed his friend. It war Sunday evening he done hit. They had been having a singing there at the mill, and preacher, he war there too, and all were kind and peaceable, and Ferd and Frale they sought out for there still. Ferd on foot and Frale riding his horse, the one you have now. They used to go that a way riding turnabout, one horse with them and one horse keep allus hid nigh the still lest the government men come on 'em sudden like. Frale he war right cute, he never war come up with. 'Pears like they stopped, for they'd gone fer disputin' 'bout somethin'. Miss Teasley say she heard their voices high and loud, and then she heard a shot right quick that a way and nothin' more, and she sont old man Teasley and the preacher out, and the whole houseful follered, and there they found Ferd lyin' shot dead, and Frale, he and the horse war gone. Ferd he still held his own gun in his hand tight like he war goin' to shoot, with the trigger open and his finger on hit. But he never got the chance. Likely if he had, hit would have been him a hidin' now and Frale dead. I reckon so." Thryng listened in silence. It made him think of the old tales of the Scottish border. So, in plain words, the young man was a murderer. With deep pity he recalled the haunted look in Frale's eyes and the sadness that trembled around Cassandra's lips as she said, "I reckon there is no trouble worse than ours." A thought struck him, and he asked, "Do you know what they quarreled about?" "He never let on what all was the fuss. Likely he told Cass, but she's that still. It's right hard to raise a blood feud there when we uns and the Teasleys allus were friends. She took care o' me when my chillen come, and I took care o' her with hern. Ferdinand, too. He wor like my own, fer I nursed him when she had the fever and her milk leave her. Cass war only 3 weeks old then, and he wor nigh on a year, but that little and sickly. He like to 'a' died if I hadn't took him." She paused and wiped away a tear that trickled down the furrow of her thin cheek. "If it were left to us women fer to stir him up, I reckon there wouldn't be no feuds, fer it's hard on we uns when we're friendly, and Ferd like my own boy that a way." But perhaps, David spoke musingly, perhaps it was a woman who stirred up the trouble between them. The widow looked a moment with startled glance into his face, then turned her gaze away. "I reckon not. There's no woman far or near as I ever hearn of Frale goin' with." Still pondering, David rose to go, but quickly resumed his seat and turned her thoughts again to the past. He would not leave her thus sad at heart. "Won't you finish telling me about the spelling book?" "I forget how come it, but Maw didn't leave we chillen to Teasley's that day she went to do the washin'. Likely Miss Teasley war sick. Anyway, she lef us here. She baked corn bread, hit war all we had in the house to eat them days, and she fotched water for the day, and kivered up the fire. Then she locked the door and took the key with her, and told we uns, did we hear a noise like anybody tryin' to get in, to go up garret and make out like there won't nobody to home. There were 3 of us chillen. I were the oldest. We were Caswells, my family. My little brother Whitson, he were scarcely more'n a baby, running round pulling things down on his head where he could reach 'em. Cotton were most as much care, that reckless." She paused and smiled as she recalled the cares of her childhood, then wandered on in her slow narration. "They done a heap o' things that day to about drive me plumb crazy, and all the time we was thinkin' we heard men talking or horses trompin' outside. and keep ourselves right busy running up garret to hide. Along towards night hit come on to snow, and then turned to rain, a right cold hard rain, and we were that cold and hungry. And wit he cried for maw, and hit come dark, and we had it all the war to eat long before. So we had no supper, and the poor little fellers were that cold and shivering there in the dark. I made them climb into bed like they were, and kivered them up good, and there I lie trying to make out like I were maw, getting my arms round both of them to oncet. Wit cried hisself to sleep, but Cotton he keeps saying he heerd men knocking round outside, and at last he fell asleep too. He allus were a natchly scared kind o' child. Then I lay there still listening to the rain beat on the roof and thinking would maw ever get back again, and listening to hear her working with the lock. It were a padlock on the outside, and there I must have draft off to sleep that away, for I didn't hear nothing no more until I woke up with a soft murmuring sound in my ears, and there I seed maw. The rain had stopped, and it were most day, I reckon, with the mornin' moon shinin' in and fallin' on her what she knelt by the bed, close nigh to me. I can see it now, that long line o' white light streamin' across the floor and fallin' on her, makin' her look like a white ghost spirit, and her two hands held up with that there book twixt them. I knew hit were maw, for I'd seed her pray before, but I were scared for all that. I lay right still and held my breath, and heard her thank the Lord for caring for we ones whilst she were gone, and for 'lowing her to get that there book. I don't guess she knew I seed her, for she got up right still and soft, like not to wake we uns, and began to light the fire and make some yarb tea. She were that wet and cold I could see her hands shake while she held the match to the lighted stick. Them days maw made coffee out'n burnt cornbread and tea out'n dried blackberry leaves and sassafras root. She paused and turned her face toward the open door. David thought she had lost somewhat the appearance of age. Certainly, what with the long rest and Cassandra's loving care, she had no longer the weary, haggard look that had struck him when he saw her first. Following the direction of her gaze, he went to the shelf and took down the old spelling book and turned the leaves, now limp and worn. So this was Cassandra's inheritance, part of it, the inward impulse that would urge to toil all day, then walk miles in rain and darkness through a wilderness, and thank the Lord for the privilege to own this book, not for herself, but for the generations to come. David touched it reverently, glad to know so much of her past, and turned to the old mother for more. "Have you anything else like this?" Her sharp eyes sparkled as she looked narrowly at him. "I have suthin' 'at I ain't never told anybody livin' a word of, not even Doctor Hoyle, only he war some different from you. But I'm getting old, and I may as well tell you. Likely with all your larnin', you can tell me is it any good to Cass? She be that sot on all sec." She fumbled at her throat for a moment and drew from the bosom of her gown a leather shoelacing, from which dangled an iron key. Slowly she undid the knot and handed it toward him. "I never 'low nobody on earth to touch that thar box, and the ain't a soul living knows what's in it. I've been guarding them like they war gold, for they belong to my old man, the first one, Cassandra's father. But I reckon if I die there won't nobody see any good in them things. If you'll unlock that thar padlock on that box yonder, you'll find it wropped in a piece of gingham. My paw's mother spun and wove that gingham. Old Miss Caswell. They don't many do work like that nowadays. They lived right where we are living now." David unlocked the chest and lifted the heavy lid. "It's down in the further corner. That's it, I reckon. Just step to the door, will you, and see is they anybody nigh?" He went to the door, but saw no one. Only from the shed came an intermittent rat-tat. "I don't see anyone, but I hear someone pounding." "It's only Hoyle making his traps." She sighed, then slowly and tenderly untied the parcel and placed in his hands two small leather-bound books. Tied to one by a faded silk cord which marked the pages was a thin, worn ring of gold. "That ring were his maw's, and when we were married I wore it, but when I took farewell for my old man I never wore it any more, for he 'lowed bein' hit were gold that away, we'd ought to sell it. That time I took the lock off'n the door and put it on that thar box. Hit war my grandma's box, and I done wore the key hyar ever since. Can you tell what they be? It's the queerest kind of print I ever see. He used to make out like he could read hit. Likely he did, for whatever he said he done." It seemed to her little short of a miracle that anyone could read it, but David soon learned that her confidence in her first old man was unlimited. "What's all's in it?" She grew restless while he carefully and silently examined her treasure, the true significance of which she so little knew. Filled with amazement and with a keen pleasure, he took the books to the light. The print was fine, even and clear. "What's all be they?" she reiterated. "Reckon they're no good." David smiled. "In one way they're all the good in the world, but not for money, you know." "No, I don't guess. Can you read that queer printin'?" "Yes. The letters are Greek, and these books are about 100 years old." "Be they? Then they won't be much good to Cass, I reckon. He sot a heap by them, but I war feared they mount be heathen. Greek, that there be heathen, hain't it?" David continued, speaking more to himself than to her. "They were published in London in 1812. They have been read by some one who knew them well. I can see by these marginal notes." "What be they?" Her curiosity was eager and intent. "They are explanations and comments, written here on the margin. See, with a fine pen." "His grandpa done that there. What be they about, anyhow?" "They are very old poems, written long before this country was discovered." "And that must have been before the Revolution. His grandpa fit in that. There is something more in there. I kept it hid for farewell he war bound to melt it up for silver bullets. He 'lowed them bullets war plumb sure to kill. Reckon you can find it? Dere it is." Her eyes shone as Thryng drew out another object also wrapped in gingham. "Hit's a teapot, I guess, but Farwell he got a hold of it and melted off the spout to make his silver bullets. That time I hid all in the box and put on the bolt and lock whilst he war away stillin'. There is one bullet left, but I reckon Frale has it." David took it from her hand and turned it about. "Surely, this is a treasure. Here is a coat of arms, but it is so worn I can't make out the emblem. Was this your husband's also? Is there anything else?" "That's all. Yes, they were hisn. I war plumb mad at Farwell. I never could get over what he done, also he mount sure kill somebody. Likely he meant them bullets for the revenue officers, should they come up with him." "It would have been a great pity if he had destroyed this mark. I'm not sure, but if it is what I imagine, it is from an old family in Wales." "I reckon you're right, for they were Welsh. His paw's folks way back. He used to say there wa'n't no name older'n hisn since the Bible. I told him 'twar time he got a new one if it were that old, but he said he reckoned a name were like whiskey. It needed a right smart o' age to make it worth anything." Thryng laid the antique silver pot on the bed beside the old mother's hand, and again took up the small volumes. As he held them, a thought flashed through his mind, yet hardly a thought. It was more of an illumination, like a vista suddenly opened through what had seemed an impenetrable, impalpable wall, beyond which lay a joy yet to be, but before unseen. In that instant of time a vision appeared to him of what life might bring, glorified by a tender light as of a red fire seen through a sweet, blue, obscuring mist, and making thus a halo about the one figure of the vision outlined against it, clear and fine. "'Pears like you find something right interestin' in that book. Be you readin' it?" "I find a glorious prophecy. Was your first husband born and raised here as you were?" "Not on this spot, but he was born and raised like weens here in the mountains, over the other side Pishka. I seed him first when I wa'n't more'n 17. He come here fer, I don't rightly recollect what, only he had been deer huntin' and come late evening he drapped in. He had lost his dog, and he had a bag o' birds, and he axed Maw could she cook 'em and give him supper, and Maw she took to him right smart. Aftah suppah, I remembah like hit war last evenin', he took Grandpa's old fiddle and tuned hit up and sot thar and played everything you evah heered. He played like the warbirds singin' and rain fallin', and like the wind when it goes wailin' round the house in the pine tops, soft and sad, like that a way. Grandpa's old fiddle. I used to care a heap fer it, but one time Farwell got religion, and he took and broke it 'cause he war feared Frale mount learn to play, and hit would be a temptation of the devil to him." "Well, I say, that was a crime, you know." "Yes, sometimes I lay here and say what all did I marry Farwell fer anyway? Well, every man has his failin's, they say, and Farwell he sure had his'n." "May I keep these books a short time? I will be very careful of them. You know that, or you would not have shown them to me." "You take them as long as you like. It ain't like it used to be. Books is easy come by these days. Too easy, I reckon. Cassandra she brung a whole basket full of 'em with her. There they be on that cheer behind my spinning wheel." Was the basket full of books? So that's why it was so heavy. Might I have a look at them? "Look 'em over all you want to. She won't care, I reckon. She hain't had a mite o' time since she come home to look at 'em." But David thought better of it. He would not look in her basket and pry among her treasures without her permission. "When is she coming back?" he asked, awakened to desire further knowledge of the silenced girl's aspirations. "Soon, I reckon. She's been a right smart spell longer now than she 'lowed she'd be. It's old man Irwin. He's been hurted some way. She went over to see could Aunt Sally Carew go and help Miss Irwin keer for him. She's a fool thing, don't know nothin'. They sent down fer me, but 'ere I be, so she rode the colt over fer Sally." David wrapped and tied the piece of silver as he had found it. As he replaced it in the box, he discovered the pieces of the broken fiddle, loosely tied in a sack, precious relics of a joy that was past. Carefully he locked the box and returned the key, but the books he folded in the strip of gingham and carried away with him. "I'll be back to night or in the morning. If she doesn't return, send Hoyle for me. You mustn't be too long alone. Shall I mend the fire?" He threw on another log, then lifted her a little and brought her a glass of cool water, and climbed back to his cabin, walking lightly and swiftly. End of chapter 8. Read by Lars Rolander.
Chapter 9 of The Mountain Girl. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mary Herndon Bell. The Mountain Girl by Payne Erskine. Chapter 9, in which David accompanies Cassandra on an errand of mercy. Filled with the enthusiasm of his thoughts, David climbed too rapidly, and now he found he must take the more gradual rise of the mule trail without haste. His cap thrust in his pocket, the breeze lifted his hair and dried the perspiration which would still come with any too eager exertion. But why should he care? Even to be alive these days was joy. This was continually the refrain of his heart, nor had he begun to exhaust his resources for entertainment in his solitary life. Never were the days too long. Each was filled with such new and lively interest as to preclude the thought of ennui. To provide against it, he had sent for books, more than he had had time to read in all the busy days of the last 3 years. These, and his microscope, and his surgical instruments, had been brought him on a mule team by Jerry Carew, who did his "totin'" for him, fetching all he needed for work or comfort in this way from the nearest station where goods could be sent until the hotel opened in the early summer. Not that he needed them, but that, as an artist loves to keep a supply of paints and canvas, or a writer, even when idle, is happier to know that he has at hand plenty of pens and blank paper, he liked to have them. Thus far he had felt no more need of his books than he had for his surgical instruments, but now he was glad he had them, for the sake of the girl who was that sought on all such. He would open the box the moment he had eaten and look them over. The little brother should take them down to her one at a time, or better, he would take them himself, and watch the smile which came so rarely and sweetly to play about her lips and in her eyes, and vanish. Surely he had a right to that for his pains. He heard the sound of rapid hoof-beats approaching across the level space from the cabin above him, and looking up, as if conjured from his innermost thoughts, he saw her coming, allowing the colt to swing along as he would. Her bonnet hung by the strings from her arm, her hair blew in crinkling wisps across her face, and the rapid exercise had brought roses into the creamy whiteness of her skin. She kept to the brow of the ridge, and would have passed him unseen, her eyes fixed on the distant hills, had he not called to her in his clear Alpine yodel. She reined in sharply, and slipping from the saddle walked quickly to him, leading the colt, which was warm and panting as if he had carried her a good distance at that pace. "Oh, Doctor Thryng, we need you right bad. That's why I took this way home. Have you been to the house?" "Yes, I have just come from there." "Is mother all right?" "Doing splendidly." He waited, and she lifted her face to him anxiously. "We need you bad, Doctor." "Yes, but not you. You're not—" he began stupidly. "It's Mr. Irwin. I went there to see could I help any, and seemed like I couldn't get here soon enough. When I found you were not at home, I was that troubled. Can you go up there and see why I can't rest for thinking he's a heap worse than he reckons? He thinks he's better, but come in and rest and tell me about it. Mistress Irwin isn't quite well, and I must go back as soon as I can get everything done at home. I must get dinner for mother and Hoyle. You've been that kind to mother. I thought if you could only see him. They can't spare him to die." "Indeed, I'll go gladly. But you must tell me more, so that I may know what to take with me. What is the matter with the man? Is he ill or hurt? Let me— Oh, you are an independent young woman." She had turned from him to mount, and he stepped forward with outstretched hand to aid her, but in a breath, not seeing his offer, she placed her two hands on the horn of the saddle, and from the slight rise of ground whereon she stood, with one agile spring landed easily in the saddle and wheeled about. "He's been cutting trees to clear a patch for corn, and some way he hurt his foot, and he's been lying there nigh a week with the misery. Last evening she sent one of the children for mother, not knowing she was bad herself. So I went for Aunt Sally, but she was gone, so I rode on to the Irwins to see could I help. He said he wasn't suffering so much to day, and it made my heart just stop to hear that when he couldn't lift himself. You see, my stepfather, he was shot in the arm, and right soon, when the misery left him, he died. So I didn't say much, but on the way home I thought of you, and I came here fast. We know so little here on the mountains," she added sadly, as she looked earnestly down at him. "You have acted wisely. Just ride on, Miss Cassandra, and I will follow as soon as— Come down with me now and have dinner at our place. Then we can start together." "Thank you, I will. You are more expert in the art of dinner getting than I am, so we will lose less time." He laughed, and was rewarded with the flash of a grateful smile as she started on without another word. It took David but a few minutes to select what articles he suspected from her account might be required. He hurried his preparations, and being his own groom, stable boy, and man of all work, he was very busy about it. As a strain of music or a floating melody will linger in the background with insistent repetition, while the brain is at the same time busily occupied with surface affairs, so he found himself repeating some of her quaint phrases, and seeing her eyes, the wisps of wind-blown hair, and the smile on her lips as she turned away, like an accompaniment to all he was thinking and doing. Soon, equipped for whatever the emergency might demand, he was at the widow's door. His horse nickered and stretched out his nose toward Cassandra's colt, as if glad to have once more a little horse companionship. Side by side they stood, with bridles slipped back and hung to their saddles, while they crunched contentedly at the corn on the ear which Hoyle had brought them. While at dinner, Cassandra showed David her books, pleased that he asked to see them. "I brought them to study should I get time. It's right hard to give up hope." She glanced at her mother and lowered her voice. "To stop, anyhow. I thought I might teach Hoyle a little." "Ah, these are mostly school books," he said, glancing them over. "Yes. I was at school this time. Near Farington it was. Once I stayed with Bishop Towers and helped do housework. I could learn a heap there between times. They let me have all the books I wanted to read." She looked lovingly at her few precious school books. "I haven't touched these since I got back. We're that busy." Then she resumed her work about the house, cooking at the fireplace, waiting upon David, and serving her mother, while directing Hoyle what to do should she be detained that night. He demurred and hung about her, begging her not to stay. "I won't, son, without I can't help it. You won't care so much now. Mother's not bad like she was." "Yes, I will," he mourned. "I reckon I'll have to call you baby again," said his mother. "You're getting that babyfied since Cass come back doing all for you. You has a heap o' company. There's the cow to keer for, and old Pete hollering at you, and the chickens telling how many eggs they laid for you. Run now. There's old Frizzle cackling. Get the egg, and we'll send it to the poor sick man. There, Cass," she added as Hoyle ran out, half ashamed to do her bidding. It's your own fault for making such a baby of him. I 'low you better take 'long few fresh eggs. Likely they'll need 'em, so triflin' they be. I don't guess you'll find a thing in the house for him to eat." Cassandra packed one of her oddly shaped little baskets, as her mother suggested, for the sadly demoralized and distracted family to which they were going, and tucked in with the rest the warm, newly laid egg Hoyle brought her, smiling indulgently and kissing his upturned face as she took it from him. Toward David she was always entirely simple and natural, except when abashed by his speech, which seemed to her most elaborate and sometimes mystifying. She would pause and gaze at him an instant, when he extended to her a courtesy, as if to give it its exact value. Not that she in the least distrusted him, quite the contrary, but that she was wholly unused to hearing phrased courtesies or enthusiasms expressed in the form of words. She had seen something of it in the bishop's pretty complimentary pleasantries with his wife, but David's manner of handing her a chair, offering her a suggestion with a "May I be allowed?" was foreign to her, and she accepted such remarks with a moment's hesitation and a certain aloofness hardly understood by him. He found himself treating her with a measure of freedom from the constraint which men often place upon themselves because of the recognition of the personal element which will obtrude between them and femininity in general. He recognized the reason for this in her absolute lack of coquetry toward him, but analyze the phenomenon as yet he could not. To her he was a being from another world, strange and delightful, but set as far from her as if the sea divided them. She turned toward him sweet, expectant eyes. She listened attentively, gropingly sometimes. She would understand him if she could, would learn from him and trust him implicitly, but her femininity never obtruded itself. Her personality seemed to be enclosed within herself, and never to lead toward him with the subtle flattery men feel and like to awaken, but which they often fear to arouse when they wish to remain themselves unstirred. Her dignified poise and perfect freedom from all arts to attract his favor and attention pleased him, but while it gave him the safe and unconstrained feeling when with her, it still piqued his man's nature a little to see her so capable of showing tenderness to her own, yet so unstirred by himself. Cassandra had never been up to his cabin when he was there until to day, since the morning she came to consult him about Frale, nor had that young man's name been uttered between them. David had said nothing to her of the return of the valise, not wishing to touch on the subject unless she gave the opportunity for him to ask what she knew about it. Now, since his morning's talk with her mother had envisioned an ideal and shown a glory beyond, he was glad to have this opportunity of being alone with her and sounding her depths. For a long time they rode in silence, and he remembered her mother's words. "He may have told Cass, but she is that still." She carried her basket carefully before her on the pommel of her saddle. Gradually the large sunbonnet which quite hid her face slipped back, and the sun lighted the bronze tints of her hair. As he rode at her side, he studied her watchfully, so simply dressed in homespun material which had faded from its original color to a sort of turquoise green. The stuff was heavy and clung closely to her figure, and she rode easily, perched on her small, old-fashioned side saddle, swaying with lithe movement to the motion of her horse. She wore no wrap, only a soft silk kerchief knotted about her neck, the fluttering ends of which caressed her chin. Her cheeks became rosy with the exercise, and her gray eyes, under the green pines and among the dense laurel thickets, took on a warm, luminous green tint like the hue of her dress. David at last found it difficult to keep his eyes from her, this veritable flower of the wilderness, and all this time no word had been spoken between them. How impersonal and far away from him she seemed. While he was filled with interest in her, and eager to learn the secret springs of her life, she was riding on and on, swaying to her horse as a flower on its slender stem sways in a breeze, as undisturbed by him as if she were not a human breathing girl subject to man's dominating power. Was she then so utterly untouched by his masculine presence, he wondered? If he did not speak first, would she keep silent forever? Should he wait and see? Should he will her to speak and of herself unfold to him? Suddenly she turned and looked clearly and pleasantly in his eyes. "We'll be on a straight road for a piece after this hill. Shall we hurry a little then?" "Certainly, if you think best. You set the pace and I'll follow." Again silence fell. "Do you feel in a hurry?" he asked at length. "I would like to get there soon. We can't tell what might be." She pressed her hand an instant to her throat and drew in her breath as if something hurt her. "What is it?" he asked, drawing his horse nearer. "Nothing. Only I wish we were there now." "You are suffering in anticipation, and it isn't necessary. Better not, indeed. Think of something else." "Yes, sir." The two little words sounded humbly submissive. He had never been so baffled in an endeavor to bring another soul into a mood responsive to his own. This gentle acquiescence was not what he wished, but that she should reveal herself and betray to him even a hint, a gleam, of the deep undercurrent of her life. Suddenly they emerged on the crest of a narrow ridge, from which they could see off over range after range of mountain peaks on one side, growing dimmer, bluer, and more evanescent until lost in a heavenly distance, and on the other side a valley dropping down and down into a deep and purple gloom, richly wooded and dense, surrounded by precipices topped with scrubby, wind-blown pines and oaks. A wild and rocky descent into mystery and seclusion. Here and there a slender thread of smoke, intensely blue, rose circling and filtering through the purple density against a black-green background of hemlocks. Contrasted with the view on the other side, so celestially fair, this seemed to present something sinister, yet weirdly beautiful, a baffling, untamed wilderness. Along this ridge the road ran straight before them for a distance, stony and bleak, and the air swept over it sweet and strong from the sea far away. "Wait, wait a moment," he called, as his panting horse rounded the last curve of the climb, and she had already put her own to a gallop. She reined in sharply and came back to him, a glowing vision. "Stand a moment near me. We'll let our horses rest a bit, and ourselves too. There is strength and vitality in this air. Breathe it in deeply. What joy to be alive!" She came near, and their horses held quiet communion, putting their noses together contentedly. Cassandra lifted her head high and turned her face toward the billowed mountains, and did what Thryng had not known her to do, what he had wondered if she ever did. She laughed aloud and joyously. "Why do you laugh?" he asked, and laughed with her. "I'm that glad all at once. I don't know why. If the mountains could feel and be glad, seems like they'd be laughing now, away off there by the sea. I wonder, will I ever see the ocean?" "Of course you will. You're not going to live always shut up in these mountains. Laugh again. Let me hear you." But she turned on him startled eyes. "I clean forgot that poor man down below. So like to die, I am most afraid to get back there. Look down. It must have been in a place like that where Christians slew Apollyon. in the dark valley, like I was reading to Hoyle last night." "Does he live down in there? I mean the man Irwin, not Apollyon. He's dead, for Christian slew him." "Yes, the Irwins live there. See yonder that spot of cleared red ground? There's their place. The house is hid by the dark trees nigh the red spot. Can you make it out?" "Yes, but I call that far." "It's easy riding. Shall we go on? I'm that frightened. We better hurry." "Is that your way when you are afraid to do a thing? You hurry to do it all the more?" "Seems like we have to, a heap o' times. Seems like if I were only a man I could be brave, but being a girl so, it is right hard." She started her horse to a gallop, and side by side they hurried over the level top of the ridge. To Thryng, an exhilarating moment; to her, a speeding toward some terrible, unknown trial. CHAPTER 10. Of the Mountain Girl. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mary Herndon Bell. The Mountain Girl by Payne Erskine, in which Cassandra and David visit the home of Decatur Irwin. Soon the way became steep and difficult, and the path so narrow that they were forced to go single file. Then Cassandra led, and David followed. They passed no dwellings, and even the little house to which they were going was lost to view. He wondered if she were not weary, remembering that she had been over the distance twice before that day, and begged her, as he had done when they set out, to allow him to carry the basket, but still she would not. "I never think of it. I often carry things this way. We have to here in the mountains." She glanced back at him and smiled. "I reckon you find it hard because you're not used to living like we do. We're soon there now. See, yonder." A turn in the path brought them in sight of the cabin, set in its bare, desolate patch of red soil. About the door swarmed unkempt children of all sizes, as bees hang out of an overfilled hive. The largest not more than 12 years old, and the youngest carried on the mother's arm. It was David's first visit to one of the poorest of the mountain homes, and he surveyed the scene before him with dismay. Below the house was a spring, and there, suspended from the long-reaching branch of a huge beech tree, now leafless and bare, a great black iron pot swung by a chain over a fire built on the ground among a heap of stones. On a board at one side lay wet gray garments, twisted in knots as they had been wrung out of the soapy water. The woman had been washing, and the vapor was rising from the black pot of boiling suds, but seeing their approach, she had gone to her door, her babe on her arm, and the other children trooping at her heels and clinging to her skirts. They peered up from under frowsy, overhanging locks of hair like a group of ragged, bedraggled Scotch terriers. The mother herself seemed scarcely older than the oldest, and Thryng regarded her with amazement when he noticed her infantile, undeveloped face, and learned that she had brought into the world all those who clustered about her. His amazement grew as he entered the dark little cabin and saw that they must all eat and sleep in its one small room, which they seemed to fill to overflowing as they crowded in after him, accompanied by 3 lean hounds, who sniffed suspiciously at his leggings. Far in the darkest corner lay the father on a pallet of corn husks, covered with soiled bedclothing. The windows were mere holes in the walls, unglazed, unframed, and closed at night or in bad weather by wooden shutters when the room was lighted only by the flames from the now black and empty fireplace. Here, while mother and children were out by the branch washing, the injured man lay alone, stoically patient, declaring that his leg was much better, that he did not feel so much misery in it as yesterday. Thryng had seen much squalor and wretchedness, but never before in a home in the country where women and children were to be found. For a moment he looked helplessly at the silent, staring group, and at the man who feebly tried to indicate to his wife the extending of some courtesy to the stranger. "Sit a cheer, Polly," he said weakly, offering his great hand. "You're right welcome, sir. Are you visitin' these parts?" "This is the doctor I was telling you about, Kate. Dr. Thryng. I begged him to come up and see could he do anything for you," said Cassandra. Then she urged the woman to go back to her work and take the children with her. "Doctor and I will look after your old man a while." She succeeded in clearing the place of all but one lean hound, who continued to stand by his master and lick his hand, whining presciently, and one or two of the children, who lingered around the door to peer in curiously at the doctor. A shutter near the bed was tightly closed, and in struggling to open it, Cassandra discovered it was broken at the hinges and had been nailed in place. David flew to her assistance, and wrenching out the nails, tore it free, letting in a flood of light upon the wretchedness around them. Then he turned his attention to the patient, a man of powerful frame, but lean almost to emaciation, who watched the young physician's face silently, with widely opened blue eyes, their pale color intensified by the surrounding shock of matted, curling, vividly red hair and beard. It required but a few moments to ascertain that the man's condition was indeed critical. Cassandra had gone out and now returned with her hands full of dry pine sticks. Bending on one knee before the empty fireplace, she arranged them and hung a kettle over them full of fresh water. David turned and watched her light the fire. "Good. We shall need hot water immediately. How long since you have eaten?" he asked the man. "He hain't eaten nothing all day," said the wife, who had returned and again stood in the door with her flock, gazing at him. Then the woman grew plaintively garrulous about the trouble she had had "doin' for him," and begged David to tell her "could he he'p him." At last Thryng put a hurried end to her talk by saying he could do nothing, nothing at all for her old man, unless she took herself and the children all away. She looked terror-stricken, and her mouth drew together in a stubborn, resentful line, as if in some way he had precipitated ill luck upon them by his coming. Cassandra at once took her basket and walked out toward the stream, and they all followed, leaving David and the father in sole possession of the place. Then he turned to the bed and began a kindly explanation. He found the man more intelligent and much more tractable than the woman, but it was hard to make him believe that he must immediately lose either his life or his foot, and that they had not an hour, not a half hour to spare, but must decide at once. David's manner, gentle but firmly urgent, at last succeeded. The big man broke down and wept weakly, but yielded. Only he stipulated that his wife must not be told. "No, no. She and the children must be kept away. But I need help. Is there no one, no man whom we can get to come here quickly?" "They's nobody. Naw, I reckon not." David was distressed, but he searched about until he found an old battered pail in which to prepare his antiseptic, and busied himself replenishing the fire and boiling the water. All the time his every move was watched by the hound and the pathetic blue eyes of his master. Soon Cassandra returned, to David's great relief, alone. She smiled as she looked in his face and spoke quietly. "I told her to take the children and gather dock and mullein leaves and such like to make tea for her old man, and if she'd stay a while I'd look after him and have supper for them when they got back. Is there anything I can do now?" David was troubled indeed, but what could he do? He explained his need of her quickly, in low tones, outside the door. "I believe you are strong and brave and can do it as well as a man, but I hate to ask it of you. There is not time to wait. It must be done today, now." "I'll help you," she said simply, and walked into the hut. She had become deadly pale, and he followed her and placed his fingers on her pulse, holding her hand and looking down in her eyes. "You trust me?" he asked. "Oh, yes, I must." "Yes, you must, dear child. You are all right. Don't be troubled, but just think we are trying to save his life. Look at me now and take in all I say." Then he placed her with her back to his work, taught her how to count the man's pulse and to give the ether. But the patient demurred. He would not take it. "Nah, I can stand it. Go ahead, doctor." "See here, Kate Irwin, you are bound to do as Doctor Thryng says, or die," she said, bending over him. "Take this, and I'll sit by you every minute and never take my hand off yours. Stop tossing. There." He obeyed her, and she sat rigidly still and waited. The moments passed in absolute silence. Her heart pounded in her breast, and she grew cold, but never took her eyes from the still, deathlike face before her. In her heart she was praying to be strong enough to endure the horror of it, not to faint nor fall, until at last it seemed to her that she had turned to stone in her place. But all the time she could feel the faintly beating pulse beneath her fingers, and kept repeating David's words, "We're trying to save his life. We're trying to save his life." David finished. Moving rapidly about, he washed, covered, and carried away, and set all in order so that nothing betrayed his gruesome task. Then he came to her and took both her cold hands in his warm ones and led her to the door. She swayed and walked weakly. He supported her with his arm, and once out into the sweet air, she quickly recovered. He praised her warmly, eagerly taking her hands in his, and for the first time, as the faint rose crept into her cheeks, he felt her to be moved by his words. But she only smiled as she drew her hands away and turned toward the house. "They'll be back directly, and I promised to have something for them to eat." "Then I'll help you, for our man is coming out all right now, and I feel, if he can have any kind of care, he will live." The sky had become overcast with heavy clouds, and the wind had risen, blowing cold from the north. David replaced the shutter he had torn off and mended the fire with fuel he found scattered about the yard, while Cassandra swept and set the place in order, and the resuscitated patient looked about a room neater and more homelike than he had ever slept in before. Cassandra searched out a few articles with which to prepare a meal, the usual food of the mountain poor, salt pork and cornmeal mixed with water and salt and baked in the ashes. David watched her as she moved about the dark cabin, lighted only by the fitful flames of the fireplace, to perform those gracious, homely tasks, and would have helped her, but he could not. At last the woman and her brood came streaming in, and Cassandra and the doctor were glad to escape into the outer air. He tried to make the mother understand his directions as to the care of her husband, but her passive "Yes, sah," did not reassure him that his wishes would be carried out, and his hopes for the man's recovery grew less as he realized the conditions of the home. After riding a short distance, he turned to Cassandra. "Won't you go back and make her understand that he is to be left absolutely alone? Scare her into making the children keep away from his bed and not climb into it. You made him do as I wished, with only a word, and maybe you can do something with her. I can't." She turned back, and David watched her at the door talking with the woman who came out to her and handed her a bundle of something tied in a meal sack. He wondered what it might be, and Cassandra explained. "These are the yarbs I sent her and the children after. I didn't know how to rid the cabin of them without I sent for something, and now I don't know what to do with these. We're obliged to use them some way." She hesitated. "I reckon I didn't do right telling her that, do you guess? I had to make out like you needed them and had sent back for them. It wouldn't do to mad her, not one of her sort." Her head drooped with shame, and she added pleadingly, "Mother has used these plants for making tea for sick folks, but—" He rode to her side and lifted the unwieldy load to his own horse. "Be ye wise as a serpent and harmless as a dove," he said, laughing. "How do you mean?" "You were wise. You did right where I would only have done harm and been brutal. Can't you see that these have already served their purpose?" "I don't understand." "You told her to get them because you wished to make her think she was doing something for her husband, didn't you? And you couldn't say to her that she would help most by taking herself out of the way, could you? She could not understand. And so they have served their purpose as a means of getting her quickly and harmlessly away, so we could properly do our work." "But I didn't say so, not rightly. I made her think—" "Never mind what you said or made her think. You did right, God knows. We are all made to work out good, often when we think erroneously, just as you made her uncomprehendingly do what she ought. If ever she grows wise enough to understand, well and good. If not, no harm is done." Cassandra listened, but doubtingly. At last she stopped her horse. "If you can't use them, I feel like I ought to go back and explain," she said. Her face gleamed whitely out of the gathering dusk, and he saw her shiver in the cold and bitter wind. He was more warmly dressed than she, and still he felt it cut through him icily. "No, you shall not go back one step. It would be a useless waste of your time and strength. Later, if you still feel that you must, you can explain. Come." She yielded, touched her horse lightly with her whip, and they hurried on. The night was rapidly closing in, the thick dark shadows creeping up from the gorges below as they climbed the rugged steep they had descended 3 hours earlier. They picked their way in silence, she ahead and he following closely. He wondered what might be her thoughts, and if she had inherited, along with much else that he could perceive, the Puritan conscience which had possibly driven some ancestor here to live undisturbed of his precious scruples. They emerged at last on the level ridge where she had so joyously laughed out. Thryng hurried forward and again rode at her side. She sat wearily now, holding the reins with chilled hands. Had she forgotten the happy moment? He had not. The wind blew more shrewdly past them, and a few drops of rain, large and icy cold, struck their faces. "Put these on your hands, please," he begged, pulling off his thick gloves, but she would not. He reached for the bridle of her horse and drew him nearer, then caught her cold hands and began chafing them, first one and then the other. Then he slipped the warm gloves over them. "Wear them a little while to please me," he urged. "You have no coat, and mine is thick and warm." Suddenly he became aware that she was and had been silently weeping, and he was filled with anxiety for her. So brave she had been, so tired she must be, worn out, poor little heart. "Are you so tired?" he asked. "Oh, no, no. Won't you tell me what troubles you? Let me put this over your shoulder to keep off the rain." "Oh, no, no," she cried as he began to remove his coat. "You need it a heap more than I. You've been sick and I'm well." "Please wear it. I will walk a little to keep warm." "Oh, I can't. I'm not cold, Doctor Thryng. It isn't that." He became imperative through anxiety. "Then tell me what it is," he said. "I can't stop thinking of Decatur Irwin. I can feel you working there yet, and seems like I will never forget. I keep going over it and can't stop. Doctor, are you sure it was right for us to do what we did? Poor child, it was terrible for you, and you were fine, you know, fine. You are a heroine. You are. I don't care for me. It isn't me. Was it right, Doctor? Was there no other way?" she wailed. "As far as human knowledge goes, there was no other way. Listen, Miss Cassandra. I have been where such accidents were frequent. Many a man's leg have I taken off. Surgery is my work in life. Don't be horrified. I chose it because I wanted to be a savior of life and a helper of my fellows." She was shivering more from the nervous reaction than from the cold, and to David it seemed as if she were trying to draw farther away from him. "Don't shrink from me. There are so many in the world to kill and wound. Some there must be to mend where it is possible. I saw in a moment that your intuition had led you rightly, and soon I knew what must be done. I only hope we were not too late. Don't cry, Miss Cassandra. It makes me feel such a brute to have put you through it. No, no, you were right kind and good. I'm only crying now because I can't stop. There, there, child. We'll ride a little faster. I must get you home and do something for you." He spoke out of the tenderness of his heart toward her. But soon they were again descending, and the horses, careful for their own safety if not for their riders', continued slowly and stumblingly to pick their footing in the darkness. Now the rain began to beat more fiercely, and before they reached the fall place they were wet to the skin. David feared neither the wetting nor the cold for himself. Only for her in her utter weariness was he anxious. She would help him stable the horses and led away one while he led the other, but once in the house he took matters in his own hands peremptorily. He rebuilt the fire and himself removed her wet garments and her shoes. She was too exhausted to resist. Following the old mother's directions, he found woolen blankets, and wrapping her about, he took her up like a baby and laid her on her bed. Then he brewed her a hot milk punch and made her take it. "You need this more than I, Doctor. If you'll just take some yourself. As soon as I can, I'll make your bed in the loom shed again and drink it. Drink it and go to sleep. Yes, yes, I'll have some too. Cass, you lie still and do as Doctor says. You nigh about dead, child. If only I could get offen this bed and walk a little, I'd 'a' had your place all ready for you, Doctor. There's a feather bed up garret. If you could tote it down and drape it on the floor here for—" David laughed cheerily. "Why, this is nothing for me." He stood turning himself about to dry his clothing on all sides before the blaze. "As soon as Miss Cassandra closes her eyes and sleeps, I will look after myself. It's a shame to bring all these wet things in here, I say." "You are a steamin' like you are a steam ingine," piped little Hoyle, peering at him over his mother's shoulder from the far corner of her bed. "You lie down and go to sleep again, youngster," said David. And gradually they all fell asleep, while Thryng sat long before the fire and pondered until Cassandra slept. Once and again a deep, quivering sigh trembled through her parted lips as he watched beside her. A warm rose hue played over her still features, cast by the dancing red flames, and her hair in a dishevelled mass swept across the pillow and down to the floor. At last the rain ceased. Warmed and dried, Thryng stole away from the silent house and rode back to his own cabin. Chapter 10 Chapter 11 of The Mountain Girl. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mary Herndon Bell. The Mountain Girl by Payne Erskine, in which spring comes to the mountains, and Cassandra tells David about her father. Ere long, such a spring as David had never dreamed of swept up the mountain, with a charm so surpassing and transcending any imagined beauty that he was filled with a sort of ecstasy. He was constantly out upon the hills, reveling in the lavish bounty of earth and sky, of rushing waters, and all the subtle changes in growing things, as if at last he had been clasped to the heart of nature. He visited the cabins wherever he was called, and when there was need for Cassandra's ministrations, he often took her with him. Thus they fell naturally into good camaraderie. Thus also, quite as naturally, Cassandra's speech became more correct and fluent, even while it lost none of its lingering delicacy of intonation. David provided her with books as he had promised himself. Sometimes he brought them down to her, and they read together. Sometimes he left them with her, and she read them by herself eagerly and happily. But so busy was she that she found very little time to be with him. Not only did all the work of the household fall on her, but the weaving, which her mother had done heretofore, and the care of animals, which had been done by Frale. The life she had hoped to lead, and the good she had longed to do when she left home for school, encouraged by the bishop and his wife, she now resolutely put away from her, determined to lead in the best way the life that she knew must henceforth be hers. She hoped, at least, she might be able to bring the home place back to what it used to be in her grandfather Caswell's time, and to this end she labored patiently, albeit sadly. David was ever aware of a barrier past which he might never step, no matter how merry or how intimate they might seem to be, and always about her a silent air of waiting, which deterred him in his efforts to draw her into more confidential relations. Yet as the days passed, he became more interested in her, influenced by her nearness to him, and still more by her remoteness. Allured and baffled, often in the early morning or late evening, he would sit in the doorway of his cabin or out on his rock with his flute, when his thoughts were full of her. Simple, maidenly, and strong, his heart yearned toward her, while instinctively she held herself aloof in quiet dignity. Never had she presented herself at his door unless impelled by necessity. Never had she sat with him in his cabin since that first time when she came for him so heavy-hearted for Frale. Only when she knew him to be absent had she gone to his cabin and set all its disorder to rights. Then he would return to find it swept and cleaned, and sweet with wild flowers and pine greenery and vines, his cooking utensils washed and scoured, the floor whitened with scrubbing, in his larder newly baked corn bread and white beaten biscuits, his honey jar refilled, and fresh butter pats in the spring. Sometimes a brown earthen jug of cool, refreshing buttermilk stood on his table, but always his thanks would be swept aside with the words, "Mother sent me up to see could I do anything for you. You are always that kind, and we can't do much. And you never come up when I am at home. It isn't every time I can get to go up. I'm that busy here most days." "Only the days when I am absent can you get to go up," he would say teasingly. "Don't I ever deserve a visit? Cass don't get time for visitin' these days. Since Frale left, she have all his work and hern too on her, and mine too, only the little help she gets out'n Hoyle, and hit ain't much," said the mother. "Doctor, don't you guess I can get up and try walking a little?" "If you will promise me you will only try it when I am here to help you, I will take off the weight, and we'll see what you can do to day." Cassandra loved to watch David attend on her mother, so tender was he, and he adopted a playful manner that always dispelled her pessimism and left her smiling and talkative. Ere he was aware, also, he made a place for himself in Cassandra's heart when he became interested in the case of her little brother, and attempted gradually to overcome his deformity. Every morning when the child climbed to his eyrie and brought his supply of milk, David took him in, and gently, out of his knowledge and skill, gave him systematic care, and taught him how to help himself. But he soon saw that a more strenuous course would be the only way to bring permanent relief, or surely the trouble would increase. "What did Doctor Hoyle say about it?" he asked one day. "He warn't that a way when Doctor war here last. Hit war nigh on 5 year ago that come on him. He had fever, and a right smart o' times when we thought he was a gettin' better he just went back, until he began to kind o' draw sideways this a way, and he ain't never been straight since, and he's been that sickly, too. When Doctor saw him last, he war nigh 3 year old, and straight as they can make 'em, and fat. You couldn't see a bone in him." David pondered a moment. "Suppose you give him to me a while," he said. "Let him live with me in my cabin. Eat there, sleep there, everything, and we'll see what can be done for him. I'm willin', more'n willin', when only I can get to help Cass some. Hoyle, he's a heap o' help, with me not able to do a lick. He can milk nigh well as she can, and tote in water, and feed the chickens and the pig, and ridin' to the mill for meal. Yes, he's a heap o' help. Cass, she got to get on with the weavin'. We promised bed kivers and such for Miss Mayhew. She sells 'em for ladies 'at comes to the hotel in summer. We never would have a cent of money in hand these days 'thout that. Only what chickens and eggs she can raise for the hotel, too. It's only in summer. I don't rightly see how we can spare Hoyle." "Where's Miss Cassandra now?" he asked, only more determined on his course the more he was hampered by circumstances. "She's in the loom shed weavin'. I throwed on the warp for a blue and white bed kiver 'fore I war hurt, and she hain't had time to more'n half finish it. I war helpin' to get the weavin' done whilst she war at school this winter, and come spring she war 'lowin' to come back and help Frale with the plantin' and makin' crap for next year. Here in the mountains we'n have to be forehanded, and here I be and can't crawl scarcely yet." After the thrifty soul had taken a few steps, instead of realizing her good fortune in being able to take any, she was bitterly disappointed to find that weeks must still pass ere she could walk by herself. She was seated on her little porch where David had helped her, looking out on the growing things and the blossoming spring all about, a sight to make the heart glad. But she saw only that the time was passing, and it would soon be too late to make a crop that year. She was such a neat, self-respecting old woman as she sat there. Her work-worn old hands were not idle where she turned and mended Hoyle's funny little trousers, homemade, with suspenders attached. "I don't know what all we can do if we can't make a crop. We won't have no corn nor nothin', and nothin' to feed stock, let alone we uns. We'll be in a fix just like all the poor white trash, me not able to do a lick." David came and sat beside her a few moments and said a great many comforting things, and when he rose to go, the world had taken on a new aspect to her eyes, bright, dark eyes, looking up at him with a gleam of hope. "I believe you," she said. "We'll do anything you say, Doctor." Thryng walked out past the loom shed and paused to look in on the young girl as she sat swaying rhythmically, throwing the shuttles with a sweep of her arm, and drawing the great beam toward her with steady beat, driving the threads in place and shifting the veil of warp stretched before her with a sure touch of her feet upon the treadles, all her lithe body intent and atune. It seemed to him, as he sat himself on the step to watch, that music must come from the flow of her action. The noise of the loom prevented her hearing his approach, and silently he watched and waited, fascinated in seeing the fabric grow under her hand. As silently she worked on, and slowly, even as the pattern took shape and came plain before her, his thoughts grew and took definite shape also, until he became filled with a set purpose. He would not disturb her now, nor make her look around. It was just enough to watch her in her sweet, serious unconsciousness, with the flash of exercise on her cheeks, as he could see when she slightly turned her head with every throw of the shuttle. When at last she rose, he saw a look of care and weariness on her face that disturbed him. He sprang up and came to her. She little dreamed how long he had been there. "Please don't go. Stay here and talk to me a moment. Your mother's all right. I've just been with her. May I examine what you've been doing? It's very interesting to me, you know." He made her show him all the manner of her work, and drew her on to tell him of the different patterns her mother had learned from her grandmother and had taught her. "They don't do much on the hand looms now in the mountains, but Miss Mayhew at the hotel last summer, I told you about her, sold some of mother's work up north, and I promised more, but I'm afraid I don't guess I can get it all done now." "You're tired. Sit here on the step a while with me and rest. I want to talk to you a little, and I want you alone." She looked hesitatingly toward the declining sun. He took her hand and led her to the door. "Can't you give me a very few moments? You hold me off and won't let me say what I often have in mind to ask you." She sat beside him where he placed her, and looked wonderingly into his face, but not in the least as if she feared what his question might be, or as if she suspected anything personal. "You know it's not right that this sort of thing should go on indefinitely." "I don't know what sort of thing you mean." She lifted grave, wide eyes to his, those clear gray eyes, and his heart admonished him that he had begun to love to look into their blue and green depths, but heed the admonishment he would not. "I mean working day in and day out as you do. You have grown much thinner since I saw you first, and look at your hands." He took one of them in his and gently stroked it. "See how thin they are, and here are callous places, and you are stooping over with weariness, and except when you have been exercising, your face is far too white." She looked off toward the mountain top and slowly drew her hand from his. "I must do it. There's no one else," she said in a low voice. "But it can't go on always this way." "I reckon so. Once I thought it might be some different, but now—" She waited an instant in silence. "But now what?" "It seems as if it must go on like this way always, as if I were chained here with iron." "But why? Won't you tell me so I can help you?" "I can't," she said sadly and with finality. "It must be." He brooded a moment, clasping his hands about one knee and gazing at her. "Maybe," he said at last, "maybe I can help you, even if you can't tell me what is holding you." She smiled a faintly fleeting smile. "Thank you, but I reckon not." "Miss Cassandra, when you know I am at your service and will do anything you ask me, why do you hold something back from me? I can understand, and I may have ways—" "It's just that, suh. Even if I could tell you, I don't guess you could understand. Even if I went yonder on the mountain and cried to heaven to set me free, I'd have to bide here and do the work that is mine to do, as mother has done hers and her mother before her. But they did it contentedly and happily because they wished it. Your mother married your father because she loved him and was glad. Yes, I reckon she did, but he was different. She could do it for him. He lived alone, alone. Mother knew he did. She could understand. It was like he had a room to himself high up on the mountain where she could never climb nor open the door." David leaned toward her. "What do you see when you look off at the mountains like that?" "It's like I could see him. He would take his little books up there and walk the high path. I never have showed you his path. It was his, and he would walk in it, up and down, and read words I couldn't understand, reading like he was singing. Sometimes I would climb up to him, and he'd take me in his arms and carry me like I was a baby and read. Sometimes he would sit on a bank of moss under those trees. See there near the top by that open spot of sky, a right dark place? There are no other trees like them. They are his trees. He would sit with me there and tell me the stories of the strange words. But we never told mother, for she said they were heathen and I mustn't give heed to him. When deeply absorbed, she often lapsed into her old speech. David liked it. He almost wished she would never change it for his. After father died, I hunted and hunted for those little books, but I never could find them. You remember him so well. Won't you tell me how he looked?" She slowly brought her eyes down from the mountain top and fixed them on his face. "Sometimes, just for a minute, you make me think of him, but you don't look like him. I never heard anyone laugh like he could laugh, with his eyes, too. He was tall like you, and he carried his shoulders high like you do when you hurry, but he was a dark man. When he stood there in the door of the loom shed, his head touched the top. I thought of it when you stood here a bit ago and had to stoop. He always did that." She lifted her gaze again to the mountain and was silent. "Tell me a little more, just a little. Don't you remember anything he said? He used to preach, but I was too little to remember what he said. They used to have preaching in the schoolhouse, and in winter he used to teach there when he could get the children to come. They had no books, but he marked with charcoal where they could all see, and showed them writing in figures. But somehow they got the idea he didn't know religion right, and they wouldn't go to hear him any more. Mother says it nigh broke his heart, for he fell to ailing and grew that thin and white he couldn't climb to his path any more." She stopped and put her hand to her throat, as her way was. She too had grown white with the ache of sorrowful remembrance. He thought it cruel to urge her, but felt impelled to ask for more. "And then?" "Yes. One day we were all alone sitting right here in the loom shed door. He put one hand on my head, and then he put the other hand under my chin and turned my face to look in his eyes, so great and far, like they could see through your heart. Seems like I can feel the touch of his hand here yet and hear him say, 'Little daughter, never be like the rest. Be separate, and God will send for you some day here on the mountain. He will send for you on the mountain top. He will compass you about and lift you up, and you shall be blessed.' Then he kissed me and went into the house. I could hear him still saying it as he walked. 'On the mountain top one will come for you, on the mountain top.' He went in and lay down, and I sat here and waited. It seemed like my heart stood still, waiting for him to come back to me, and it must have been more than an hour I sat, and mother came home and went in and found him gone. He never spoke again. He lay there dead." She paused and drew in a long, sighing breath. "I have never said those words aloud till now, to you, but hundreds of times when I look up on the mountain I have said them in my heart. I reckon he meant I was to bide here till my time was come, and do all like I ought to do it. I did think I could go to school and learn, and come back and teach like he used to, and so keep myself separate like he did. But the Lord called me back and laid a hard thing on me, and I must do it. But in my heart I can keep separate like father did." She rose and stood calmly, her eyes fixed on the mountain. David stood near and longed to touch her passive hand, to lift it to his lips, but forbore to startle her soul by so unusual an act. For all she had given him, a confidence she had never bestowed on another, he felt himself held aloof, her spirit withdrawn from him and lifted to the mountain top. Chapter 12. Chapter 12 of The Mountain Girl. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mary Herndon Bell. The Mountain Girl by Payne Erskine. Chapter 12, in which Cassandra hears the voices and David leases a farm. That evening David sat long on his rock holding his flute and watching the thin golden crescent of the new moon floating through a pale amber sky, and one star near its tip slowly sliding down with it toward the deepening horizon. The glowing sky bending to the purple hilltops, the crescent moon and the lone shining star, the evening breeze singing in the pines above him, the delicate arbutus blossoms hiding near his feet, the call of a bird to its mate, and the faint answering call from some distant shade, the call in his own heart that as yet returned to him unanswered, but with its quiet surety of ultimate response. The joy of these moments, perfect in beauty and a more abundant assurance of gladness near at hand, filled him and lifted his soul to follow the star. Guided by the unseen hand that held the earth, the crescent moon, and the star to their orbits, would he find the great happiness that should be not his alone, but also for the eyes uplifted to the mountain top and the heart waiting in the shadows for the one to be sent. Ah, surely, surely, for this had he come. He stooped to the arbutus blossoms to inhale their fragrance. He rose, and lifting his flute to his lips, played to solace his own waiting, inventing new caprices and tossing forth the notes daringly, delicately, rapturously, now penetrating and strong, now faintly following, scarcely heard, uttering a wordless gladness. Under the great holly tree in the shadows, Cassandra sat, watching as he watched the crescent moon and the lone star sailing in the pale amber light, with the deepening purple mountains hiding the dim distance below them. Often in the early evening, when her mother and Hoyle were sleeping, she would climb up here to pray for Frale that he might truly repent, and for herself that she might be strong in her purpose to give up all her cherished hopes and plans, if thereby she might save him from his own wild, reckless self. It was here his boy's passion had been revealed to her, and here she had seen him changed from boy to man, filled with a man's hunger for her which had led him to crime and held him unrepentant and glad could he thus hold her his own. She must give up the life she had hoped to lead and take upon her the life of the wife of Cain to help him expiate his deed. For this must she bow her head to the yoke her mother had borne before her. In the sadness of her heart she said again and again, "Christ will understand. He was a man of sorrows and acquainted with grief. He will understand." Again came to her, as they had often come of late, dropping down through the still air, down through the leafless boughs like joyful hopes yet to be realized, the flute notes. What were they, those sweet sounds? She held her breath and lifted her face toward the sky. Once long ago in France, the peasant girl had heard the voices. Were they heavenly sweet like these sounds? Did they drop from the sky and fill the air like these? Oh, why should they seem like hopes to her who had put away from her all hope? Were they bringing hope to her who must rise to toil and lie down in weariness for labor never done, who must hold always with sorrowing heart and clinging hands to the soul of a murderer, hold and cling if haply she might save, and weep for that which for her might never be? Were they bringing hope that she might yet live gladly as the birds live, that she might go beyond that and live like those who have no sin imposed on them, to walk with the gods, she knew not how, but to rise to things beyond her ken. Down came the notes, sweet, shrill, white notes, hurrying, drifting, lingering, calling her to follow. Down on her heart with healing and comfort they fell, lightly as dew on flowers, sparkling with life, joy-giving and pure. Slowly she began climbing, listening, waiting, one step upward after another, following the sound. As if in a trance she moved. Below her the noise of falling water made a murmuring accompaniment to the music dropping from above. An earth-made accompaniment to heaven-sent melody, meeting and forming a perfect harmony in her heart as she climbed. Gradually the horror and the sorrow fell away from her, even as the soul shall one day shed its garment of earth, until at last she stood alone and silent near David, etherealized in the faint light to a spirit-like semblance of a woman. With a glad pounding of his heart he sprang towards her. Scarcely conscious of the act, he held out both his arms, but she did not move. She stood silently regarding him, her hands dropped at her side. Then with drooping head she turned and began wearily to descend the way she had come. He followed her and took her hand. She let it lie passively in his and walked on. He wished he might feel her fingers close warmly about his own, but no, they were cold. She seemed wholly withdrawn from him, and her face bore the look of one who was walking in her sleep, yet he knew her to be awake. "Miss Cassandra, speak to me," he begged in quiet tones. "Don't walk away until you tell me why you came." She seemed then to become aware that he was holding her by the hand, and withdrew it, and in the faint light he thought she smiled. "It was just foolishness. You will laugh at me. I heard the music, and I thought it might be — you made it, I reckon, but down there it sounded like it might be the voices. You remember how they came to Joan of Arc, like we were reading last week." She began to walk on more hurriedly. "I will go down with you," he said. "You thought it might be the voices? What did they say to you?" "Oh, don't go with me. I never heed the dark." "Won't you let me go with you? What did the flute say to you? Can't you tell me?" She laughed a little then. "It was only foolishness. I reckon the voices never come these days. I have heard it before, but didn't know where it came from. It just seemed to drop down from heaven like, and this time it seemed like some different, as if it might be the voices calling. It was pretty, sir, far away and soft, like part of everything. My father's playing sounded sad most times, like sweet crying, but this was more like sweet laughing. I never heard anything so glad like this was, so I tried to find it. Now I know it was you who make it, I won't disturb you again, sir. Good evening." She hastened away and was soon lost in the gloom. David stood until he heard her footsteps no more, then turned and entered his cabin, his mind and heart full of her. Surely he had called her, and the sound of his call was to her like sweet laughing. Her face and her quaint expressions went with him into his dreams. When he hurried down to the widow's place next morning, his mind filled with plans which he meant to carry out, and was sure, with the boyish certainty of his nature he could compass, he heard the voice of little Hoyle shrilly calling out to old Pete. "Whoa, mule! Haw there! Haw there, mule! What you going that side for? Come round here." Below the widow's house the stream, after its riotous descent from the fall, meandered quietly through the rich bit of meadow and field, her inheritance for over 100 years, establishing her claim to distinction among her neighbors. Here Martha Caswell had lived with her mother and her 2 brothers until she married and went with her young husband over "t'other side Pisgah." Then her mother sent for them to return, begging her son-in-law to come and care for the place. Her 2 sons, reckless and wild, were allowing the land to run to waste and the buildings to fall in pieces through neglect. The daughter, Martha, true to her name, was thrifty and careful, and under her influence her gentle dreamer of a husband who cared more for his fiddle, his books, and his sermons, gradually redeemed the soil from weeds and the buildings from dilapidation, until at last, with the proceeds of her weaving and his own hard labor, they saved enough to buy out the brother's interests. By that time the younger son had fallen a victim to his wild life, and the other moved down into the low country among his wife's people. Thus were the Merlins left alone on their primitive estate. Here they lived contentedly with Cassandra, their only child and her father's constant companion, until the tragedy which she had so simply related to David. Her father's learning had been peculiar. Only a little classic lore, treasured where schools were none and books were few, handed down from grandfather to grandson. His Greek he had learned from the two small books the widow had so carefully preserved, their marginal notes his only lexicon. They and his Bible and a copy of Bunyan's Pilgrim's Progress were all that were left of his treasures. A teething puppy had torn his dialogues of Plato to shreds, and when his successor had come into the home, he had used the Marcus Aurelius for gun wadding, ere his wife's precaution of placing the padlock from the door on her mother's old linen chest. Today, as David passed the house, the old mother sat on her little porch churning butter in a small dasher churn. She was glad, as he could see, because she could do something once more. "Now, are you happy?" he called laughingly as he paused beside her. "Well, I be. It's been a right smart a while since I been able to do a lick o' work. We sure do have a heap to thank you for. Be Decatur Irwin is glad to lose his foot as I be to get my leg back?" she queried whimsically. "I reckon not." "I reckon not, too. But with him it was a case of losing his life or his foot, while with you it was only a question of walking about or being bedridden for the next 20 years. They be ignorant, them Irwins, and she more than that, for she's a fool. She come round yesterday wantin' to borry a hoe to fix up her garden patch, and she 'lowed if you and Cass had only left him be, he'd a come through all right, for hit war a gettin' better the day you uns took it off. I told her yes, he'd a come cl'ar through to the next world like Farwell done. When the misery left him, he up and died, and Lord knows where he went. I'll get him an artificial foot as soon as he's able to wear one. He'll get on very well with a peg under his knee until then. What's Hoyle doing with the mule?" "He's riding him for Cass. She's trying to get the ground ready for a crop. It's all we can do. Our women never were used to do such work neither, but she would try." "What's that? Is she plowing?" he asked sharply, and strode away. "I reckon she don't want you there, Doctor," the widow called after him, but he walked on. The land lay in a warm hollow completely surrounded by hills. It had been many years cleared, and the mellow soil was free from stumps and roots. When Thryng arrived, 3 furrows had been run rather crookedly the length of the patch, and Cassandra stood surveying them ruefully, flushed and troubled, holding to the handles of the small plow and struggling to set it straight for the next furrow. The noise of the fall behind them covered his approach, and ere she was aware he was at her side. Placing his 2 hands over hers, which clung stubbornly to the handles of the plow, he possessed himself of them. Laughingly he turned her about after the short tussle and looked down into her warm, flushed face. Still holding her hands, he pulled her away from the plow to the grassy edge of the field, leaving Hoyle waiting astride the mule. "Whoa, mule! Stand still there!" he shrilled, as the beast sought to cross the bit of plowed ground to reach the grass beyond. "Let him eat a minute, Hoyle," said David. "Let him eat until I come. Now, Miss Cassandra, what does this mean? Do you think you can plow all that land? Is that it?" "I must." "You must not." There's no one else now. I must." He could feel her hands quiver in his as he forcibly held them, and knew from her panting breath how her heart was beating. She held her head high, nevertheless, and looked bravely back into his eyes. "You must let me—" He paused. Intuitively he knew he must not say as yet what he would. "Let me direct you a little. You have been most kind to me, and it is my place. I am a doctor, you know. If I were sick or hurt, I would give heed to you. I would do anything you say. But I'm not, and this is laid on me to do. Leave go my hands, Doctor Thryng. If you'll sit down here a moment and talk this thing out with me, I will. Now tell me, first of all, why is this laid on you? Frale is gone, and it must be done, or we will have no crop, and then we must sell the animals and then go down and live like poor white trash." Her low, passive monotone sounded like a moan of sorrow. "You must hire some one to do this heavy work. Every one is working on his own patch now, and — no, I have no money to hire with. I reckon I've thought it all over every way, Doctor." She looked sadly down at her hands and then up at the mountain top. "I know you think this is no work for a girl to do, and you're right. Our women never have done such. Only in the war times my grandmother Caswell did it, and I can now. A girl can do what she must. I have no way to turn but to live as my people have lived before me. I thought once I might do different — go to school and keep separate, but—" She spread out her hands with a hopeless gesture and rose to resume her work. "Give me a moment. I'm not through yet. That's right. Now listen. I see the truth of what you say, and I came down this morning to make a proposition to your mother, not for your sake only, don't be afraid, for my own as well. But I didn't make it because I hadn't time. She told me what you were doing, and I hurried off to stop you. Don't speak yet. Let me finish. I feel I have the right. I know I was sent here just now for a purpose, guided to come here." He paused to allow his words to have their full weight. Whether she would perceive his meaning remained to be seen. "I understand," she spoke quietly. "Doctor Hoyle sent you to be helped like he was, and you've been right kind more than us. You've helped that many it seems like you were sent here for, we all as well for your own sake. But that can't help me now, Doctor. Yes, it can. I'm far from well yet. I shall be, but I must stay on for a long time, and I want some interest here. I want to see things of my own growing. The ground up around my little cabin is stony and very poor, and I want to rent this little farm of yours. Listen, I'll pay enough so you need not sell your cattle, and you can go on with your weaving. You can work in the house again as you have always done. Sometime, when your mother is stronger, you can take up your life again and go to school as you meant to live. Can't you? That can never be now. If you take the farm or not, I must bide on here in the old way. I must take up the life my mother lived, and my grandmother, and hers before her. It is mine forever to live it that way, or die." "Why do you talk so?" "God knows, but I can't tell you. Thank you, sir. I will be right glad to rent you the farm. I'd a heap rather you had it than any one else I ever knew, for we care more for it than you would guess. But for the rest, no, I must bide and work till I die. Only maybe I can save little Hoyle and give him a chance to learn something, for he never could work, being like he is." Thryng's eyes danced with joy as he regarded her. Hoyle is not going to be always as he is, and he shall have a chance to learn something also. Look up, Miss Cassandra. Look squarely into my eyes and laugh. Be happy, Miss Cassandra, and laugh. I say it." She laughed softly then. She could not help it. "Wasn't that what the voices were saying last night when you followed?" "Yes, yes. They seemed like they were calling, 'Hope, hope.' But they were not the real voices. You made it." "Yes, I made it, and I was truly calling that to you, and you replied. You came to me." "Ah, but this is different from the voices she heard." "But if they called the truth to you, what then?" "Doctor, there is no longer any hope for me. God called me and let me cut off all hope once. I did it, and now only death can change it. If I believe you, you must believe me. We won't talk about it any more. I'm hungry. Your mother was churning up there. Let's go and get some buttermilk and settle the business of the rent. You've run 3 good furrows, and I'll run 3 more beside them. My first, remember, in all my life. Then we'll plant that strip to sunflowers. Come, Hoyle, tie the mule and follow us." So David carried his way. They walked merrily back to the house, chattering of his plans and what he could raise. He knew nothing whatever of the sort of crops to be raised, and she was naively gay at his expense, a mood he was overjoyed to awaken in her. He vowed that merely to walk over plowed ground made a man stronger. On the porch he sat and drank his buttermilk, and placing his paper on the step, drew up a contract for rent. Then Cassandra went to her weaving, and he and Hoyle returned to the field, where with much labor he succeeded in turning 3 furrows besides Cassandra's, rather crooked and uncertain ones, it is true, but quite as good as hers, as Hoyle reluctantly admitted, which served to give David a higher respect for farmers in general and plowmen especially. End of chapter 12. Chapter 13 of The Mountain Girl. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mary Herndon Bell. The Mountain Girl by Payne Erskine. Chapter 13, in which David discovers Cassandra's trouble. After turning his furrows, David told Hoyle to ride the mule to the stable. Then he sat himself on the fence and meditated. He bethought him that in the paper he had drawn up he had made no provision for the use of the mule. He wiped his forehead and rubbed the perspiration from his hair, and coughed a little after his exertion, glad at heart to find himself so well off. He would come and plow a little every day. Then he began to calculate the number of days it would take him to finish the patch, measuring the distance covered by the 6 furrows with his eye and comparing it with the whole. He laughed to find that at the rate of 6 furrows a day the task would take him well on into the summer. Plainly he must find a plowman. Then the laying out of the ground. Why should he not have a vineyard up on the farther hill slope? He never could have any fruit from it, but what of that? Even if he went away and never returned, he would know it to be adding its beauty to this wonderful dream. Who could know what the future held for him, what this little spot might mean to him in the days to come? That he would go out fully recovered and strong to play his part in life he never doubted. Might not this idyll be a part of it? He thought of the girl sitting at her loom, swaying as she threw her shuttle with the rhythm of a poem, and weaving his life and his heart into her web, unknown to herself, weaving a thread of joy through it all, which as yet she could not see. He knocked the ashes from his pipe and stood a moment gazing about him. Yes, he really must have a vineyard, and a bit of pasture somewhere, and a field of clover. What grew best there he little knew, so he decided to go up and consult the widow. There were other things also to claim his thoughts. Over toward Wild Cat Hole there was a woman who needed his care, and he must not become so absorbed in his pastoral romance as to forget Hoyle. He was looking actually haggard these last few days, and his mother said he would not eat. It might be that he needed more than the casual care he was giving him. Possibly he could take him to Dr. Hoyle's hospital for radical treatment later in the season, when his crops were well started. He smiled as he thought of his crops, then laughed outright and strolled back to the house, weary and hungry and happy as a boy. "Well, now, I like the look o' ye," called the old mother from the porch where she still sat. "'Pears like it done you good already to turn planter. There ain't nothin' better than the smell of new soil for them 'at's consumpted." "Mother!" cried Cassandra from within. "Don't call the doctor that." "Come up and have dinner with us, Doctor." She set a chair for him as she spoke, but he would not. As he stood below them, looking up and exchanging merry banter with her mother, he laughed his contagious laugh. "I bet he's tired," shrilled Hoyle from his perch on the porch roof. "He been settin' on the fence smokin' and rubbing his haid with his handkerchief like he'd had enough with his plowin'. You can nigh about beat him, Cass. His'n don't look no better'n what your'n looked." "Here, you young rascal, you. Come down from there," cried David, catching him by the foot, which hung far enough over to be within reach of his long arm. He pulled him headlong from his high position and caught him in mid-air. "Now, how shall I punish you?" "You better wallop him. He ain't never been switched good in his hull life. Maybe that's what ails him." The child grinned. "I ain't afeared. Git me down on the ground once and I can run faster'n he can." "Suppose I duck him in the water trough yonder?" "I reckon he needs it. He generally do," smiled Cassandra from the doorway. "Come, son, go wash up." David allowed the child to slip to the ground. "Seems like Hoyle is right enough about you, though. Don't go away up the hill. Bide here and have dinner first." David dropped on the step for a moment's rest. "I see I must make a way up to my cabin that will not pass your door. How about that? Was dinner included in the rent, and the mule, and the mule's dinner? And what is Hoyle going to pay me for allowing him to ride Pete up and down while I plow?" "Yes, and what are you going to give him for 'lowing you to set his head round straight, and what are you going to give me for 'lowing you to set me on my legs again? If you go a countin' that a way, I'm feared you're layin' up a right smart o' debt to we uns. I reckon you'll use that mule all you want to, and you'll lick him good, too, when he needs it, and take care o' yourself, for he's a mean critter. And you'll keep that path right where it is, for it goes with the farm long's you bide up yonder. You good people have the best of me. We'll call it all even. Ever since I leaped off that train in the snow, I have been dependent on you for my comfort. Well, I must hurry on. Since I've turned farmer, I'm a busy man. Can you suggest any one I might get to do that plowing? Miss Cassandra here may be able to do it without help, but I confess I'm not equal to it. I be tellin' Cass that Elwine Timms, he ought to be able to do the hull o' that work. Widow Timms is his son. They live over nigh the Garrett place, thar at Lone Pine Creek. He used to help Frale with the still. And then there's Hoke Ballou. He ought to do somethin' for all you done for his wife, sittin' up the hull night long and gettin' up at midnight and run to them. Oh, I hearn a heap sittin' here. Things come to me that a way. Thar ain't much goin' on within 20 mile o' here 'at I don't know. They is plenty hereabouts owes you a heap. I think I've been treated very well. They keep me supplied with all I need. What more can a man ask? The other day a man brought me a sack of cornmeal, fresh and sweet from the mill. A man with 6 children and a sick mother to feed. But what could I do? He would leave it, and when they bring you things, you take 'em. You'll help a heap more in that way 'n you will curin' 'em. They ain't nothin' so good for a man as payin' his debts. Hit keeps his hade up, where a man 'at's good for anything ought to keep it. I hearn a heap of talk here in these mountains 'bouts being stuck up, but I tell 'em if a body feels he hain't good fer nothin', he pretty generally hain't. He'd a heap better feel stuck up, to my thinkin'. They've done pretty well all they could. They've brought me everything from corn whiskey to fodder for my horse. A woman brought me a bag of dried blueberries the other day. I don't know what to do with them. I have to take them, for I can't be graceless enough to send them away with their gifts. You bring 'em here, and Cass'll make you a blueberry cake to eat hot with butter melting on it 'at'll make you think the world's a good place to live in." "I'll do it," he said, laughing, and took his solitary path up the steep. Halfway to his cabin he heard quick scrambling steps behind him, and turning saw little Hoyle bringing Cassandra's small melon-shaped basket covered with a white cloth. "I said I could run faster'n you could. Cass, she sont some chicken fry." He thrust the basket at Thryng and turned to run home. "Here, here," David called after the twisted, hunched little figure. "You tell your sister thank you very much for me, will you?" "Yes, suh," and the queer little gnome disappeared among the laurel below. In the morning David found the place of the Widow Timms, and her son agreed to come down the next day and accept wages for work. A weary, spiritless young man he was, and the home was as poverty-stricken as was that of Decatur Irwin, and with almost as many children. It was with a feeling of depression that David rode on after his call, leaving the grandmother seated in the doorway, snuff stick between her yellow teeth, the grandchildren clustering about her knees or squatting in the dirt like young savages. Their father lounged in the wretched cabin, hardly to be seen in the windowless, smoke-blackened space nearly filled with beds heaped with ragged bedclothes, and broken splint-bottomed chairs hung about with torn and soiled garments. The dirt and disorder irritated David, and he felt angered at the clay-faced son for not being out preparing his little patch of ground. Fortunately, he had been able to conceal his annoyance enough to secure the man's promise to begin work next day, or he would have gained nothing but the family's resentment for his pains. Already David had learned that a sort of resentful pride was the last shred of respectability to which the poorest and most thriftless of the mountain people clung, pride of he knew not what, and resentfulness toward any who by thrift and labor were better off than themselves. He reasoned that as the young man had been Frale's helper at the still, no doubt corn whiskey was at the bottom of their misery. This brought his mind to the thought of Frale himself. The young man had not been mentioned between him and Cassandra since the day she sought his help. He thought he could not be far from the still as he forded Lone Pine Creek on his way to the home of Hoke Belew, whose wife he was going to see. David was interested in this young family. They seemed to him to be quite of the better sort, and as he put space between himself and the Widow Timms's deplorable state, his irritation gradually passed, and he was able to take note of the changes a week had wrought in the growing things about him. More than once he diverged to investigate blossoming shrubs which were new to him, attracted now by a sweet odor where no flowers appeared until closer inspection revealed them, and now by a blaze of color against the dark background of laurel leaves and gray rocks. Ah, the flaming azalea had made its appearance at last, huge clusters of brilliant bloom on leafless shrubs. How dazzlingly gay! In the midst of his observance of things about him, and underneath his surface thoughts, he carried with him a continual feeling of satisfaction in the remembrance of the little farm below the Fall Place, and, in an amused way, planned about it, and built idly his castles in Spain. A bit of stone wall whose lower end was overgrown with vines pleased him especially, and a few enormous trees which had been left standing when the spot had been originally cleared, and the vine-entangled, drooping trees along the banks of the small river that coursed crookedly through it. What possibilities it all presented to his imagination If only he could find the right man to carry out his ideas for him, he would lease the place for 50 years for the privilege of doing as he would with it. After a time he came out upon the cleared farm of Hoke Belew, who was industriously ploughing his field for cotton, and called out to him, "How's the wife?" "She ain't not to say right smart, and the baby don't act like he's well neither, sir. Ride on to the house and light. She's there, and I'll be up directly." Thryng rode on and dismounted, tying his horse to a sapling near the door. The place was an old one. A rose vine, very ancient, covered the small porch and the black, old, moss-grown roof. The small green foliage had come out all over it in the week since he was last there. The glazed windows were open, and white homespun curtains were swaying in the light breeze. A small fire blazed on the hearth, and before it, in a huge, splint-bottomed rocking chair, the pale young mother reclined languidly, wrapped in a patchwork quilt. The hearth was swept and all was neat, but very bare. Close to the black fireplace, on a low chair, with the month-old baby on her knees, sat Cassandra. She was warming something at the fire, which she reached over to stir now and then, while the red light played brightly over her sweet, grave face. Very intent she was, and lovely to see. She wore a creamy white homespun gown, coarse in texture, such as she had begun to wear about the house since the warm days had come. Thryng had seen her in such a dress but once before, and he liked it. With one arm guarding the little bundle in her lap, dividing her attention between it and the porridge she was making, she sat, a living embodiment of David's vision, silhouetted against and haloed by the red fire, softened by the blue obscuring smoke wreaths that slowly circled in great rings and then swept up the wide, overarching chimney. He heard her low voice speaking, and his heart leaped toward her as he stood an instant unheeded by them ere he rapped lightly. They both turned with a slight start. Cassandra rose, holding the sleeping babe in the hollow of her arm, and set a chair for him before the fire. Then she laid the child carefully in the mother's arms and removed the porridge from the fire. "Shall I call Hope?" she asked, moving toward the door. David did not want her to leave them, loving the sight of her. "Don't go. I saw him as I came along," he said. But she went on and sat herself on a seat under a huge locust tree. Tardiest of all the trees, it had not yet leafed out. Later it would be covered with a wealth of sweet white blossoms swarming with honey bees, and the air all about it would be filled with its lavish fragrance and the noise of humming wings. Presently Hoke came plodding up from the field and smiled as he passed her. "Doc inside?" he asked. She nodded. When David came out, he found her still seated there, her head resting wearily against the rough tree. She rose and came toward him. "I thought I wouldn't leave until I knew if there was anything more I could do," she said simply. "No, you've done all you can. She'll be all right. Where's your horse?" "I walked." "Why did you do that? You ought not, you know." "Hoyle rode the colt down to see could Aunt Sally come here for a day or two till Miss Belew can do for herself better." She turned back to the house. "Come home now with me. Ride my horse and I'll walk." "I'd like to walk," urged David. "Oh, no. Thank you, Doctor. I must speak to Azalie first. Don't wait." She went in, and David mounted and rode slowly on, but not far. Where the trail led through a small stream which he knew she must cross, he dismounted and allowed the horse to drink while he stood looking back along the way for her to come to him. Soon he saw her white dress among the glossy rhododendron leaves as she moved swiftly along, and he walked back to meet her. "I have waited for you. You're not used to this kind of saddle, I know, but what's the difference? You can ride cross saddle as the young ladies do in the North, can't you?" "I reckon I could." She laughed a little. "Do they ride that way where you come from? It must look right funny. I don't guess I'd like it." "But just try, to please me." "Why not?" "If you don't mind, I'd rather walk, please, sir. Don't wait." "Then I will walk with you. I may do that, may I not?" He caught the bridle rein on the saddle, leaving the horse to browse along behind as he would, and walked at her side. She made no further protest, but was silent. "You don't object to this, do you?" he insisted. "It's pleasanter than being alone, but it's right far to walk, seems like, for you." "Then why not for you?" She smiled her mysterious, quiet smile. "You must know that I am stronger than you," he persisted. "I ought to think so, since the day we rode over to Kate Irwin's, but I was right afraid for you that time, lest you get cold, and then it was me—" She paused and looked squarely in his eyes and laughed. "You wouldn't say 'it was me,' would you?" He joined merrily in her laughter. "I never corrected you on that." "You never did, but you didn't need to. I often know after I've said something not right, as you would say it." "Do you, indeed?" He walked nearer, boyishly happy because she was close beside him. He wanted to touch her, to take her hand and walk as children do, but could not because of the subtle barrier he felt between them. He determined to break it down. "Finish what you were saying. And then it was me—" "What?" "And then it was I who gave out, not you. But you were a heroine from the ground up, and I love you." He spoke with such boyish impulsiveness that she took the remark as one of his extravagances and merely smiled indulgently, as if amused at it. She did not even flush, but accepted it as she would an outburst from Hoyle. David was amazed. It only served to show him how completely outside that charmed circle within which she lived he still was. He was maddened by it. He came nearer and bent to look in her face until she lifted her eyes to look fairly in his. "That's right. Look at me and understand me. I waited there only that I might tell you. Why do you put a wall between us? I tell you I love you. I love you, Cassandra. Do you understand?" She stood quite still and gazed at him in amazement, almost as if in terror. Her face grew white, and she pressed her two hands to her heart, then slowly slid them up to her round white throat as if it hurt her, a movement he had seen in her twice before when suffering emotion. "Why, Cassandra, does it hurt you for me to tell you that I love you? Beautiful girl, does it?" "Yes, sir," she said huskily. He would have taken her in his arms, but refrained for very love of her. She should be sacred even from his touch if she so wished, and the barrier, whatever it might be, should halo her. He had spoken so tenderly he had no need to tell her. The love was in his eyes and his voice, but he went on. "Then I must be cruel and hurt you. I love you all the days and the nights, all the moments of the days. I love you." In very terror she flung out her hands and placed them on his breast, holding him thus at arm's length, and with head thrown back, still looked into his eyes piteously, imploringly. With trembling lips she seemed to be speaking, but no voice came. He covered her hands with his and held them where she had placed them. "You have put a wall between us. Why have you done it?" "I didn't know. I thought you were as far away from us as the star of gold is from our world in the night. So far, I didn't guess you could come so near." She bowed her head and wept. "You are the star yourself. You beautiful, you are—" But she stopped him, crying out. She could not draw her hands away, for he still held them clasped to his heart. "No, no, the wall is there. It must be between us for always. I am promised." The grief wailed and wept in her tones, and her eyes were wide and pleading. "I must lead my life, and you must stay outside the wall. If you love me, Doctor, you must never know it, and I must never know it." Her beating heart stopped her speech, and they both stood thus a moment, each seeing only the other's soul. "Promised?" The word sank into his heart like lead. "Promised?" Slowly he released her hands, and she covered her face with them and sank at his feet. He bent down to her and asked, almost in a whisper, "Promised? Did you say that word?" She drooped lower and was silent. All the chivalry of his nature rose within him. Should he come into her life only to torment and trouble her? Ought he to leave the place? Could he bear to live so near her? What had she done, this flower? Was she to be devoured by swine? The questions clamored at the door of his heart, but one thing could he see clearly. He must wait without the wall, seeking only to serve and protect her. With the unerring instinct which led her always straight to the mark, she had seen the only right course. He repeated her words over and over to himself. "If you love me, you must never know it, and I must never know it." Her heart should be sacred from his personal intrusion, and their old relations must be reestablished at whatever cost to himself. With flashlight clearness he saw his difficulty, and that only by the elimination of self could he serve her, and also that her manner of receiving his revelation had but intensified his feeling for her. The few short moments seemed hours of struggle within himself ere he raised her to her feet and spoke slowly in his old way. He lifted her hand to his lips. "It is past, Miss Cassandra. We will drop these last few moments out of your life into a deep well, and it shall be as if they had never been." He thought as he spoke that the well was his own heart, but that he must not say, for henceforth his love and service must be selfless. "We may be good friends still, just as we were?" "Yes, sir," she spoke meekly. "And we can go right on helping each other as we have done all these weeks? I do not need to leave you?" "Oh, no, no." She spoke with a gasp of dismay at the thought. "It won't hurt so much if I can see you going right on, getting strong, like you have been, and being happy, and—" She paused in her slowly trailing speech and looked about her. They were down in a little glen, and there were no mountain tops in sight for her to look up to as was her custom. "And what, Cassandra? Finish what you were saying." Still for a while she was silent, and they walked on together. "And now won't you say what you were going to say?" He could not talk himself, and he longed to hear her voice. "I was thinking of the music you made. It was so glad. I can't talk and say things what I think like you do, but seems like it won't hurt me so here." She put her hand to her throat. "Where it always hurts me when I'm sorry at anything. If I can hear you glad in the music, like you were that night I thought you were the voices. Cassandra, I shall be glad for you always." She looked into his eyes an instant with the clear light of understanding in her own. "But for you. It is for you I want it to be glad." End of chapter 13. Chapter 14 of The Mountain Girl. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mary Herndon Bell. The Mountain Girl by Payne Erskine. Chapter 14, in which David visits the bishop and Frale sees his enemy. The bishop was seated in a deep canvas chair on his wide veranda, looking out over his garden toward a distant line of blue hills. His little wife sat close to his side on a low rocker, very busy with the making of buttonholes in a small girl's frock of white dimity and lace. Betty Towers loved lace and pretty things. The small girl was playing about the garden paths with her puppy and chattering with Frale in her high, happy, childish voice, while he bent weeding among the beds of okra and eggplant. His face wore a more than usually discontented look, even when answering the child with teasing banter. Now and then he lifted his eyes from his work and watched furtively the movements of David Thryng, who was pacing restlessly up and down the long veranda in earnest conversation with the bishop and his wife. The two in the garden could not understand what was being said at the house, but each party could hear the voices of the other, and by calling out a little could easily converse across the dividing hedge and the intervening space. Talk about the influence of the beautiful in nature upon the human soul. It is all very pretty, but I believe the soul must be more or less enlightened to feel it. I've learned a few things among your people up there in the mountains. Strange beings they are. It only goes to show that heredity alone won't do everything," said the bishop, placing the tips of his fingers together and frowning meditatively. "Heredity? It means a lot to us over there in England." "Yes, yes, but your old families need a little new blood in them now and then, even if they have to come over here for it." "For that and your money, yes," Thryng laughed. "But these mountain people of yours, who are they, anyway?" "Most of them are of as pure a strain of British as any in the world, as any you will find at home. They have their heredity, and only that, from all your classes over there, but it is from those of 100 or more years ago. They are the unmixed descendants of those you sent over here for gain, drove over by tyranny, or exported for crime. How unmixed in your most horribly mixed and mongrel population? Circumstances and environment have kept them to the pure stock, and neglect has left them untrammeled by civilization and unaided by education. Time and generations of ignorance have deteriorated them, and nature alone, as you were just now admitting, has hardly served to arrest the process by the survival of the fittest." "Nature, yes. How do you account for it? I have been in the grandest, most wonderful places, I venture to say, that are to be found on earth, and among all the glory that nature can throw around a man, he is still, if left to himself, more bestial than the beasts. He destroys and defaces and defiles nature. He kills, for the mere sake of killing, more than he needs. He enslaves himself to his appetites and passions, follows them wildly, yields to them recklessly, and destroys himself and all the beauty around him that he can reach, wantonly. Why, Bishop Towers, sometimes I've gone out and looked up at the stars above me and wondered which was real, they and the marvelous beauty all around me, or the 300 reeking humanity sleeping in the camp beneath them. Sometimes it seemed as if only hell were real, and the camp was a bit of it let loose to mock at heaven. We mustn't forget that what is transitory is not a part of God's eternity of spirit and truth." "Oh, yes, yes, but we do forget, and some transitory things are mighty hard to endure, especially if they must endure for a lifetime." David was thinking of Cassandra and what in all probability would be her doom. He had not mentioned her name, but he had come down with the intention of learning all he could about her, and if possible to whom she was promised. He feared it might be the low-browed, handsome youth bending over the garden beds beyond the hedge, and his heart rebelled and cried out fiercely within him, "What a waste! What a waste!" Betty Towers, intent on her sewing, felt the thrill that intensified David's tone, and she too thought of Cassandra. She dropped her work in her lap and looked earnestly in her husband's face. "James, I feel just as Dr. Thryng does when I think of some things. When I see a tragedy come into a human soul, I feel that a lifetime of transitory things like that is hard to endure. Fancy, James. Think of Cassandra. You know her, Dr. Thryng, of course. They live just below your place. She is the widow Farwell's daughter, but her name is Merlin." David arrested his impatient stride, and drawing a chair near her, dropped into it. "What about her?" he said. "What is the tragedy?" "I think, Betty, the Hills must keep their own secrets," said the bishop. His little wife compressed her lips, glanced over the hedge at the young man, who happened at the moment to have straightened from his bent position among the plants and was gazing at their guest, then resumed her sewing. "Is it something I must not be told?" asked David quietly. "But I may have my suspicions. Naturally, we can't help that." "I think it is better to know the truth. I don't like suspicions. They are sure to lead to harm. James, let me put it to the doctor as I see it, and see what he thinks of it." "As you please, dear." "It's like this. Have you seen anything of that girl or observed her much?" "I certainly have." "Then, of course, you can see that she is one of the best of the mountain people, can't you? Well, she has promised to marry. Promised to marry. Think of it. One of the wildest, most reckless of those mountain boys, one that she knows very well has been in illicit distilling. He is a lawbreaker in that way, and more than that, he drinks, and in a drunken row he shot dead his friend." "Ah." David rose, turned away, and again paced the piazza. Then he returned to his seat. "I see. The young man I tried to help off when I first arrived." "Yes, there he is." "I see. Handsome type." "He's down there now, keeping quiet. How long it will last, no one knows. Justice is lax in the mountains. His father shot 3 or 4 men before he died himself of a gunshot wound which he received while resisting the officers of the law. If there's a man left in the family to follow this thing up, Frale will be hunted down and arrested or shot. Otherwise, when things have cooled off a little up there, he'll go back and open up the old business, and the tragedy will be repeated. James, you know how often, after the best they could do and all their promises, they go back to it. I admit it's always a question. They don't seem to be content in the low country. I think it is often a sort of natural gravitation back to the mountains where they were born and bred, more than it is depravity." "I know, James, but that excuse won't help Cassandra." "Why did she do it?" asked David. "She must have known to what such a marriage would bring her." "Do it? That's the sort of girl she is. If she thought she ought, she would leap over that fall there." "But why should she think she ought? Had she given her promise?" David saw her as she appeared to him when she had said that word to him on the mountain, and it silenced him, but only for a moment. He would learn all he could of her motives now. He would know. "I mean, before he did this, before she went away to study, had she made him such a promise?" "No." "You tell him about it, James. You've seen her and talked with her. They were quarreling about her, as I understand, and she thinks because she was the cause of the deed, she must help him make retribution. Isn't that it, James? She knows perfectly well what it means for her, for she has had her aspirations. I can see it all. Frale says he was not drunk, nor his friend either. He says the other man claimed — but I won't go into that. Only Cassandra promised him before God, he says, that if he would repent, she would marry him. And when she was here, she used to talk about the way those women live, how her own mother has worked and aged. Why, she's not yet 60. You've seen how they live in their wretched little cabins, Doctor. That's what Frale would doom her to. He never in life will understand her. He'll grow old like his father, a passionate, ignorant, untamed animal, and worse, for he would be drunken as well. He's been drunk twice since he came down here. James, you know they think it's perfectly right to get drunk Saturday afternoon. Yes, it seems a terrible waste. But if she has children, she will be able to do more for them than her mother's done for her, and they will have her inheritance. So her life can't be wholly wasted, even if she's not able to live up to her aspirations. James Towers, it's because you are a man that you can talk so. I'm ashamed, and you a bishop. I wish—" Betty's eyes were full of angry tears. "I only wish you were a woman. Slowly improve the race by bearing children, giving them her inheritance. How would she bear them, year after year, ill-fed, half-clothed, slaving to raise enough to hold their souls in their bodies, bringing them into the world for a brute who knows only enough to make corn whiskey, to sell it and drink it, and reproduce his kind, when she knows all the time what ought to be? Oh, James, James, think of it." My dear, you forget. He has promised to repent and live a different life. If he does, things will be better than we now see them. If he does not change, then we may interfere, perhaps." "I know, James, but suppose he repents and she becomes his wife and puts aside all her natural tastes and the studies she loves, and goes on living with him there on the home place, and he does the best he can even. Don't you see that her nature is fine and so different? Even at the best, James, for her it will be death in life. And then there's the terrible chance, after all, that he might go back and be like his father before him, and then what? Well, their lives and destinies are not in our hands. We can only watch out for them and help them." "James, he has been drunk twice." Yes, Betty, my little tempest, and if he gets drunk twice more and twice more, she will still forgive him until 70 times 7. We must make her see that unless he keeps his promise to her, she must give him up." "Of course. I suppose that's all we can do." "I don't know what you'll think of me, Dr. Thryng. I'm a dreadful scold. If James were not an angel—" "It's perfectly delicious. I would rather hear you scold than hear James preach," laughed the bishop. "I agree with you." "I agree with her," said David emphatically. "It ought to be stopped if it ought to be, it will be. What do you think she said to me about it when I went to reason with her? If Christ can forgive and stand such as he, I can. It is laid on my soul to do this." I had no more to say. That is one point of view, but we mustn't lose sight of the practical either. To be his wife and bear his children, I call it a waste, Yes, so it is. And what more could the bishop say? After a little he added, "But still we must not forget that he, too, is a human soul and has a value as great as hers." "According to your viewpoint, but not to mine, not to mine. If a man is enslaved to his own appetites, he has no right to enslave another to them." The following day David took himself back to his hermitage, setting aside all persuasions to remain. "Don't make a recluse of yourself," begged the bishop's wife. "The amenities of life can't always be dispensed with, and we need you, James and I, you and your music." David laughed. "I'm too fatally human to become a recluse. And as for the amenities, they are not all of one order, you know. I find plenty of scope for exercising them on others, and I often submit to having them exercised on me after their own ideas." He laughed again. "I wish you could look into my larder. You'd find me provided with all the hills afford. They have loaded me with gifts." "No wonder. I know what your life up there means to them, taking care of their mothers and babies, and sitting up with them nights, going to them when they're in trouble, rain or shine, and visiting them in their bare, wretched, crowded homes. It wouldn't be so bad often if it weren't that when a family is in serious trouble or has a case needing quiet and care, the sympathies of all their relatives are roused and they come crowding in. In one case the father was ill with pneumonia. I did all I could for him, and next day, would you believe it, I found his sister and her old man and their 3 youngsters, his old mother, and a brother and a widowed sister, all camped down on them, all in one room. The sister sat by the fire nursing her 3-months-old baby. His mother was smoking at her side, and the sick man's 6 little children and their 3 cousins were raising Ned in and out with 3 or 4 hounds. Not one of the visitors was helping, or, as they say up there, doing a lick, but the wife was cooking for the whole raft when her husband needed all her care. Marvelous ideas they have, some of them. You ought to write out some of your experiences." "Oh, I can't. It would seem like a sort of betrayal of friendship. They have adopted me, so to speak, and are so naive and kind, and have trusted me. I think they are my friends. I may be very odd, you know." "I know how you feel," said Betty. The bishop's little daughter had assumed the proprietorship of the doctor. She even preferred his companionship to that of her puppy. She clung to his hand as he walked away, pulling and swinging upon his arm to coax him back. He took her in his arms and carried her out upon the walk, the small dog barking and snapping at his heels, as David threatened to bear his tyrannical young mistress away to the station. "Doggie wants you to leave me here," she cried, pounding him vigorously with her 2 little fists. He brought her back and placed her on the broad, flat top of the high gate-post. "Very well. Doggie may have you. I will leave you here." "Doggie wants you to stay, too." She held him with her small arms around his neck. "Well, Doggie can't have me." He unclenched her chubby hands, crossed them in her lap, and held them fast while he kissed her tanned and rosy cheek. "Good bye, you young rogue," he said, and strode away. "Come and lift me down," she wailed. But he knew well she could scramble down by herself when she chose, and walked on. She continued to call after him. Then, spying Frale in the wood yard, she imperatively summoned him to her aid, and trotted at his side back to the woodpile, where they sat comfortably upon a log and visited together. They were the best of friends, and chattered with each other as if both were children. In the slender shadow of a juniper tree that stood like a sentinel in the corner of the wood yard they sat, where a high board fence separated them from the back street. The bishop's place was well planted, and this corner had been the quarters of the house servants in slave times. It was one of Frale's duties to pile here for winter use the firewood which he cut in short lengths for the kitchen fire and long lengths for the open fireplaces. He hated the hampered village life and round of small duties, the weeding in the garden, cleaning of piazzas and windows, and the sweeping of the paths. The wood cutting was not so bad, but the rest he held in contempt as women's work. He longed to throw his gun in the hollow of his arm and tramp off over his own mountains. At night he often wept for homesickness and wished he might spend the day tending still or lying on a ridge watching the trail below for intruders on his privacy. The joy of life had gone out of him. He thought continually of Cassandra and desired her, and his soul wearied for her until he was tempted to go back to the mountains at all risks merely for a sight of her. Painfully he had tried to learn to write, working at the copies Betty Towers had set for him, and certainly she had done all her conscientious heart prompted to interest him and keep him away from the village loungers. He had even progressed far enough to send 2 horribly spelled missives to Cassandra, feeling great pride in them. And now he had begun to weary of learning. To be able to write those badly scrawled notes was in his eyes surely enough to distinguish him from his companions at home. Of what use was more? "What's that you're tossing up in the air? Let me see it," demanded the child, as Frale tossed and caught again a small, bright object. He kept on tossing it and catching it, away from the two little hands stretched out to receive it. "Give it to me! Give it to me, Frale! Let me see it." He dropped it lightly in her palm. "Don't you lose it. That there's something 'at's got a charm to it." "What's a charm to it? I don't see any charm." Then Frale laughed aloud. He took it with his thumb and forefinger and held it between his eye and the sun. "Is that the way you see the charm to it? Let me try." But he slipped it in his pocket, first placing it in a small bag which he drew up tightly with a string. "Hit ain't nothin' you can see. Hit's only a charm 'at makes hit plumb sure to kill anybody as hit hits. Hit's plumb sure to hit an' plumb sure to kill, too." "Oh, Frale, what if it'd hit me when you threw it up that way, and kill me? Then you'd be sorry, wouldn't you, Frale?" "Hit wouldn't never kill a girl, a nice little girl like you be. Hit's charmed that a way, an' hit won't kill nobody that I don't want hit to." "Then what do you keep it in your pocket for? You don't want to kill anybody, do you, Frale?" "Naw, I reckon not. Not 'thout I have to." "But you don't have to, do you, Frale?" piped the child. He rose, and selecting an armful of stove wood, carried it into the shed and began packing it away. Dorothy sat still on the log, her elbows on her knees, her chin in her hands, meditating. A tall man slouched by and peered over the high board fence at her. His eyes roved all about the place eagerly, keen and black. His matted hair hung long beneath his soft felt hat. The child looked up at him with fearless, questioning glance, then trotted in to her friend. "Frale, did you see that man looking over the fence? You think he was looking for you, Frale? Come see who 'tis. P'raps he's a friend of yours." "Dorothy, Dorothy," called her mother from the piazza, and the child bounded away, her puppy yelping and leaping at her side. The tall man turned at the corner and looked back at the child. The bishop's place occupied one corner of the block, and the fence, with a hedge beneath it, ran the whole length of two sides. Slowly sauntering along the second side, the gaunt, hungry-eyed man continued his way, searching every part of the yard and garden, even endeavoring with backward, furtive glances to see into the woodhouse where in the darkness Frale crouched, once more pallid with abject fear, peering through the crack where on its hinges the door swung half open. As the man disappeared down the straggling village street, Frale dropped down on the wheelbarrow and buried his haggard face in his hands. A long time he sat thus, until the dinner hour was past and Black Carrie had to send Dorothy to call him. Then he rose, but in the place of the white and haunted look was one of stubborn recklessness. He strolled to the house with the nonchalant air of one who fears no foes, but rather glories in meeting them, and sat himself down at his place by the kitchen table, where he bantered and badgered Carrie, who waited on him reluctantly, with contemptuous tosses of her woolly head. From the day of his first appearance there had been war between them, and now Frale knew that if the stranger asked her, she would gladly and slyly inform against him. The afternoon wore on. Again Frale sat on the wheelbarrow thinking. He took the small bag from his pocket and felt of the bullet through the thin covering, then replaced it, and drawing forth another bag, began counting his money over and over. There it was, all he had saved, $5 in bills and a few quarters and dimes. He did not like to leave the shelter of the shed, and his eyes showed only the narrow glint of blue as with half-closed lids he still peered out and watched the street where his enemy had disappeared. Suddenly he rose and climbed with swift, cat-like movements up the ladder stairs behind him which led to his sleeping loft. There he rapidly donned his best suit of dyed homespun, tied his few remaining articles of clothing in a large red kerchief, and before a bit of mirror arranged his tie and hair to look as like as possible to the village youth of Farington. The distinguishing silken lock that would fall over his brow had grown again since he had shorn it away in Dr. Thryng's cabin. Now he thrust it well up under his soft felt hat, and taking his bundle, descended. Again his eyes searched up and down the street and all about the house and yard before he ventured out in the daylight. Dorothy and her dog came bounding down the kitchen steps. She carried 2 great fried cakes in her little hands, warm from the hot fat, and she laughed with glee as she danced toward him. "Frale, Frale, I stole these. I did. For you. I told Carrie I wanted 2 for you, and she said, 'Go 'long, child.'" She thrust them in his hands. "What's the matter, Frale? What you all dressed up for? This isn't Sunday, Frale. Is they going to be a circus, Frale? Is they?" She poured forth her questions rapidly as she hopped from one foot to the other. "Will you take me, Frale, if it's a circus? I'll ask mamma. I want to see the elephant." "'Tain't no circus," he replied grimly. "What's the matter, Frale? Don't you like your fried cakes? Then why don't you eat them? What you wrapping them up for? You ought to say thank you when I bring you nice cakes that I went and stole for you," she remonstrated severely. His throat worked convulsively as he stood, now looking at the child, now watching the street. Suddenly he lifted her in his arms and buried his face in her gingham apron. "I had a little sister once, only she's growed up now, and she ain't my little sister any more." He kissed her brown cheek tenderly, even as David had done, and set her gently down on her 2 stubby feet. "You run in and tell your ma thank you for me, will you? Mind now, listen at me whiles I tell you what you tell your pa and ma for me. Say, Frale seen a hound dog on his scent, and he gone home to get shet of him." "Where's the hound dog, Frale?" She gazed fearfully about. "He's gone now. He won't bite. Not you, he won't." "Oh, Frale, I wish it was a circus." "Yas," drawled the young man with a sullen smile curling his lips. "Maybe hit be a sort o' circus. Kin you remember what I told you to tell your pa?" You seen a hound dog on a scent. How could he be on a scent?" "Say, Frale seen a hound dog on his scent, and he gone home to get shet of him." "Frale seen a hound dog on a scent, and he's gone home to get shet of him." "What's get shet of him, Frale?" "Never mind, honey. Your pa'll know. Run in and tell him 'fore you forget it. Good by." She danced gaily off toward the house, but turned to call back at him as he stood watching her. "Are you going to hit the hound dog with the pretty ball, Frale?" "I reckon." He laughed and strode off toward the one small station in the opposite direction from the way the man had taken. Frale knew well where he had gone. On the outskirts of the village was a small grove of sycamore and gum trees by a little stream where it was the custom for the mountain people to camp with their canvas-covered wagons. There they would build their fires on a charred place between stones and heat their coffee. There they would feed their oxen or mule team tied to the rear wheels of their wagons, with corn thrown on the ground before them. At nightfall they would crawl under the canvas cover and sleep on the corn fodder within. Often beneath the fodder might be found a few jugs of raw corn whiskey hidden away, while the articles they had brought down for sale or barter at the village stores were placed on top in plain view. Sometimes they brought vegetables or baskets of splints and willow withes made by their women, or they might have a few yards of homespun toweling. The man Frale had seen was the older brother of his friend Ferdinand Teasley, and well Frale knew that he was camped with his ox team down by the spring, where it had been his habit to wait for the cover of darkness, when he could steal forth and leave his jugs where the money might be found for them, placed on some rock or stump or fallen trunk, half concealed by laurel shrubs. How often had the products of Frale's still been conveyed down the mountain by that same ox team in that same unwieldy vehicle. Giles Teasley's cabin and patch of soil, planted always to corn, was a long distance from his father's mill, and also from his brother's still. Hence he could, with the more safety, dispose of their illicit drink. In the slow but deadly sure manner of his people, he had but just aroused himself to the fact that his brother's murderer was still alive and the deed unavenged. And Frale knew he had come now, not to dispose of the whiskey, since the still had been destroyed, but to find his brother's slayer and accord him the justice of the hills. To the mountain people, the processes of the law seemed vague and uncertain. They preferred their own methods: a well-loaded gun, a sure aim, and a few months of hiding among relatives and friends, until the vigilance of the emissaries of the law had subsided, was the rule for them. Thus had Frale's father twice escaped either prison or the rope, and during the last 4 years of his life he had never once ventured from his mountain home for a day at the settlements below, while among his friends his prowess and his skill in evading pursuit were his glory. Now it was Frale's thought to dare the worst, to walk to the station like any village youth, buy his ticket, and take the train for Carew's Crossing, and from there make his way to his haunt while yet Giles Teasley was taking his first sleep. He reasoned, and rightly, that his enemy would linger about several days searching for him, and never dream of his having made his escape by means of the train. Since the first scurry of search was over, it was no longer the officers of the law Frale feared, but this same lank, ill-favored mountaineer, who was now warming his coffee and eating his raw salt pork and cornbread by the stream, while his drooling cattle stood near, sleepily chewing their cuds. End of chapter 14. Chapter 15 of The Mountain Girl. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mary Herndon Bell. The Mountain Girl by Payne Erskine. Chapter 15, in which Jerry Carew gives David his views on future punishment, and little Hoyle pays him a visit and is made happy. Uncle Jerry Carew had led David's horse down to the station ready saddled to meet him according to agreement, and side by side they rode back, the old man beguiling the way with talk of mountain affairs most interesting to the young doctor, who led him on from tales of his own youthful prowess when catamounts and painters were nigh as frequent as woodchucks is now, until he felt he knew pretty well the history of all the mountainside. "Yes, when I war a little un, no higher'n my horse's knees, I can remember there war a gatherin' for a catamount hunt on Reed's Hill, over towards Pisgah. Catamounts were mighty pesterin' critters them days. Every man able to tote a gun war there. Old man Caswell, that war Miss Merlin, she war only a mite of a baby then. Her grandpaw, he war the oldest man in the country. He went and carried his rifle his paw fit in the Revolution with. He fit at King's Mountain and all about here he fit." "Did he fight in the Civil War, too?" Her grandpa's pa? No, he were too old for that. But his grandson, Caswell, he fit in it, and he never come back, neither. Old Mis' Caswell, Cassandry Merlin's grandma, she lived a widow nigh on to 30 year. She and her daughter, that's old Mis' Farwell that is now, they lived thar and managed the place until she married Merlin. You knew her first husband, then?" "Yes, know him? Everybody knew Thad Merlin. He come from over Pisgah way, and he took Marthy thar. It's quare how things goes. I always liked Thad Merlin. There warn't no harm in him." David saw a quaint, whimsical smile play about the old man's mouth. "He war a preacher, kind of a mixture of a preacher and teacher and hunter. Couldn't anybody beat him huntin'? And farmin'? Well, he could farm, too, better'n most. He done well whatever he done, but he had a right quare way. He built that there rock wall, and he 'lowed he'd have it run plumb round the place. He war a fiddler, and he'd build a while and fetch his fiddle. He warn't right strong, and then he'd set thar on the wall and fiddle to the birds and the wild creeturs. They'd come and hear to him. I seen squirrels settin' on end harkin' to hear him myself. Arter a while folks begun to think 'at he didn't preach the right kind of religion, and they wouldn't go to hear him no more without it war to listen did he say anything they could find fault with. 'Pears like they got in that a way they didn't go for nothin' else. Hit clar plumb broke him all up. He quit preachin' and took more to fiddlin', and he sorter grew puny, and one day just natch'ally laid down and died, all for nothin', 'at anybody could see." "What was the matter with his preaching?" asked David. And again the whimsical smile played around the old man's mouth, and his thin lips twitched. "I reckon there warn't 'nough hell and damnation in it. Our people here in the mountains, they are right kind and soft themselves. They don't whop their children nor do nothin' much 'cept a shootin' now and then, but that's only amongst the men. The women tends mostly to the religion, and they likes a heap of hell and damnation. It sorter stirs 'em up and gives 'em somethin' to chaw on and keeps 'em contented like. They has somethin' to threaten their men folks with and keep their chillen straight on, and a place to send their neighbors to when they don't suit. Yes, it's right handy for the women. I reckon they couldn't get on without it." "Do they think they will have bodies that can be hurt by any such thing in the next world?" "I reckon so. But Preacher Merlin, he said that thar war paths of light and paths of darkness, and that every man he bided right whar he war at when he died. If he had took the path of darkness, there he was in it, but if he took the path of light, whar was heaven, then he was thar. And he said the Lord never made no hell. Hit war just our own selves made such as that, and he took and cut that there place clear plumb out'n the Scriptures and the world to come. But he sure had a heap o' larnin', only some said a sight on it war heathen, and that war why he left all the hell and damnation out'n his religion." Thus enlightened concerning many things, both of this particular bit of mountain world, which was all the world to his companion, and of the world to come, Thryng rode on, quietly amused. Sometimes he dismounted to investigate plants new to him, or to gather a bit of moss or fungi or parasite, anything that promised an elucidating hour with his splendid microscope. For these he always carried at the pommel of his saddle an airtight box. The mountain people supposed he collected such things for the compounding of his drugs. When they reached the Fall Place, David continued along the main road below and took a trail farther on, merely a foot trail little used, to his eyrie. He had not seen Cassandra since they had walked together down from Hoke Belew's place. He had gone to Farington partly to avoid seeing her, nor did he wish to see her again until he should have so mastered himself as to betray nothing by his manner that might embarrass her or remind her painfully of their last interview, knowing he must eliminate self to reestablish their previous relations. David rode directly to his log stable, put up his horse, then unslung his box and walked with it toward his cabin. Suddenly he stopped. From the thick shrubbery where he stood, he could see in at the large window where his microscope was placed, quite through his cabin into the light, white canvas room beyond. Before the fireplace, clearly relieved against the whiteness of the farther room, stood Cassandra, gazing intently at something she held in her hand. David recognized it as a small framed picture of his mother, a delicately painted miniature. He kept it always on the shelf near where she was standing. He saw her reach up and replace it, then brush her hand quickly across her eyes, and knew she had been weeping. He was ashamed to stand there watching her, but he could not move. Always, it seemed to him, she was being presented to him thus strongly against a surrounding halo of light, revealing every gracious line of her figure and her sweet, clean profile. He turned his eyes away, but as quickly gazed again. She had disappeared. He waited, and again she passed between his eyes and the light, here and there, moving quietly about, seeing that all was in order, as her custom was when she knew him to be absent. He saw her brushing about the hearth, carefully wiping the dust from his disordered table, lifting the books, touching everything tenderly and lightly. His flute lay there. She took it in her hands and looked down at it solemnly, then slowly raised it to her lips. What? Was she going to try to play upon it? No, but she kissed it. Again and again she kissed the slender magic wand hurriedly, then laid it very gently down, and with one backward glance walked swiftly out of the cabin and away from him, down the trail with long, easy steps. Only once more she drew her hand across her eyes, and with head held high moved rapidly on. Never did she look to the right or the left, or she must have seen him as he stood, scarcely breathing and hard beset to hold himself back and allow her to pass him thus. Now he knew that she had been deeply stirred by him, and the revelation fell upon his spirit, filling him with a joy more intense than anything he had ever felt or experienced before, so poignantly sweet that it hurt him. Had he indeed entered into her dreams and become an undercurrent in her life, even as she had in his? And did her soul and body ache for him as his for her? Then he suffered remorse for what he had done. How long she had defended herself by that wall of impersonality with which she had surrounded herself. He had beaten down the ramparts and trampled in the garden of her soul. As he stood in the door of his cabin, the place seemed to breathe of her presence. She had made a veritable bower of it for his return. Every sweet thing she had gathered for him, as if out of her love and her sorrow she had meant to bring him an especial blessing. A shallow basin filled with wild forget-me-nots stood on the shelf before his mother's picture. Ferns and vines fell over the stone mantel, and in earthen jars of mountain-ware the early rhododendron with its delicate pearly pink blossoms filled the dark corners. Masses of the plumed white ash shook feathery tassels along the walls, making the air sweet with their fragrance. Ah, how clean and fresh everything was! All his disorder was set to rights, and fresh linen was on his bed in his canvas room. Even his table was laid with his small store of dishes, and food placed upon it, still covered in the basket he was now so accustomed to see. Sweet and dainty it all was. He had only to light the fat pine sticks laid beneath the kettle swung above and make his tea, and his meal was ready. Had she divined he would not stop at the Fall Place this time, when in the past it had been his custom to do so? Ah, she knew, for is not the little winged god a wonderful teacher? Thryng was humbled in the very dust and ashes of repentance as he sat down to his late dinner. The fragrance in the room, all he ate, everything he touched, filled his senses with her, and he had only brought her sorrow. He had come into her life but to bruise her spirit and leave her sad at heart with a deep sadness he dared not and could not alleviate. He lifted a pale purple orchid she had placed in a tumbler at his hand and examined it. Evidently she had thought this the choicest of all the woodland treasures she had brought him, and had placed it there, a sweet message. What should he do? Ah, what could he do? He must not see her yet, at least not until to-morrow. Later, David brought in his specimens and occupied himself with his microscope. He had begun a careful study of certain destructive things. Even here in the wild he found them, evil and unwholesome, clinging to the well and strong, slowly but surely sapping the vitality of those who gave them life. Every evil, he thought, must in the economy of nature have its antidote. So with the ardor of the scientist he divided with care the nasty, pasty growth he had found and prepared his plates. Systematically he made drawings and notes as he studied the magnified atoms beneath his powerful lens, and while he sat absorbed in his work, Hoyle's childish voice piped at him from the doorway. "Howdy, Dr. Thryng." "Well, hello. Howdy," said David without looking up from his work. "What you got in that there gold machine? Can I look too?" "What have I got? Why, I've got a bit of the devil in here." "Where'd you get him? Huh?" "Oh, I found him along the road between here and the station." "Did he come on the cars with you? Where were he at? How come he in there?" David did not reply for an instant, and the awed child drew a step nearer. "Where were he at?" he insisted. "How come he in there?" "He was hanging to a bush as I came along, and I put him in my box and brought him home and cut him up and put a little bit of him in here." Then there was silence, and David forgot the small boy until he heard a deep-drawn sigh behind him. Looking up for the first time, he saw him standing aloof, a look of terror in his wide eyes, as if he fain would run away, but could not from sheer fright. Poor little mite! David, in his playful speech, had not dreamed of being taken in earnest. He drew the child to his side, where he cuddled gladly, nestling his twisted little body close, partly for protection and partly in love. "You reckon he's plumb daid?" David could feel the child's heart beating in a heavy, labored way against his arm as he held him, and pushing his papers one side, he lifted him to his knee. "Do I reckon who's dead?" he asked absently, with his ear pressed to the child's back. "The devil what you done brought home in your box." "Dead? Oh, yes, he's dead, good and dead. Sit still a moment. So. Now take a long breath, a long one, deep. That's right. Now another. So. What for?" "I want to hear your heart beat." "Can you hear it?" "Yes. Don't talk a minute. That'll do." "What you want to hear my heart beat for?" "I can feel it. Can you feel yourn?" "Be they more'n one devil?" "Heaps of them." "When I go back, you reckon I find 'em hanging on the bushes? Do they hang by their tails like possums does?" Comfortable and happy where he was, the little fellow dreaded the distance he must traverse to reach his home under the peculiar phenomena of devils hanging to the bushes along his route. "Oh, no, no. Here, I'll show you what I mean." Then he explained carefully to the child what he really meant, showing him some of the strange and beautiful ways of nature, and at last allowing him to look into the microscope to see the little cells and rays. As he patiently and kindly taught, he was pleased with the child's eager, receptive mind and naive admiration. Towards evening, Hoyle was sent home, quite at rest concerning devils and all their kin. and radiantly happy with a box of many-colored pencils and a blank drawing-book which David had brought him from Farington. "I can learn to make things like you been making with these, and Cass, she'll help me," he cried. "What is Cass doing to-day?" David ventured. "She be'n up here 'most all morning, and I helped get the light for fire, and then she sont me home to help maw while she stayed to fix up." "But now, I mean, when you came up here." "Weavin' in the loom shed. Maw, she has a lot of little biddies. The old hen hatched 'em, she did." "What have you done to your thumb?" asked David, seeing it tied about with a rag. "I plunked hit with a hammer when I war a makin' houses for the biddies. I nailed 'em, I did." "You made the chicken coops? Well, you are a clever little chap. Let me see your hand." "Yes, maw said I war that, too." "But you weren't very clever to do this. Whew! What did you hit your thumb like that for?" "Dunno." He looked ruefully at the crushed member which the doctor laved gently and soothingly. "Why didn't you come to me with it?" "Maw 'lowed there warn't no use pesterin' you with everything. She told me every man had to learn to hit a nail on the haid." David laughed, and the child trotted away happy, his hand in a sling made of one of the doctor's linen handkerchiefs, and his box of pencils and his book hugged to his irregularly beating heart. But it was with a grave face that Thryng saw him disappear among the great masses of pink laurel bloom. That evening, as the glow in the west deepened and died away, and the stars came out one by one and sent their slender rays down upon the hills, David sat on his rock with his flute in his hand, waiting for a moment to arrive when he could put it to his lips and send out the message of glad hopes he had sent before. She had asked that one little thing, that his music might still be glad, and so for Cassandra's sake it must be. He tried once and again, but he could not play. At last, putting away from him his repentant thoughts, he gave his heart full sway, saying to himself, "For this moment I will imagine harmlessly that my vision is all mine and my dream come true. It is the only way." Then he played as if it were he whom she had kissed so passionately instead of his flute. And thus it was the glad notes were falling on her spirit when Frale found her. Chapter 15. Chapter 16 of The Mountain Girl. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mary Herndon Bell. The Mountain Girl by Payne Erskine. Chapter 16, in which Frale returns and listens to the complaints of Decatur Irwin's wife. All was quiet and lonely around Carew's Crossing when Frale dropped from the train and struck off over the mountain. Soon there would be bustle and stir and life about the place, for the hotel would be open and people would be crowding in, some to escape the heat of the far South and the Low Countries, some from the cities either North or South, to whom the bracing air of the mountains would bring renewed vitality. Business men with shattered nerves, and women whose high play during the winter at the game of social life had left them nervous wrecks. But now the beauty of the spring and the sweet silences were undisturbed by alien chatter. As yet were to be heard only the noises of the forest, of wind and stream, of bird calls and the piping of turtles and the shrilling of insects or vibrant croaking of frogs, or mayhap the occasional sound of a gun, discharged by some solitary mountain boy, regardless of game laws, to provide a supper at home. Only these, as Frale climbed rapidly away from the station toward the Fall Place and Cassandra. He would stop there first, and then strike for his old haunts and hiding places. He felt a leaping joy in his veins to be again among his hills. How lonely he had been for them he had not known until now, when with lifted head and bounding heart he trod lightly and easily the difficult way. And yet the undercurrent of a tragedy lay quiet beneath his joy and haunted him, keeping him to the trails above, the secret paths which led circuitously to his home, even while the thought of Cassandra made his heart buoyant and eager. The sight of Doctor Thryng, who during these months had been near her, perhaps seeing her daily, aroused all the primitive jealousy of his nature. He would go now and persuade her to marry him and stand by him until he could fight his way through to the unquestioned right to live there as his father had done, defying any who would interfere with his course. Had he not a silver bullet for the heart of the man who would dare contest his rights? It only remained for him to meet Giles Teasley face to face to settle the matter forever. Since it was purely a mountain affair, and the officers of the law had already searched to their satisfaction, there was little chance that the pursuit would be renewed by the state. It would, however, be impossible for him to go back to the Fall Place and live there openly until the last member of the Teasley family capable of wreaking vengeance on his head had been settled with. But as the father was crippled with rheumatism and could do no more than totter about his mill and talk, only this one brother was left with whom to deal. Now that Frale was back in his own hills again, all terror slipped from him, and the old excitement in the presence of danger to be met or avoided stimulated him to a feeling of exuberance and triumph. With childlike facility he tossed aside the thought of his promise to Cassandra. It all seemed to him as a dream, all the horror and the remorse. Time had quickly dulled this last. "If I hadn't 'a' killed Ferd, he would 'a' shot me. Anyhow, he hadn't ought to 'a' riled me that a way." He thought with shame of how he had sat cowering at the head of the fall and had hurled his own dog to destruction in his fear. "I war just plumb crazy," he soliloquized. As to how he would deal with Cassandra, he did not as yet know, but he would find a way. In his heart he reached out to her and already possessed her. His blood leaped madly through his veins that he was so soon to see her and touch her. Have her he would, if he must continue to kill his way to her through an army of opponents. The evening was falling, and imagining they would all be sleeping, he meant to creep quietly up and spend the night in the loom shed. There was no dog there now to disturb them with joyful bark of recognition. At last he found himself above the home, where by striking through the undergrowth a short distance he would come out by the great holly tree near the head of the fall. Already he could hear the welcome sound of rushing water. He drew nearer through the thick laurel and azalea shrubs now in full bloom. Their pollen clung to his clothing as he brushed among them. Cautiously he approached the spot which recalled to him the emotions he had experienced there, now throbbing through him anew. He peered into the gathering dusk with eager eyes, as if he thought to find her still there. Ah, he could crush her in his mad joy. Suddenly he paused and listened. Other sounds than those of the night and the running water fell on his ear. Sounds deliciously sweet and thrilling, filling all the air, mingling with the rushing of the fall and accenting its flow. From whence did they come, those new sounds? He had never heard them before. Did they drop from the sky, from the stars twinkling brightly down on him? Now faint and far as if born in heaven, now near and clear, silvery clear and strong and sweet, penetrating his very soul and making every nerve quiver to their pulsating rhythm. He felt a certain fear of a new kind creep tinglingly through him, holding him cold and still, for the moment breathless. Was she there? Had she died, and was this her spirit trying to speak? Very quietly he drew nearer to the great rock. Yes, she was there, standing with her back to the silvery gray bole of the holly tree, her face lifted toward the mountain top, and her expression rapt and listening, holy and pure, far removed from him as was the star above the peak toward which her gaze was turned. He could not touch her, nor crush her to him as a moment before he had felt he must, but he slowly approached. She heard his step, and then saw him waiting there in the dim light of the starry dusk. For an instant she regarded him in silence. Then she essayed to speak, but her lips only trembled over the words voicelessly. He could not see her emotion, but he felt it, although her stillness made her seem calm. Hungrily he stood and watched her. At last she spoke. "Why, Frale, Frale!" "It's me, Cass." "Have you been down to the house, Frale?" "Nah, I just come this a way from the station." "Is it safe for you to come here, Frale?" She stood a short distance from him, speaking so softly, and yet he could not touch her. His hands seemed numb, and his breath came pantingly. "I reckon it's safe here as thar," he said huskily, "and I'm come to stay, too." "Then let's go down to mother. Likely she's abed by now, but she'll be right glad to see you. She can walk a little now." She hastened to fill the moments with words, anything to divert that fixed gaze and take his thoughts from her. Instinctively she groped thus for time, she who like a deer would flee if flight were possible, even while her heart welled with pity for him. "Come, you can talk with her whilst I get you some supper." She felt his pent-up emotion and secretly feared it, but held herself bravely. "Hoyle will nigh jump out of his skin, he'll be that glad you come back." He stood stubbornly where he was, and lifted his hand to grasp her arm, but she glided on just beyond his reach, either not seeing it or avoiding it, he could not decide which, and still she said, "Come, Frale." He followed stumblingly in her wake, as a man follows an ignis fatuus, unconscious of the roughness of the way or of the steps he was taking, and the flute notes followed them from above, sweetly, mockingly, as it seemed to him. What were they? Why were they? How came Cassandra there listening? He could stand this mystery no longer, and he cried out to her, "Cass, here, listen to that." "Yes, Frale." She spoke wearily, but did not pause. "Wait, Cass. What be it, you reckon? Hit sure ain't no fiddle. Thar, hark to it. Whar be it at?" "I reckon it's up yonder at Doctor Thryng's cabin. He has a little pipe like, that he blows on, and it makes music like that." "An' you clum up thar to hark to him?" He bounded forward in the darkness and walked close to her. She quivered like a leaf, but held her voice low and steady as she replied, "No, Frale. I go there evenings when I'm not too tired. I've been going there ever since you left to — that doctor. He's been casting a spell on you, Cass. I can see it. How you walking off and never 'low me to touch you. You ain't said howdy to me, nor how you glad I come. You like a cold white drift of snow blowing on ahead of me. You ain't no human girl like you used to be. I got something to put a spell on him, too, if he don't watch out." He spoke in his mild, low-voiced drawl, but he kept close to her side, and she could hear his breathing quick and panting. She felt as if a tiger were keeping pace with her, and she knew the sinister meaning beneath his words. She knew that all she could do now was to take him back to his promise and hold him to it. "There's no such thing as spell casting, Frale. You know that. And you have my promise, and I have yours. Have you forgot? Talking that way seems like you have forgot." She walked on rapidly, taking him nearer and nearer their home, and in her haste she stumbled. In an instant his arm was thrown round her, holding her on her feet. "Look at you now, like to fall clear headlong running that a way to get shet o' me. 'Pears like you mad that I come." He held her back, and they went slowly, but he did not release her, nor did she struggle futilely against his strength, knowing it wiser to continue calmly leading him on. But she could not reply. The start of her fall and her wildly beating heart rendered her breathless and weak. "I tell you that there doctor man, he've put a spell on you. He done drawed you up there to hear him. I seed you looking like he'd done drawed your soul out'n your body. I've heard o' sich. He's been down to Bishop Towns, too, where I be working at. I seed him watching me, like he come to spy on me, and he no sooner gone than I seed that there Giles Teasley sneaking along the fence, looking over and searching every place, like he were a hungering for a sight o' me." He stopped and swallowed angrily. They had arrived at the trough of running water, and she breathed easier to find herself so near her haven. "What have you done with your dog, Frale? You reckon he followed you off? I haven't seen him since you left." He released her then, and stooping to the water pipe, drank a long draught and thrust his head beneath it, allowing the water to drench his thick hair. Then he stood a moment, shaking his curling locks like a spaniel. "Wait here. I'll fetch a towel." She hastened within. "Mother, Frale's come back," she said quietly, not to awaken Hoyle, then returned and tossed him the towel, which he caught and rubbed vigorously over his head and face. "Now you're like yourself again, Frale." "Yes, I'm here, and I'm myself, I reckon. Who'd you think I be?" He caught her and kissed her, and with his arm about her entered the cabin. His mood changed with childish ease according to whatever the moments brought him. Cassandra lighted a candle, for now that the days had grown warm, the fire was allowed to go out unless needed for cooking. His stepmother had roused herself and peered at him from out her dark corner, where little Hoyle lay sleeping soundly in the farther side of her bed. Frale strode across the uneven floor and kissed her also, resoundingly. Astounded, she dropped back on her pillow. "What ails you, Frale?" The mountain people are for the most part too reserved to be lavish with their kisses. "Nothing ails me. I'm kissing you for Cass's sake. Me and her is going to get jined and set up together. I'm come back for to marry with her, and we're going over t'other side of Lone Pine, and I'm going to build a cabin there. That's how I'm kissing you. Will you have another, or shall I give it to Cass?" "You hush and go along," said the mother half contemptuously. "Frale's making fool talk, mother. Don't give heed to him. He's light headed, I reckon, and I'm going to get him something to eat right quick." "I 'low he'd be light headed. Nobody's going to get Cass while I'm living, 'thout he got more'n a cabin over t'other side Lone Pine. She's right well off here, and here she'll bide." Frale turned darkly on the mother. "I reckon you'd better give heed to me more'n to her," he said in the low drawl which boded much with him. Cassandra, on her knees at the hearth, was arranging sticks of fat pine to light the fire. Her hands shook as she held them. This Frale saw, and his eyes gleamed. He came to her side, and kneeling also, took them from her. "Hit's my place to do this for you now, Cass. From now on, I reckon, I'll hang the kettle for you, too, and fetch the water." The mother stared at them in silence, and Cassandra, taking up the coffee pot, rose and went out. When she returned, the fire was crackling merrily, and the great kettle swung over it. Hoyle was up and seated on his half brother's knee. Cassandra's eyes looked heavy and showed traces of tears. Frale saw it all, with eyes gleaming blue through narrowly drawn lids. His lips quivered a little as he talked with Hoyle. He drew out his money for the child to count over gleefully, thus diverting himself with the boy while he watched Cassandra furtively. He decided to say no more at present, until she should have had time to adjust her mind to the thought that he had so daringly announced to her mother. The 2 cakes little Dorothy had given him he took from his bundle and gave to Hoyle, then carried him back and put him to bed and told him to sleep again. For all of her promise, Cassandra had not expected this to come upon her so suddenly, like lightning out of a clear sky, startling her very soul with fear. As Frale ate what she set before him, she went over to the bedside and sat there holding her mother's hand and talking in low tones, while Hoyle with wide eyes strove to hear. "Be it true what he says, Cass?" "Not all, mother. I never told him I would go and live over beyond Lone Pine. I meant always to live right here with you, but I am promised to him. I gave him my word that night he left, to get him to go and save him. Oh, God, mother, I didn't guess it would come so soon. He promised me he would repent his deed and live right." The mother brightened and drew her daughter down and spoke low in her ear. "Make him keep to his promise first, child. You're safe thar. I reckon he's doing a heap of repentin' this away. I ain't goin' to 'low you to throw yourself away on no Farwell, if he be good lookin', 'thout he holds to his word good fer a year. Hit's just the way his paw done me. He gimme his word 'at he'd stop stillin' an' drinkin', an' he held to it fer 3 months, an' then he come on me this a way, an' I married him, an' he opened up his still agin in 3 weeks, an' thar he went his own way from that day." Cassandra rose and went to the door. "I'm going to make you a bed in the loom shed, like I made it for the doctor. There's no bed up garret now. I emptied out all the ticks and thought I'd have them fresh filled against you come back, but I've been that busy." Soon he followed her out. "I reckon I won't sleep there where that doctor have slept. He might put a spell on me, too," he said, standing in the door of the shed and looking in on her. The night was lighter now, for the full moon had glided up over the hills, and she worked by its light streaming through the open door. "I can't see with you standing there, Frale. I reckon you'll have to sleep here, 'cause it's too late to fill your bed to night." "Oh, leave that be and come and sit here with me," he said, dropping on the step where the doctor had sat when she opened her heart to him and told him about her father. It all surged back upon her now. She could not sit there with Frale. "I'll make my bed myself, and I'll sleep wherever you want me to, if it's up on the roof or out yonder in the water trough. Come sit." "We'll go back on the porch, and I'll take mother's chair. I'm right tired." "When we get in our own cabin over t'other side of Lone Pine, you won't have nothin' to do only tend on me," he said, drawing her to him. He led her across the open space and placed her gently in her mother's chair on the little porch. "Now, Frale, sit down there and listen," she said, pointing to the step at her feet where Thryng had sat only a few days before to make out the lease of their land. Everything seemed to cry out to her of him to night, but she must steel her heart against the thought. "I'm going to talk to you straight, just what I mean, Frale. You've been talking as you pleased in there, and I 'lowed you to, I was that set back. Anyway, I'd rather talk to you alone. Frale, our promise was made before God, and you know I will keep to mine, but you must keep to yours, too. Listen to me. Miss Towers wrote to me you had been drunk twice. Is that keeping your promise to leave whiskey alone? Is it, Frale? You have somebody down there watching me, and I hain't nobody a watching you," he said sullenly. She felt degraded by his words. "Frale, do you know me all these years to think such as that of me now?" "I tell you, he have put a spell on you. I can feel it and see it. Hit ain't your fault, Cass. I'd put one on you myself if I could. Anyhow, I'll take you out of this, for he have done it. Do you never say that word to me again as long as you live, Frale. she said sternly. "Listen to me, I say. You go back there and work like you said you would. Didn't I tell you that there hound dog, Giles Teasley, were on my scent? I seen him. I got to come back until I can get shed of him. And that means another murder. Oh, Frale, Frale." She covered her face with her hands and moaned. Then they sat silent a while. After a little she lifted her head. "Frale, I'll go over to Teasley's and beg for them to leave you be. I'll beg Giles Teasley on my knees, I will. Then when you have bided your year and kept your promise like you swore before God, I'll marry you like I promised, and we'll live here and keep the old place like it ought to be kept. You hear, Frale? Good night now. It's only fair that you should give heed to me, Frale, if I do that for you. Good night." She glided past him into the house like a wraith, and he rose without a word of reply and stretched himself on the half-made bed in the loom shed as he was. Sullen and angry, he lay far into the night with the moonlight streaming over him, but he did not sleep, and his mood only grew more bitter and dangerous. When the first streak of dawn was drawn across the eastern sky, he rose unrefreshed and began a search, feeling along the rafters high above the bags of cotton. Presently he drew forth an ancient, long-barreled rifle, and taking it out into the light, examined it carefully. He rubbed and cleaned the barrel, and polished the stock and oiled the hammer and trigger. Then he brought from the same hiding-place a horn of powder and gun-wadding, and at last took from his pocket the silver bullet, with which he loaded his old weapon, even as he had seen it charged in past days by his father's hand. Below the house, built over a clear welling spring, which ran in a bright little rivulet to the larger stream, was the spring house. Here, after the warm days came, the milk and butter were kept, and here Frale sauntered down, his gun slung across his arm, his powder horn at his belt in his old clothes, with his trousers thrust in his boot tops, to search for provisions for the day and his breakfast as well. He had no mind to allow the family to oppose his action or reason him out of his course. He found a jug of buttermilk placed there the evening before for Hoyle to carry to the doctor in the morning, and slung it by a strap over his shoulder. In one of the sheds lay 2 chickens, ready dressed to be cut up for the frying pan, and one of these, with a generous strip of salt pork from the keg of dry salt where it was kept, he dropped in a sack. He would not enter the house for corn bread, even though he knew he was welcome to all the home afforded, but planned to arrive at some mountain cabin where friends would give him what he required to complete his stock of food. His gun would provide him with an occasional meal of game, and he thus felt himself prepared for as long a period of ambush as might be necessary. Before sunrise he was well on his way over the mountain. He did not attempt to go directly to his old haunt, but turned aside and took the trail leading along the ridge, the same Thryng and Cassandra had taken to the cabin of Decatur Irwin. Frale had no definite idea of going there, but took the high ridge instinctively. So long had he been in the low country that he craved now to reach the heights where he might see the far blue distances and feel the strong sweet air blowing past him. It was much the same feeling that had caused him to thrust his head under the trough of running water the evening before. As a wild creature loves the freedom of the plains, or an eagle rises and circles above the blue ether aimless and untrammeled, so this man of the hills moved now in his natural environment, living in the present moment, glad to be above the low levels and out from under all restraint, seeing but a little way into his future, content to satisfy present needs and the cravings of his strong, virile body. Moments of exaltation and aspiration came to him, as they must come to everyone, but they were moments only, and were quickly swept aside and but vaguely comprehended by him. As a child will weep one minute over some creature his heedlessness has hurt, and the next forget it all in the pursuit of some new delight, so this child of nature took his way, swayed by his moods and desires, an elemental force, like a swollen torrent taking its vengeful way, forgetful of promises, glad of freedom, angry at being held in restraint, and willing to crush or tear away any opposing force. At last, breakfastless and weary after his long climb, his sleepless night, and the depression following his talk with Cassandra the evening before, he paused at the edge of the descent, loath to leave the open height behind him, and stretched himself under a great black cedar to rest. As he lay there dreaming and scheming, with half-shut eyes, he spied below him the bare red patch of soil around the cabin of Decatur Irwin. Instantly he rose and began rapidly to descend. Decatur was away. He had got a job of hauling, his wife said, and had to be away all day, but she willingly set herself to bake a fresh corn cake and make him coffee. He had already taken a little of his buttermilk, but he did not care for raw salt pork alone. He wanted his cornbread and coffee, the staple of the mountaineer. She talked much in a languid way as she worked and he sat in the doorway. Now and then she asked questions about his home and Cassandry, which he answered evasively. She gossiped much about all the happenings and sayings of her neighbors far and near, and complained much, which he came to take pay from him for what she provided, of the times which had come upon them since Kate had hurt his foot. She told how that fool doctor had come there and taken it off, making out like Kate'd die of it if he didn't, and how Cassandry Merlin had done cheated her into going off so she could bide there at the cabin alone with that doctor man herself and help him to do it. With her snuff stick between her yellow teeth, and her numerous progeny squatting in the dirt all about the doorway, idly gazing at Frale, she retailed her grievances without reserve. How the wife of Hoke Belew had been ailing, and Cassandry had been there every day keerin' for her. "I 'low she jes' goes there 'cause she 'lows she'll see that doctor man there and ride back with him like she done when she brung him here," said the pallid, spiteful creature, and spat as she talked. "She never done that for me. I been sick a heap of times, and she ain't never come nigh me to do a lick." Frale was annoyed to hear Cassandra thus spoken against, for was she not his own? He chose to defend her while purposely concealing his bitter anger against the doctor. "They ain't nothin' agin Cassandry. She's sorter kin to me, and I 'low they hain't." "Naw," said the woman, changing instantly at the threatening tone. "They ain't nothin' agin her. I reckon he tells her where to go, and she jes' goes like he tells her." Frale threw his sack over his shoulder and started on in silence, and the woman smiled evilly after him as she sat there and licked her lips and chewed on her snuff stick and spat. Chapter 17